Hello everyone, it's your friend, your boy, Jet Black the One Only, here with
Colin.
and
White David.
and our host.
Person.
Today we're going to be playing literally whatever. It's going to be a group session. I will not be reading the live chat or any questions until the end of the stream to avoid any interruptions throughout.
Appreciate it. Sweet.
So are we actually going to be in the camera at all?
I'd have to readjust it. He doesn't want to be in the camera, so I don't want to.
You don't want to be in the camera. You're in his camera all the time.
But now I'm not.
Yeah.
All right, Matt. It's just dumb.
I mean, it's up to him. It's like a comfortability thing.
Plus, with quaint. I put quaint.
Quaint
He was describing his house, and I put quaint.
instead of
Quaint.
quaint.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Okay. So, are you ready for your description?
I'm hella ready.
Okay. Sweet. So, you guys all, from wherever you were in your own worlds, this big purple glow shows up in front of you, and you get sucked into it. When you fall out of it, you fall into a McDonald's, a really tiny side of the highway McDonald's. You're all just standing there. There's normal McDonald's business going on.
Does our sudden appearance
It kind of startles people, yeah. Everybody's like, what?
is it like we just got dropped in through the portal, or we just snapped in?
Y'all are just there.
Oh.
And nobody really knows how. There was a line of people, and you guys just showed up in between. Y'all know, nobody really knows how you got there. You kind of pushed people aside and stuff.
Okay.
Nobody's freaking out, but everybody just kind of.
Nobody's freaking out that whatever the hell he is, and what I am just popped up out of nowhere.
Y'all look like three normal dudes.
I'm armed.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't look like an alien creature or whatever. So.
I have a metal mask on.
Okay,
You
that
just
may
look
be a
like a
little.
guy for-
You might look like
Yeah.
you're about to rob this
I have a
McDonald's.
metal mask and a big white shotgun and a big white revolver on my hip. This has to be either Texas or Alabama if they're not upset.
Everybody's concerned, but nobody is running.
Alright, who's the most suspicious looking person here?
You have a
Besides
mask
the-
and two guns.
Besides the three of us.
I think you all look probably suspicious too,
'Cause we
you
all
just
popped
showed
in.
up and you all look very different from each other.
Is anybody upset by their sudden appearance?
I'm upset by the sudden of myself in
First
this
off,
McDonald's.
what do you look like and what do you look like? Because neither of you actually describes. Colin described his guy.
Tan Asian dude, red hair.
Are you gonna write that down?
Sure.
Those otherwise.
Yeah.
Is he resistant to bullets?
Do you just wear
Nope.
t-shirts and shit?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that last time that
Yeah.
I wear novelty shirts and jeans, but
Yeah.
normally both black. This actually fits. This is what I would wear. Yeah.
Cool. Asian guy, red hair.
Tan
Tan
Asian
Asian
guy, red hair.
In between a 1920s steampunk / Middle Earth looking type dude
Steampunk, Middle Earth.
from the 1920s.
Interesting. Okay.
So basically just rugged clothes.
Gotcha. Okay. So you all three show up right next to each other. There's other people just with their kids and shit in line, looking really concerned. I feel like you all look like you're all facing each other, in a triangle formation.
Okay, well my guy was a cowboy, so he's probably racist, so he's gonna see the Asian guy and shoot at him.
Ooh, shit. Okay, right away. Do you have your dice?
Yes.
Okay. You
Yes,
also have dice.
I also have dice.
Cool. What
Have
are you
been
gonna do?
Wait,
Because they're
have you
Okay.
upgraded yourself at all?
Yes.
Beyond just your base character?
Yes.
Dude, never mind.
Does it?
Would you know though? If you're just role playing, right?
right.
Would you as your character shoot at me, not knowing that kind of stuff?
I'm going to at least point my gun at you and say, what the hell are you doing here, Oriental man?
So because of a specific thing, do either of you have grounding?
Do
Grounding?
either of us have grounding? I have grounding.
You have grounding?
I have grounding as a trait though. It's a
As a- you
thing
don't
where
have
like then I
anything,
have a
like-
skill and then my specialty stop
Okay, so I
fucking
ain't
with
telling
it.
you shit. I'm just gonna tell him something.
Okay.
Cool. Alright, so,
Do I have anything?
Right now they're whispering
Yeah,
confidential
like
information.
1920s theme was that what? So 1920s theme is not kind of all that, I think.
White David has like sensing abilities that me and Colin don't have. So
yeah.
he
Is
has
that
to.
a 10 or
1886.
is that a 10 or a 0? Yeah, but I'm asking. do
Oh.
you have
Oh,
zeros?
on a D10, it's a 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure you do 10s and not 0s.
Yeah. Cool. So, are you you're trying to shoot at him?
No, I'm just pointing my gun at it and asking him what he's doing here.
Okay, so you draw your gun.
Unless everybody else here is like massively racially diverse.
It kind of seems.
Unless
they're different
everyone
people.
in the
It's not all white people. They're different people.
Oh, then I'm gonna point my shotgun at another not white person. I'm a cowboy. What do you want?
Cool.
I'm an 1800s cowboy. They're all racist.
There's like a black family right in front of y'all.
Okay,
And
there you go.
point your gun at a black kid. Cool.
Imaginary
Not the black
friends.
kid, the black parents.
Okay, you point.
Wait, no. It can't be black parents. The black mom.
You point your gun.
What do you want? It's not like
specifically
their dad's gonna
at
be
the-
there.
Pacifist imaginary friend. I want to put it in his gun.
In his gun.
Yeah, well, not in
Let
it.
me see
Sorry,
how the fucking
sorry.
power works.
It's not
Wait
that
a
it's in
second.
his gun. I want to make his gun a pacifist imaginary friend. Like it's like I don't want to hurt people. Is like its personality.
What?
There's weird signaling going on behind you.
Just speak.
Where did you put the cauldron?
Colander.
Whatever. The strainer. It's a strainer.
Cauldron.
Bottom right drawer. On the right side of the fridge.
Cool. So, fuck. That's gonna be a kind of weird check.
He's trying to make
What
my
is
gun
your-
a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, wait. You have grounding. Do you have manipulation? You do have
I
manipulation.
do have manipulation.
Cool. Do you
That's
have
how most of my
manipulation?
things work.
If he messes with my gun, I'll just exercise whatever he put in it.
But
Well,
would
it
you have
depends on if
awareness
it's like a-
of it?
Well, yeah. Well, do you have grounding?
Exorcism is removing something on a spiritual level that's not supposed to be there.
But the way that this game works is if you don't have grounding, you can't know like what's going on.
Yeah, like awareness lets you sense deity stuff.
There's some-
Grounding lets you sense magic stuff.
There's something wrong with my gun. Intuition.
I mean, you can give it a shot.
My character's first reaction is going to be something's wrong with my gun. It must be a demon. Exercise.
If it like does a thing though, if it doesn't do anything, like if it's dormant, I feel like you wouldn't know. 'Cause you
If
don't
my
have
if my
grounding.
if my angelic gun doesn't do something,
Like if you tried to shoot somebody or tried
If-
to cock it or something.
Like if it's working like normal, unless he like would tell it, it hasn't happened yet, but hypothetically, you'd have to like see it do some weird shit before you just be like intuition.
okay.
Cool. So that's gonna kind of be a pretty difficult, cause one, you have manipulation, right? But you don't have grounding.
I don't. What is?
He doesn't have
was
the-
manipulation a trait?
I think he
Yeah.
went for
No.
intuition and awareness. He went for the God one.
I asked you which thing does
Okay.
God stuff.
Intuition and awareness. Okay, so you guys are just on different planes.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
I do magic shit. He does God shit.
All right. So, actually, never mind. You can't see shit on him. Cool. Yeah. So, try, I guess.
Okay, this is a level 2 concentration.
So you get level 2 concentration. So you get level 2. Let me see how the rest of your shit's set up, because you
Okay.
might get additional bonus. It's +1 for everything above that like ties to it. So
Okay.
you have
So, +1 for everything it ties to.
like so you have.
It would
your-
tie into imaginary friend creation, I imagine, right? And then I have 2 of those. I have one that's connected to imagination,
It's not like
manifestation,
that.
and one. So
just manifest it. It goes up like linearly. So you
So
have
it would
one
only
trait, one
connect to
specialty,
the-
one yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's
So
go.
it would only. Oh, not to put you on the camera. Fuck me.
Yeah.
So it's a thing where two of my specialties are imaginary friend creation. So you're like only the one
That you're
that's the
actively- yeah.
manifestation.
Two of your specialties, not two of your concentrations.
Two of my specialties, but they connect to different skills.
It's like making imaginary friends through different traits.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna just say +1, +1, +1, +2, so 5.
+5.
Yeah, you get +5 to that, but I can't because do you have grounding?
I do have grounding.
What's your grounding?
My grounding goes
What
into
level?
my skill. Oh, what's its level?
What's level? Yeah.
I don't have grounding as a concentration.
Oh.
I have grounding as like a skill, and then my specialties didn't fuck with
So
it,
then
so
I'm
then
not
it
gonna-
never went up.
Yeah,
I
I was
thought
gonna
trait
say.
was grounding.
It is, but what I was gonna say is if he had a concentration in grounding that had something to do with like seeing, he might be able to tell how difficult it'd be to do the thing.
I got you.
But anyway, so yeah, go ahead. Thanks.
Okay,
I can't
plus
tell you shit
5.
about it. +5, but you don't know what the.
What I have to
thing against
actually
it.
hit, yeah. 7
7.
Modified.
modified.
So you rolled a 2 and got a +5. Okay.
Right.
You see your gun like wiggle, but like you know it didn't do the thing.
Oh, I know it didn't do the thing.
Well, you can't like feel it.
Do I get 7 experience?
No, it failed.
So wait, so we don't get experience even when it failed? Because I thought that you get it,
Oh,
but it,
fuck,
yeah,
you're
remember
right.
you
My
get
bad.
it whenever you roll.
You get it. You get the 7 experience.
Thank you.
Can I do basically a perception roll on that?
On like what he did?
Yes.
Sure. So you try to do this shit, your gun like wiggles a little bit and you're trying to observe that.
Yes.
Does it like wiggle or just wiggle?
You see like the material
Like, does it
looks
shake?
like it's like doing a weird thing. You ever see like heat off of like something like a sidewalk or whatever? It kinda looks like that.
Did he have to like perform some somatic component in order to
He's
do
like,
that?
was it like obvious in any way?
He just mentally did it?
Yeah.
No way I would
Unless
notice
you
it.
like no.
That just seems unnecessary.
Yeah, well, cause his whole like power is like, I just think shit.
Alright.
But yeah, so you wanna do, before you go, Colin, you wanna do a perception thing?
Yes, on what he just tried to do.
Magic. So you wanna like, what are you trying to see?
I'm trying to see,
Cause you don't have like a normal well, you don't have like a perception.
I'm trying to see,
He's trying to like grounding see the magic thing I just
Yes.
did.
Is that what you're trying, okay,
Yes.
cool. Yeah, go ahead. So that'll be plus, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so you get +4 to whatever you roll is. 2 plus
So
4 is
6.
6.
And is that against my thing? Like, did he have to beat my thing to get it, or is it
You don't have
against a
any
different check?
protections. Yeah.
True, I don't have a preventative.
Right.
Okay, that's
Um,
understandable.
So you see like a little, what looks like a little rope thing, like move out, and then it looks like it's trying to grab the gun, but it kind of can't. It's just like weird trying to touch it, and then it just slinks back.
okay,
Oh, and you get, let me add this to your experience kind of.
that's why the,
I'm currently on 162 experience.
After you like brush it and stuff. Plus.
So you don't just give us like straight 100 amounts?
No. It's based on like the success of your roll and how much you, well, not even the success.
It's not even the success, it's
It's how
just
much you
it
roll.
plus its modifier gives you experience. So doing things gives you experience, whether they succeed or fail.
Okay.
Cool. So what you trying to do now, huh?
Well, it's very obvious
Oh,
that
wait,
these...
wait. So did you pointed your gun, but it wasn't like a cool.
No, it's
Yeah.
very obvious these mundane individuals didn't do that to my gun. So I'm gonna point it at one of the other dudes here that don't look like they're supposed to be here.
I also take a look at his weapons, just kind of check them out.
Are you gonna try and do
I roll,
Well, wait. First off, how are you doing anything?
No, I'm just moving the gun over to him.
To Jet.
No, I already had one on Jet.
So you're moving over to you.
I
Okay.
thought you
have-
had it on the black family.
I
Yeah.
know.
You did.
I did. I have a shotgun
Mhm.
and a revolver. Revolver, shotgun.
So you had the shotgun originally pointed at the family, now it's pointed at
Yes.
Cool.
So, and me, I'm looking
Okay.
at Jet
At this
first,
point,
and then I'm
all the
looking-
people in the McDonald's are like, "What the fuck? Call the cops!" They're like getting on their phones and shit. Like people are leaving. They're like, "Black family dipped." They were out. Like the people behind the counter are like ducking down. What are you trying
Oh,
to do?
is he looking at him?
Yes.
I'm dipping.
You're dipping.
Yo, yeah, what
Look
the
at
fuck?
gun.
Everybody's
There's a
running,
gun pointed
right?
at both of you.
But did you move your eyes? Did you go?
He didn't
You're
say
still
that.
you are both close enough to me that I can see you both at once.
That's
but
kind of true.
like
yeah.
if you so much as budge.
But what
even
about
if
the
you're out of
black
corner-
family? They
Hold
ran.
he stopped focusing on the black.
Like,
That's
if-
what I'm asking.
Look, in the
But Jeff-
process of me changing my gun over to him, you did not leave my
I
side.
highly doubt if he was aimed at you that he's not paying attention.
Also, I haven't quite looked at him yet because I didn't do a roll to look at his guns. So I'm still looking at you and looking at the quick effect.
Yeah, that's true. He hasn't done shit yet. So what are you trying to do now?
Now I'm looking at the guy who's pointing a gun at me, looking at his guns.
Okay. Are you you're trying to like do a check.
Similar like grounding.
Yeah.
You're trying to see if there's any
But
weird.
for weapons.
Cool.
Oh, true, because you have the weapon-based stuff.
Yes.
Oh wait. Ooh, that's important. Wait a second.
Because it's like
Are
a
you using
different
grounding or
modifier.
intelligence? Because you have
Stuff
have,
based on weapons, and you have stuff based on
weapons
magic.
engineering studies, and you have magical systems perception and weapons.
See, is he, what level is he?
There's one. Like you guys are both the same thing. There's
No,
not like
Could I see him with grounding or not?
no. He does. He has. You wouldn't know this, but you can't see shit off of him. He doesn't have grounding shit yet. What?
Weapons.
Cool. Just
Yeah,
general
then he'll
weapons.
look at the weapons.
Yeah.
stuff.
Go. All right. So
Now, would he
Good
still roll for the grounding thing, and then it'd be like, oh, but nothing. Oh, that was a good roll. Would it be like a, oh, but there was nothing to see, and then he still gets
if
experience?
he's doing it for like just the weapon, no. It's just the. You do like one thing a turn. He's like. I wanna
Oh,
do-
so he's choosing
Yes.
which one right now.
Yes.
It's not a he looked
does
and
both.
didn't see something, so then he tries the weapon. Okay.
Dope. So you're trying weapons, you get +4 to that. 9? Is that a 9 or a 6?
Yeah, it's underlined, so it's 9.
It is
Go.
alive.
Alright.
That's a really good roll.
You see his guns look like normal guns. You see they're loaded. You see,
They don't look like normal guns though. They're solid white and glistening.
you're right. Okay, you see
They
what
look
the
as they
fuck?
obviously already look.
They look like they have some crazy shine shit off of them. They look mechanically identical to normal shotguns and pistols
Okay.
in like the way that they work, and they're both loaded. You see the you can tell it looks like the way that the cartridges and shit work, the way that the loading works. It doesn't look like it'd be for a normal bullet,
Okay.
but you don't know what that is. Or like how you think it just maybe a custom thing.
Can you do a check on me and see what my intentions are? Is that something that you can do in this game?
If you have like perception, or I guess you could do it with grounding depending on how you have it set.
You can technically do
well, you
whatever.
could
It's
do it,
just the
it just might not
bonuses.
work.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just may not get bonuses if
You
it's
could
not
give
a
it
power.
shot, I guess,
Yeah.
That's true.
You could technically be like, I teleport, but it's not one of your powers, and it's just a really hard check, and you won't get it.
Alright.
Right.
Without taking my guns off of either of you, I'm gonna say, neither of you look like you're supposed to be here, neither.
Why not? This is McDonald's. I'm a guy.
You're a red-haired Asian.
Yeah.
Those aren't real.
What? I'm offended. Is this a table that's connected to the ground?
Wait, are we
A
on?
table?
Are we sitting
Y'all
at
aren't,
a
no,
table?
y'all are standing in
We're
the middle
just
of the restaurant.
standing?
Yeah.
There's no table?
Y'all were, there was like a line at McDonald's, y'all just showed the fuck up in the middle of the line.
Oh, we're
and
in
then
a
y'all
line.
pulled guns.
Yeah, and then it
everyone
was
dipped.
left?
Yes.
I'm listening for sirens.
Okay, roll for it.
Okay. 3.
3, and there's no
You didn't give
bonus
me
to
any.
that,
Yeah, you weren't like,
I
add
didn't
your
give
thingy. Oh, well, you were like,
You
you
don't
weren't
have
like,
anything,
right,
right?
I know, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
I was like, I'm just pretty sure I know the way your character's set up. Add +3. You. Fuck. No. You don't hear shit.
I don't hear shit.
No.
Cool.
Oh, are you adding like shit together?
Oh wait, is this like my turn, or was I
You
just
got, like,
reacting to his
XP.
thing?
There's-
Oh,
yeah.
XP. Oh, cool. 165.
+3. Good. So you did a thing. Did you do a thing?
I said a thing,
You said a thing.
and he responded, he hasn't. David has not said anything.
I walk.
At the same time, I just want to
You
preface
start-
that the
you
shit's
start-
like still going on.
You start moving, and I say, no moving, just speaking.
Do you look at him directly?
Again, you are both still in my line. In fact, you can't even fucking see my eyes. They're behind the mask.
When y'all teleported, y'all were like close.
Wait. Behind the mask? How's your peripheral vision?
I
How,
can,
if you turn directly to him, would it be like but there's a I can't.
I can see you, you can't see me.
Well,
What?
I start to just turn and just start to walk towards them.
I pull the trigger. The shotgun.
Wait, you're starting to walk. You're in the McDonald's.
We're in a
Oh,
McDonald's.
well,
Yes.
then I just start to walk outside.
Like toward the
When
door.
you start moving,
Oh shit.
I shoot you.
Okay.
I am
Fuck.
going to use
It-
gunfighting.
Wait.
Shit.
Now I'm very curious. What is it? I'm curious if this is thing. Hey, he's wearing a mask. Can you describe how close the mask is to your face,
It's way
and
over
if
there.
there's
Hang on.
stuff that
I'm gonna move
covers
this real
here?
quick. I'm gonna move this real quick.
Yeah, I got you.
Because if
But
you're
we
like,
have to do a roll to see what he was shooting at. And
You.
it hit. He's shooting at me.
I am
Right.
shooting at you with a shotgun. Hang on.
and if you're doing precise aim or anything like that, I'm gonna be like focused looking mask peripheral eye. Ooh,
I'm not
I don't-
using that. I'm using agility.
Ah, this is gonna get so shitty so quick. Okay.
And I just like screw everyone.
Well, so you just started walking?
Because I was just kind of like
Everyone's got a
imagine this is how it is. I see him, and he's like, crap, he got some weird crap going on with his gun in his pocket. This guy
I look
has
like
some
that.
weird looking guns, and
I look like that.
Can you zoom in on that face? It's like he has like eye hole things.
Yes. I have eye holes. You can't see through the eye holes. That's the point of a mask, Jet, so you can't see my fucking face.
But I can see it. You just have revealed eyes. So I think he would
They're
be.
solid
So
yellow.
you're
You can't
dipping?
see my eyes.
so I'm just kind of just casually,
It's like
not
a
even like a
lens.
dash.
Yeah.
Just
That
kinda
you
like-
can't see
turn
it.
your
But
back?
that's where your eyes are.
I'm in the process of turning.
What's your point?
Cool. So you're like, so from the way, have you taken a step yet?
Yes.
When
he was
see
straight
your-
up like he's walking.
When
through
I
the
see the movement of your body, that implies that you are taking a step after I told you not to move, I pulled the trigger.
door. What if he had like sneeze? Like you're like when I see, but when I perceive movement, what if homeboy wasn't walking? When he was like, and you were like, ah!
I don't trust anybody right now.
This is gonna be interesting. So, fuck. Okay, so you have agility. So you shoot. You get.
I
Is that what
have
you're trying to do?
Agility, combat, weaponry, gunfighting.
Agility, combat, weaponry.
Gunfighting is my concentration, but you get +2 off of those?
Right.
Okay, so that's a total of 5.
And you said you were in like 1920s steampunk Middle Earth shit.
Yeah, think of like Order 1886.
So do you have like metal on?
Yes.
Now you're gonna say yes.
I feel like that's
Like,
something
I
we've
got-
agreed on
like-
before.
Think of like
I imagine
He looks
leather-
weirder than me. I'm actually dressed
Just a
like a
dude.
normal nigga.
But that was his problem.
think of like an industrial, almost looking miner worker with leather and like sun metal on and like.
Okay, so they're like bits
But a
of
shotgun
it's
looks like
primarily
it'd tear
leather.
through you.
So I'm sorry.
Maybe.
What are your things?
Hmm?
What are your things that you use?
Agility,
Agility.
combat, weaponry, gunfighting.
So agility is tied to combat. Combat's tied to weaponry. Weaponry is tied to gunfighting.
Yes.
Cool. Alright, so you quickly shoot your shotgun. Are you gonna like, well fuck, I guess you can't really dodge, cause that'd be quick.
Nope. Does he have like armor class or something that I have to beat?
Yes, but cause you don't have perception or anything, you can't tell what it is. Go ahead and roll.
8.
8, fuck. Oh, 8 plus, like your total is 8?
Total was 8.
Okay, you took some fuck. Total is 8.
Right. I have health and stuff. What are the other stats I have to keep track of? HP and what else? Where's
Whoa,
HP?
yo, Aiden,
Yes.
what the fuck is my health? Is it the same as whatever it was before?
No, it's 100. You're about to die.
I'm like 18. Oh no.
So you just get hit once. Fuck. Okay, so
But like again,
So how do you calculate damage?
1920s, like, but with a dash of like oblivion
it's
stuff.
based on what your roll is. So it's like the roll is essentially like the critical type thing, but then the addition is like a modifier. So you did like
8.
8 damage. Yeah, his thing, I can't tell you what it is.
He took 8 damage from a shotgun.
He took 3 damage.
So it was like a reduction due to the armor.
Yeah.
Whatever.
He was like leaving, and you were like, you like shot into his arm or some shit.
That
So
sounds like it should do more damage.
agreed. It's the way that like, because you can have you
What
can
are
do
the
it quick.
mechanical
You didn't
rules
like
for this?
precise do it. What?
What are the mechanical rules for that?
The
Like, do you
mechanical-
have like actual math for how much damage I dealt?
Yes.
It was the
The
roll plus the
your
modifier is like all it did.
Yes.
And then he has something that the armor,
The armor.
apparently
Yes.
for whatever reason reduced it.
Yes.
But we don't know enough about the arm because we just saw him to really be able to know the math on the reduction.
Okay.
We just
I'm
know
gonna
it was
shoot him
5.
again.
Well, hold on.
Whoa, you
hold
can
on.
only do
It's
one
now
action a
his
turn.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah.
So you like fall on the ground because you got shot. Well, no, because if you took 3 damage,
I would
it
say
hit you in the arm.
popped off something.
But it also hurt you. It pops
Yes.
some shit off, but your like shoulder is bleeding.
Alright.
You're kind of fucked. You're like still like getting away. What do you
Well,
I
hang
just-
on. Before he
Are you-
starts doing
wait,
anything,
Hold up. You're looking. This is important. You're looking away from them now.
Mm-hmm.
There are windows all around this McDonald's. You guys don't see this. This is some good shit. You see cop cars and shit, and guys are like lined up. Like there's families outside crying and shit.
But I can't hear the siren.
They didn't
No.
pull up with sirens. They pulled up with guns.
They
Alright.
put up with SWAT.
They're ready.
alright, well,
Well,
before he can take any action, I'm gonna say, I fucking told you if you started moving, I was gonna shoot you.
okay. But that's where I just kind of stopped. I'm bleeding. I'm like, yeah. I'm not worried about you. Worried about that. And then I point outside.
So
And
you're
then
not
the
gonna
cops
get
are
the
like,
fuck out?
Point. Is that a gun?
Holy shit! Wait. So are you gonna try and?
Or I'm
go-
not even pointing. I'm just like, I'm worried about that. Like, just kind of nodding.
So you don't move at all.
No.
You like stop moving.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So you stop moving. Are you facing them again?
No, I'm still looking outside, looking at all the stuff that's getting moved
Okay,
out
cool.
outside and all the cop cars and everything.
Cool.
Is it my move?
Yeah. Unless you want to do something different. Cool.
Okay. So
There are no employees in the restaurant. Everybody's like out.
I got you. Oh. Well, I don't know about the cop car thing. So I was gonna do something with that.
He literally
Totally
just
don't.
pointed outside and said, I'm worried about that.
He did like a head nod thing.
Yeah.
Did we pick up on that? The point was
Neither of
really
y'all looked.
obvious.
Did you? Are you looking? Did you?
Well,
turn
true.
them
I wouldn't be looking at him. This nigga has a gun in me.
Right.
But you know what? I'm looking at him pretty hard. Did that nigga look? Did he look?
No, I did not look.
Okay.
I have not moved my sight since I pulled the
So
trigger.
that's fine. That thing that you're the only one with
Who-
knowledge.
who
of this,
knows
like,
that this
just
is
keep that in mind.
So
Alright.
you can only do one thing a turn. I'm gonna try to go for the pacifist imaginary friend thing again
Cool.
in the not in. I keep misphrasing it. The gun that he is pointing at me is the pacifist imaginary friend. At least that's the attempt.
You gonna? Ooh.
This is the same thing
Why
again.
are we
It
doing
is the same thing again.
Just give him the same check.
It's the same check. Yeah, it's not gonna be a different check.
Why ain't you rolling it on a flat surface?
9.
4 plus.
Because it's plus 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
9.
9. Yeah, you still failed with plus 9.
Okay, yeah. Still getting that experience, boy.
Does my gun wobble again?
Fuck yes.
I pull my trigger and shoot him in the face.
Ooh, but you wouldn't know specifically what it's for. You just
It's
choose
pointed
it,
at his face.
and that one. Yeah. Well, is that the one that you tried to fuck?
Yeah, the one that's facing
Cool,
me,
okay.
The one that I tried to do.
Cool. You we
16.
rolled it twice.
No, it fell off the table.
Oh, okay. I was like, bruh.
Not 16. 8 plus 5, 13.
Plus
4. Why 4?
4. He has one thing that's specifically leveled up, which gives him plus 2. Yours is plus 1. Because you had a roll of 4 and a plus, or did you do 5?
I had a roll of 8, and I had a plus 5 modifier because I'm using gunplay.
Last. It all gives plus 1, so you actually lost with one last time.
Woo, so that's
Why did I thought?
Everything goes down to 4. His has 2 because he has it leveled up.
Okay,
Everything's
12.
plus 1. Once you upgrade a concentration, it goes up another.
okay, it's 12 damage.
I just got
It's
a
12
bad,
damage.
bad bruise from your shotgun.
No, this is bleeding.
No, he's like, yeah, you're still pretty fucked.
Yeah, it's,
So, minus
you're just
12.
not dying yet. Wait, I'm sorry, so what is your
12.
12? Yeah, you have like 1 armor protection. You just don't have shit on.
Alright.
Oh, plus you got shot in the face.
Yeah, in the face. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like, what the fuck is the.
Your
yeah.
beard.
Your
Asian beard.
Can I see? Like, I don't. Is there
Your
a
headshots.
hole in my face? Like,
Does a
what's-
bullet through your face not kill you in this universe?
Wait, what was your damage?
12.
12.
That's
It doesn't-
12 to his head.
11. It doesn't kill you. Still 11.
Oh, it was only
damage.
11?
Yeah.
Increase by 1.
You're,
Subtract.
you're pretty hurt in the face.
Pretty hurt.
Like your whole face is just bleeding.
And is that his action
My
or
face is
just
bleed.
his reaction to my action?
Wait, what?
Was him shooting me his action or just his reaction to my action?
It was my
It was-
reaction.
it was his
Because it was
action.
agility. It was
So-
speed.
Oh, you're like, that's his turn?
Well, yeah.
Because
you
I
went,
did my thing, and then
you
he
went.
did his thing. So then it would be David's
That was
turn.
David's turn.
Okay, so it was, yeah.
Well,
Can I do an action and speak in the same turn? Because that's kind of what I've been doing.
Sure. Yeah.
Alright, I say,
Speaking isn't like a. Yeah.
yeah. I keep telling you both, you do stuff, I'm going to shoot you.
Can I even talk? I got shot in the face. Like, I don't even know what I'm able to do.
You can. It's fucking weird. It's like blood sounding fucking. Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I. Huh. I make noises,
Cool.
but I'm like, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to. They don't know this, but my intent is to spread blood around. I'm trying to get blood. If I can get it on you, that'd be great.
Did he
like,
not fall
in
over?
that direction.
Because I
He fell
can't
over.
say that you can't do action shit. He did.
Oh.
He's like clutching his face.
He
He's
fell
like
over.
clutching his face.
Okay.
He's clutching his face. He didn't fall. Well,
I feel like getting shot in the face, you fall.
well, also that's true. Wait, how the fuck much damage did you take?
11.
89. You stumbled. You're kind of down.
That was 10% of his overall health.
Yeah, you're right. You down.
10% damage.
The
Best fucking normal in the game.
You're like, you can't do a talky thing that would be an action kind of
you're
thing.
talking because you're not doing an action right now. It's just kind of pooling more. Is it you're talking, but it's just kind of dribbling and shit. It's not really spraying anyway.
Cool. Is it at least getting on the floor?
Yeah.
Fair. I stopped doing that.
He got on the floor by default when a bullet went through your face.
That is also.
Did it go all the way through or just like lodge itself in his brain?
It's not in his brain. It's like kind of in his cheek and shit.
Oh.
Yeah. Because you're not a perception.
Did I get Jonah hexed?
Let's not
Reference no one.
Alright.
Cool.
You
Alright.
So just, I would
While
recall.
all that's going on.
I would recall what you know. Well, ooh, that's true.
They're still discussing
Just like a bag of,
White David's secret stuff, so we
Some type
can't
of-
know.
you know, just, I have a whole bunch
Sure.
of pockets and stuff full
Okay.
of just random knick-knack stuff, but it's nothing very big. It's like only like, you know, like tools.
Cool. So you, all right, roll for it. I guess because I want to see. Yeah, you could do that. It's possible.
So like, when I say like, it's smoke screen stuff, that'd be something that'd be used for rifling.
Yeah, you got it.
So how do I find my armor class? Like, how do I find out what I reduce damage by?
You reduce damage by 5, the same as him.
How did he only reduce it by 1?
He just has a T-shirt.
I'm wearing like normal clothes.
Yeah, if you like chose armor, the max to start out is 5, but you can be like more shit. Wait, this one.
So I got a 6.
6. 6 plus 4, 10. Okay, fine. So you shot him in the face. You're still aiming at him. My boy throws some shit down. There's like a smoke screen everywhere.
I'm gonna pull my trigger again in response to seeing movement.
Oh, you're looking at him.
I'm
Oh.
looking at both of you!
Question.
He has a gun on you.
When it comes to the someone acts and then someone reacts thing, is it we're all taking actions in a circle where it's like after him I would go, or is it a thing where it's like no, Colin gets to go because he is the like? How does it go? Is it always the
It's-
circle?
Yes.
So it would be me next.
It is, yeah. It's,
This action isn't like a grand, it's like a,
He just kind of tossed it and it did.
and it just
Right.
kinda does.
Yeah. Also, Colin, he was right. This is
Imaginary friend thing. Fuck it to a gun. All the smoke.
Yes.
The smoke is my imaginary friend, and
the
it's
smoke is your
imaginary friend.
Think about your experience with this game, but alright.
Okay.
It's harder to do it against things that other people made.
It's fucking air. It's like an intangible, whatever.
It's actually like a mass of individual particles that aren't even like connected to
That are
each other.
right.
Yeah, so he could target like an individual particle.
That's not what he said.
Yeah,
He
he's
said
just
he's
target-
doing this everything.
Yeah,
Alright,
so
go
go
ahead.
for it.
Go ahead.
And the idea is it's supposed to be like a ghostly
Go
kind of thing.
ahead.
It doesn't matter. Imaginary friend. Oh gosh. Thanks.
1
Yes.
plus what?
5, 6.
5, 6. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Cool.
Cool,
Okay.
so you shot?
Now, I'm gonna pull both triggers simultaneously.
Okay.
Do I roll once or twice?
You roll once, it'll affect them differently.
6 plus 4 for 10.
10.
So 5 to him, 9 to him.
I also,
Oh, no, it's your turn. Well, what are you trying to do?
After I shoot you both.
Yeah. So wait. So you are like now kind of like stumbled. You're
Oh,
not
wait a
completely
minute.
down, but you're like, oh, what the fuck?
Did Colin ever move his gun that was pointing at me? Because if I'm like, and I'm here now, but his gun's still up,
That's true.
then does he just hit? Does he hit
See,
me
but
regardless?
My gun has been
There's
trailed on
two
him.
things
the
I
Well,
entire
but he
time.
like fell down.
the smoke screen,
Peripheral vision.
the smoke screen
I don't think
is
that's a
very
super
fast.
That's
accurate
like an
shot.
The
It's
smoke
not
screen-
about accuracy, it's about agility.
But there's the big thing.
Well, so you have a shotgun on him. You have a pistol.
Pistol on me, and there's a
And you
smoke
don't have, like,
screen,
a
and
perception
I'm like
thing.
lower of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, like do I?
Agility. Like, get on the floor.
I was on the yeah, it's just
No, not even on the floor. Just like get where you would be, like crouching down with you.
Yeah,
I
like
can
crouching.
still see you right now. I can still see both of you. You are both in my peripheral vision.
Well, but it's a thing where that would kind of take an action. Like you shot him, he fell, he threw a smoke screen,
That instantly went.
and then he started doing shit. So now the air's like looking wobbly a little bit.
So the way you're describing it is, I go from
So
like
then you,
I start here. This
Yeah,
is an action.
You never, yeah.
This is an
moved
action.
to the
This is
thing.
an action.
no,
Three different.
No. Just if you were like re-aiming, because that'd be a perception.
Oh,
so essentially,
okay.
what happens is
So now you're in the camp. Yeah.
what happens is you would go, you went, bam, you shot him in the face. He goes like, dude, you go, nothing happens. you're like on the ground though. The smoke screen thing is up, so you would have, I guess, seen him start falling and do that, but it wouldn't have fucked your. You're still like that because you'd be aiming at him. So you shoot.
I don't think
What
there
is
was
so
ever
hard
a
about the
moment-
concept of trailing the gun? Like it's just
Because it'd be an aiming thing.
You would
You
have
don't
to
have
like
to-
readjust it.
Agility isn't perception.
no, it's movement. My gun is moving.
I still feel like you never described it.
Okay, I still feel like you haven't described anything about where we are besides that it's McDonald's. How many
That's all you
plants are
know.
there?
That's what we would
How many
say.
plants are inside of this McDonald's?
Did you look?
How many tiles are in this McDonald's?
gotta
You
look.
didn't describe any of this.
You
You
didn't
didn't
look.
describe any
You
of
didn't
this.
look at it.
Yeah.
You didn't describe any of this.
You weren't
If
like,
I am
would
holding
count
you to the
from
same standards you are holding me.
So-
You did not describe how many tiles are in this McDonald's. You didn't describe how many plants are in this McDonald's.
But he's like, if you look around in the McDonald's,
I was
he would describe more stuff.
So, is it my turn?
So I do. Ah, fuck. I do want you to do a thing, Jet.
Okay.
Roll it. Ah, no, no. How much damage did you take?
I took 9.
You took it, because I'm gonna say you're not that far away.
Okay.
You're just not that far away. Alright.
Okay. So, the smoke screen's up. He's on the floor crying. I've been hit probably twice.
Yeah, it's hot.
He can't see shit
But-
by.
No one can really see hardly anything. So, here's where I have to.
Okay, yeah. Roll for it. 9 plus what? 9 plus, well, it wouldn't be plus anything. 9. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, don't let anybody else know.
Sweet, so plus 9.
David takes a secret action.
Sweet. Alright, what are you up to?
Imaginary friend, blood on the floor. Just a blood droplet on the floor.
Are you like conscious enough and aware enough and stable enough to think about this?
You move the gun.
You
I
have
don't
two
know.
you have two bullets. in
Am
your
I
face.
aware that
Yes.
there's blood of my own on the floor?
You have two
Cool.
bullets in your face.
You good.
Are you the type of person who can just continue
7
to
plus
maintain
5,
your stance?
12?
It's like a magic thing. So you wouldn't need to see. Like he
Does
can
the
blind
magic
himself
operate
to you.
separately from himself?
It doesn't have to be based on his perception.
He
can,
doesn't
like,
have to
feel shit.
consciously think, I'm gonna use magic.
He
While
does.
he's in the middle of, fuck, I've got 2 bullets in my head.
Well, he is like, oh fuck,
I bet he is.
So you can
granted,
think about
you
that
don't
and
know
do
that it's
magic
in
at the
his
same
head.
time.
You don't know that the second bullet's in his head. You hit him, but you couldn't see where you hit him. The smoke screen.
I'm gonna assume 2 bullets in his head.
Okay.
Until
Without
the smoke
knowing,
clears
yeah.
and I see the second bullet.
Here's something else of what's going on with the people outside.
Wait, what's that?
What's going on with everyone outside?
Oh, did I get it? By the way?
Oh, you didn't. Wait, I'm sorry. Would you?
The imaginary, I got 12 total
12 total for the.
for the
imaginary
blood
drop.
drop.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You got it. Wait, let me. Did you
Awesome.
add 12?
Yeah, I did.
Sweet.
I'm at 192 experience.
The thing is, so you can't see it because you're kind of fucked up right now. You sense the little blood droplet guy. You can just kind of feel like wiggly.
Right. I'll be able to do stuff with him later.
It's like a small thing. It's not like a-
Understood. Yeah, trust. I have big plans for small nigga.
Okay.
It would be calling, but you want to see what's outside, which is understandable. Can you with the smoke screen?
You can't see.
Well,
anything yet.
I'm not saying
Like-
I'm looking, I'm just saying, what,
Like describe the thing. Yeah, I got you.
yeah.
While that's happening, y'all are hearing like movement and shit in the place. Like y'all are hearing like feet steps.
Oh, on
and
the
shit.
inside?
In the inside, yes.
Okay.
You don't hear it as much.
Alright. I'm going to perform a stunt check to jump through the ceiling.
Agility to just like bust through the ceiling.
Yeah, this is a McDonald's.
Yeah.
So it's got like the ceiling that I expected to.
Yeah, the
whereas
little like
the-
soft, shitty, yes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that and jump through the ceiling.
Okay.
10.
Cause 6 and 4.
Yeah.
Dope. So you bust through the ceiling, the top is like harder, So the way that when you bust through the first one,
No, I'm not like trying to jump straight through the fucking roof.
Yes.
I'm trying to just like get in between the ceiling and the roof.
so yeah, you kind of do that, but you're also kind of like you got it, but you're not like fully in. You're like holding onto scaffolding and shit that's up there.
That's
You're
cool.
like up in the roof, but you're kind of like hanging out a little bit.
That's totally fine.
Um,
Am I like enough in there that like just part of me is poking out or something?
yes.
Like, am I like holding on or am I like monkey barring this?
You're kind of like shit, cause like you had to impact the roof. You're kind of like shittily holding on. But I mean, you got it. You're like
You
up
hit
in
your
there,
head and
but
then
you're
you-
like yeah.
But I'm wearing armor.
Yes. You're good. All right.
Okay.
So you do
So
that.
I'm up in the ceiling.
You're up in the ceiling. They hear shit. You hear like Echo Bravo number. Goo 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 goo. You see like lights start flashing up and shit. You hear next to you like there's like shit going on around you. Real quick, both of you roll for defense.
How do you roll for defense?
It's the same basic thing as attack. But
So you roll
D10 plus 5 in my
yes,
case.
Yes. And you got 2 + 1.
So
Not
10.
You got 10.
Yeah, I got
7 plus 5,
12.
12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, that is a 7 out of 1.
You 12. You took 1 damage. Well, fuck. Actually, hold up. No, I need to roll for this. This is bullshit. I was like, how the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
Dice roll. D10.
You could also just roll my die if you need.
Oh, do you have another?
Yeah, just roll this one. We
Oh.
know I'm 10.
10. Appreciate it. 3. You took 5 damage.
Cool.
You take 3 damage.
They rolled a 15.
Well, so it was 12 plus the 3.
Hmm?
It was 12 plus the 3 for the roll.
Who rolled the 3?
They rolled a
They
3.
were. It was like a SWAT team.
So they got 10 plus
It was
3.
12 plus 15.
How did they roll a 12 on a 10-sided die?
Their modifier.
They have a they rolled a 3.
Their modifier was 12.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like a team of guys, tacticians, shooting in like your direction and your direction. Yeah. Sweet.
It would be David's turn. Because Colin just jumped through the ceiling.
What would you hear like? That's a lot. That's kind of a lot to do in one turn. Okay, what one of those things do you want out of the 2 things?
Okay, well then I just turn on like all the stuff. I just like go by, go and just turn on,
Okay. Okay. Roll for it, please.
assuming that it's games.
Are you trying to do shit? Like, are you trying to use any of these?
Yes,
Or are you just like, I'm going for it? What are you trying to use?
weapons. Theoretical.
The construction of abstract weaponry?
Yes.
Alright, you got it. Go for it. Plus 4 to 10. 14. Yeah, you got the fuck out of it. There's like, you guys don't know this. There's a whole bunch of gas grills and shit on. So,
In the back.
again, you don't know.
Yeah, so we don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are gas grills in the McDonald's.
Yeah.
Just
So-
like what you're telling me is the player, not me as the character.
Yes, but please don't act on it.
I realized what I should have done last turn is just manifest a friend for Colin. I thought I had to switch control, but that's not how my power works.
Right.
So I'm gonna, the blood drop nigga, I'm gonna make it Colin's friend, I guess.
What?
Yeah, because remember what happens when it happens to niggas who aren't manipulators?
Okay. I
Right.
feel you.
Yeah, fuck Colin's character. No offense, shot me in the face twice.
Give it that.
8 plus, and that's not leveled up. The making it for other people thing.
8 plus is so 4. 12.
12.
Sweet. 12 against
204 experience.
Colin. Can you roll real quick?
What am I rolling for?
I can't tell you. It's a defense thing, but I can't tell you exactly.
10
10? Okay.
before whatever modifier you need, if you need a modifier.
10. 10 plus your shit. Well, no, it wouldn't matter if there's no modifier. You feel weird. You're starting to feel very weird. You take plus. Wait, what was your shit?
I had 12 on my roll.
You had 12. You had what?
10 on his roll.
10.
Straight.
You take plus 2 damage. You like minus. So you
So I don't
never
get my
got hurt.
armor added against this damage?
It's like a magical thing.
Yeah.
So we're at 100, now you're at 98
I was at 97.
Oh,
I'm at
okay.
95 now. I
Gotcha.
took 3 damage.
from the bullets.
Yeah.
Gotcha, cool. Still SWAT dudes running around. Shit's going on. They're not shooting right now. They're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. The smoke is like dissipating. It's like almost not there anymore. It still looks a little fuzzy, but cool.
It would be Colin's
yeah,
turn.
You're up. You're up, man. You're up in that roof.
Alright.
You see like you like can kind of see between your legs. There's like SWAT dudes like moving around and shit.
Alright.
It doesn't seem like they've noticed you yet.
Alright. I'm gonna use a stunt roll to navigate to some sort of opening that I can get in through. Like an air duct or something.
So the way, before you attempt that, are you like looking up inside the roof?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see that there's kind of a small opening. It kind of just looks like the shit that you're in right now. Like, it feels kind of soft. It doesn't look real stable.
I don't know, I'm like jungle gymming through on the pipes.
It's like thin. There's like a gap that's maybe that big, and you're kind of wedged up in there, and you're like holding on to shit, but there's not a lot of it. Like, are you gonna like break your way through the?
No, it's like shimmying.
I guess what I'm saying is these are like those thin little foamy like things that are like the platform that you busted through initially.
Yeah, there's normally a good bit of space open there. There has to be. Like that's where the AC and everything is. They have to keep a lot of space, otherwise the stuff gets crowded and overheats.
I'll go with it. All right.
Alright.
What you trying to do?
So I am going to navigate through here in an attempt to find an exit that is not the ceiling that I just broke through.
So okay, so you see like there's like lines with light that look like it would be like a little exit port for them.
I'm gonna go that way.
Okay. So you're trying to do a stunt then?
I'm trying to get through. If I need to roll, I
Are you
will.
using a thing? I mean, you're gonna need to roll. Like, what are you trying to? Are you trying to use?
Stunt.
Which is a concentration?
Yes.
Okay.
14.
14. Awesome. That's with your modifiers and everything?
Yes.
Cool. 10 plus 4. Awesome. You were like nearly there. So I imagine what you do is you kind of like lunge yourself with the shit because you can't really touch the bottom. You're like trying to move through as quick as possible. You're doing pretty well till right at the end. You like kick one of the ceiling tiles out. You're still at the thing. You're not out of it yet. You're at it. But you kick down one of the tiles. You hear guys starting to move towards you, and they're like pointing their guns up at you.
Okay. So, but I can't see them.
You like
Unless
hear-
they're like underneath me.
They are.
Okay. So I can see them through there.
A little bit. They're like, it seems like there's more than you can see, but yeah. There's what you have to.
I put new clothing on top of my old clothing.
New clothes. Are you trying to look for clothes? Like, there just may not be anything there.
Okay. Then I just walk out the back door.
Alright. You got it. You walk out the back door.
I was thinking they would have uniforms in the back, but they don't. So,
Oh, of the McDonald's.
Well, you didn't like look in a closet or anything.
because I don't.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I'm just walking.
Alright, cool. So you just walk out the back door. You do it. A fire alarm starts going off. There's like a cop car like parked out back there. You don't see a cop in it, but you see it's like on.
I try to take that car.
Oh fuck! Wait,
I tried
but
to.
you can't yet. What's up?
Okay,
It's
so
like a little ways away.
Oh.
I am just going to like stay hands on face on the ground. I'm not gonna try to do anything where I'll get shot for no fucking reason.
What are you
And
talking
I'm
about?
gonna-
And
Cops-
he's in regular clothes.
the
Yeah,
cops
I'm
are-
in regular clothes. I'm a victim.
The
The
cops
cops are
very-
totally gonna shoot you. You're a red-haired Asian. Those don't exist.
The cops are like coming and checking you out. They're like pointing at you and shit, but they're like, get on the ground or whatever.
More? Like I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
They're also
Yeah,
yelling
like,
the same
this is-
shit to you, like come down, get on the ground, like doing shit like that.
Also, how does the connection thing work? Like, I wouldn't know, but can I feel that it's still connected to him?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he has to
I'm
be
just
very
moving
precise
around
with which
or whatever.
gun.
What's up?
If you shoot a gun, be very precise and say which gun you shoot.
Yes, I will be very precise on which gun I shoot.
Yeah, because it does make a difference on a pistol and shotgun.
I mean, yeah, but
So
it doesn't
you're,
make
like,
a difference as
chilling-
far as
I'm following
damage goes.
whatever instructions they're given.
Is
like
there
on
anything
the-
else you're trying to do?
As long as I know that the shit is like still connected to him,
Yes.
then I'm following the police orders or whatever.
Dope. Alright.
Cool.
So you're like on the ground. They're like putting you in handcuffs.
Okay.
And there's like, they're like, we got need someone paramedic or whatever. They're like starting to hoist you up to like walk you out or
Cool.
like carry you out.
Awesome.
What do you do? They're like aiming at you. They're like, get on the ground. You're like up in the
Burst through the air vent.
burst through. All right. So give that roll a shot for stuff, right?
Yep, still stun. 7 + 4, 11.
11. You got it. You burst through the air vent because it's up kind of high. You kind of fall out of the thing. You got it, but you fall on the ground. You don't take any damage because you.
Oh,
got
I'm
your-
outside?
You're outside.
Okay,
You're
that's what I
outside.
wanted.
There were like a shit ton of like cop cars and like ambulances and like fire trucks.
Yeah.
Like parked all around. There are people like out there. There are normal cops and like SWAT cops.
Mhm.
They're like aiming their guns at you and shit. They're
Alright,
kind of far off though. They're
Okay.
like behind their cars.
alright. Are there other, like, describe the buildings to me. Like, are we in the middle of a city or are we on, like,
So it's like
on a
I
highway?
described earlier. It's a small like side of the highway McDonald's. So
Okay.
essentially, what it was is, because you've been
This
in
is a
there,
lot
like,
of
you
cops for
fell
side
out,
of
you
a
fell.
highway. But yeah.
Y'all also
you're
like
good.
shot it up. So
They wouldn't send this many to a highway McDonald's.
there was like glass that covered like three sides of it. There's like the back part that has like the kitchen and everything. David, you're like out here on the back part outside. You like jumped up into the roof part and you knocked out a vent and you fell like off to the side where all the cop cars and shit had pulled up outside. The highway is like over here.
Okay.
So they like driven up right here. You like busted out of there. The cops are like right here inside, trying to like start leaving out of the doors and shit to come get you.
Is this like highway as in there's woods near here?
Are you looking for woods?
Like, describe what's around the highway. Is it just like
I guess.
like
where
what
you-
part of Alabama are we in?
Are we
You
in-
can't be certain that you're in Alabama. You don't-
I'm like just when you and I are driving like road trip,
Yes.
like
I
just
can't like.
He's
your
like, you
character
have to
doesn't
go
know.
from your
No, I mean,
perspective.
okay, are
you
there
gotta be like,
woods?
what can you see?
You see behind the cop cars, you see like a gas station, and then to the side, like to your left, directly behind the cars, you see a gas station. To your left, you see there's like a small wooded area. It doesn't look super thick.
okay,
It looks like there's stuff behind you,
okay,
but it does go like off in a line.
okay.
And they're like some cops, because you fell out of the thing, have like started noticing. So they're like starting to aim at you, but they're like a little farther back. They like have a little blockade looking thing.
Okay.
I go towards this cop car. Is the door open or is it closed?
They're closed. They're both closed. But you see the engine light.
Okay. Try opening up the door,
You get it?
and then I get inside, instantly close the door, lock it down, and then just start driving.
You can't do all that yet, but you do get inside and you lock the door. and shut it.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Are you like trying to duck down or anything?
Yes. Until I can get going.
Cool. Let's go.
So, as far as I'm aware, Colin didn't really get fucked like the other person who got connected to the imaginary friend. So I'm like,
Oh, wait.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I'm gonna leave it. Yeah. As far as you're aware.
As far as I'm aware,
Right.
I'm like, what happens if I connect two bitches to him?
You're also like actively
Getting
walked
handcuffed.
out,
I
like-
know, but
well,
it's
you're
as
not
simple
handcuffed.
as
Now you're like leaving the place. They're
I
like
know.
bringing you outside. Actually, closer to where he is, because they're walking you out the front door
oh, okay.
where he fell the fuck out.
Can I see him?
Are you? What way are you looking? Like you're getting like walked out, and also your face is getting. No,
Yeah,
you can't see him.
There's blood everywhere.
This is a
Listen, buddy,
question
you
of
can't
mine.
see shit.
When you jumped through the ceiling, did you break any lights?
No. I did not break any lights.
What's up?
I broke a seal.
Were any lights ever broken?
Any lights?
Not turned off, just broken.
I mean, it's daytime.
Well, like any lights.
He's asking, did he jump through like a light on a ceiling or anything like that? Like, did he break through a light or break a light by jumping through the ceiling? Is all he's asking.
Were any lights shot?
No.
I'm surprised no lights are shot because the SWAT team just seemed like they were kind of like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But I guess what I would do is, since I don't have to perceive it, different blood drop make friend for Colin. Like same shit, different drop.
One that's attached to you? Or
No. Because I learned that it's not as much a switch thing as it is, because the way that the other one is written is, can manifest an imaginary friend into reality for other people, simply by thinking of the imaginary
No, but
friend.
I mean,
instead of
with drop. What drop are you doing with you?
a different blood drop. So not
That's
the
on
OG
you?
one. No. That's dripped to the ground.
Inside the restaurant?
Sure.
Because you're outside the restaurant.
Yeah.
You gotta be like that one.
I do?
That's what you did, because you were like down and you like, there's blood on the ground.
Okay. Then maybe a fresher one then. One that's like in front of me now.
This like dripping.
That's like hit the ground.
Can you reassure?
Okay. Not very good. 6.
1 plus 6, 7, so.
No.
Oh.
1 plus 5.
1 plus
I
5,
already,
6.
yeah, put the modifier on.
6. Yeah, you don't get it, the plus 6.
Understandable. 210 experience.
So you're getting carried out. You get brought toward like an ambulance. You actually kind of pass in front of Colin. Colin, you see them like walking him to the ambulance.
Alright.
They're like paramedic. Fuck. Other SWAT guys are like coming out the door, kind of near where you are, like
Alright.
about to start aiming at you. You're getting walked toward them.
I'm gonna do another stunt check to parkour towards the woods.
Okay. Give it a shot.
8.
8. So you get up and you start running. You're running pretty fast. The guys notice you.
Okay.
They're like screaming. They haven't started shooting yet.
Yeah, I know.
So you're like making your way toward the woods. You're not quite there yet, but like in a
I'm
few
like
more seconds.
jumping
you-
off of police
Okay.
cars.
This is really important. Which way is the
Well,
woods?
you're not jumping because there's like a blockade over here, and you just kind of like dipping in like a beeline, like towards the little wooded area. There's not like.
Is the blockade not near the wooded area? Because I thought I was jumping over the blockade.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's like one cop car that's like you're jumping over. There's a guy in it. He's like, what the fuck?
What the
Okay.
fuck?
Which way is the woods?
From you. You see Colin bolting off in this direction. You can kind of see the woods from where your car is parked.
Okay. Should I? I don't think I want to. But I really want to, but I don't want to.
Do what you gotta do, man. I'd be getting the fuck out of there.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So I just like nonchalantly start driving.
So you get, okay.
I really wanted to drive over. I saw him running away, and for half a second I thought, you know, he shot me twice in the back. I should run his ass over. But
I would just jump over your car.
at the split-second decision, I decided to just nonchalantly, like, I'm getting out of here.
Ooh, this is a good question. So,
I still feel like your characters are complete assholes because I told you not to move and I wouldn't shoot you, and then you just did the one thing I told
everybody
you not to.
kinda
I
set
didn't
this
even
up to
move. I
It was
actually
very
didn't
obvious that
move.
you were doing something.
I
No, that doesn't even make
You
sense.
made my gun wiggle.
How the fuck?
I was trying to set it up so you guys like wouldn't immediately start fighting, but I guess you didn't.
You made my gun wiggle.
So
It was very obvious.
You have no evidence.
It was very obvious.
You have shaky hands, arthritis. Talk to a doctor.
I do not have arthritis.
So-
Acidosis does not have arthritis.
So Colin's running off toward the woods. You're in your car right here. There's another cop car that's parked on the other side of the restaurant. The highway is like over here. On the other side is like a blockade of cop cars. SWAT guys are like leaving. One SWAT guy's like starting to walk. You see the back door is like starting to open a little bit. Which way? This way is like pretty open. It looks like there's a small little road that's leading like in between two little gaps of wood. Like a dirt road.
I just kind of. So this way's the highway, right?
Yeah, but there's like a big blockade.
So
There's like one other cop car, but it's parked like parallel, so you couldn't like. Yeah, there's some guys like about to walk out this door. This way is like, there's a patch of woods. There's a little small like drive. It's like a gravelly kind of shitty dirt road type drive, and there's another patch of woods.
Okay. Now, I start to go down that road, but I'm not there yet. I'm just starting to turn. I'm about to go and turn, and then I take from like my leathery metal camp lighter thing. I take out like a match and just flick it out in that direction, and then just go
Flick it in which direction?
towards the door where the guy's starting to just then come out.
So because it's a match,
Or maybe
and
not.
because you're like far away.
Maybe more like a cigarette or something. I don't know, just some type of roll.
Sicker. Then you have to light it. It's so much more of a
I
process.
remember when I was like, the car is a little bit away.
Yeah,
You could try it.
I'll try it.
Okay. Roll. Let's see.
How far away is a little far away? Like,
It's like it's like 30 feet away.
I'll try it.
Okay. And that's just to the door. Like you don't see any like gas.
No. But through the use of my knowledge, I know that had so much time. Yeah. It doesn't make it.
If you see it, like you light it, it like falls kind of halfway.
You didn't
You
have
just
any
see it kind of
modifiers
go.
on it.
You know, he doesn't have any like agility. Or
So I roll away.
anything. You're giant. You're headed.
But
to
is
the-
it out?
Was it?
Is it out?
No, it's still there.
But it's probably not.
Cool. So you see the door swing open. The way that you drove to, the door swings open that way, so nobody's like walked out yet. You're driving away, headed toward that. You see, as you're like running toward the woods, kind of behind you in your peripheral, a cop car like driving toward this dirt road. Other cops don't seem to be following it. Their siren not on or anything.
Somebody's getting away in the cop car.
You don't know that.
How do you?
Yeah, how would
I'm
you?
not-
Yeah,
I'm
you
not-
wouldn't have
I'm
any
not
of that
fucking
content.
with you.
Okay. So you're getting like treated by paramedics.
Cool.
You're like sitting in the back of the ambulance. They're like, "What the fuck happened in there?" It's weird that you're a redhead. Is this natural?
Describe Colin. Describe the situation. How he like shot at us and shit. But make sure to go into great detail about metal mask. brilliant white pistol and like white shotgun,
You say
but
are
it
not
probably
going
is
to
like
understand
blah blah
you.
blah 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 blah.
You are not going to be calm enough to do that with 2 bullets in you. I'm sorry.
Your try is fucking up. It's not great. They're like getting a little bit of it.
I'll be like,
Okay, so then they're like,
How are you going to do? If you can't tell them get a pencil and pad, how are you going to be able to describe it to you?
gesture.
they're like trying to do that, but they're like just lay down, like they're like putting you on a stretcher, and they're like we'll talk in the highway, and they're like get in the ambulance. You feel yourself like in the ambulance. You feel it like driving.
Can I feel the connection between the drop and Colin still?
For a second you can. It feels weaker and weaker until you don't feel it anymore. Just you feel like you're driving away.
Okay. I guess I'm also thinking to myself,
How far does he
Fuck,
get
was
in
it
the
like
space
a
of time
fluke?
between me starting my run and me starting to get over this barricade?
So you got it. You're
I'm on
You're
the other
in the
side of the
woods.
barricade. I'm in the woods.
you're like in the first like clearing of the woods. There are cops like screaming and like bullets are shooting toward the woods. There's like flashlights and shit.
Alright. Do I still feel funky? Like the thing that damaged me earlier? That 2 points of damage?
That's actually what I was about to say. Could you roll real quick?
I'm actually gonna roll to exercise it for myself.
You don't know what.
I know that there's something wrong with me.
So
I'm
you're
gonna
trying
force
to,
it
like-
out of me.
Are you trying to exercise?
Yes, I'm trying to exercise whatever foreign spirit is in my body. If this thing is conscious enough to damage me, then it is a
wait.
foreign spirit.
Wait.
How would Colin be able to
That's
perceive dim? He got shot earlier. Why would you not be like
He described this
bleeding
as very different
or
damage.
like? Well, you're like you feel weird.
He
That
described this as
doesn't. That
not-
doesn't mean like.
So here's the thing. Here's how we're gonna do this. You did feel different than being shot. It's like a whole body thing. It feels really weird, not like being shot.
Damn Oriental. Exercise.
Give it a shot.
+4.
Cool.
I'm not gonna count that. That was a 10. 8.
8. You don't get it, but you do get 8 experience.
What are your checks, dude?
You can do shit based
Like-
on.
Like, I don't think we've encountered a check so far that wasn't at least a 10. That didn't feel like it was at least a 10.
A lot of the shit y'all are trying to do is really.
Have I been getting EXP from anything else?
Yeah. You've
Yeah.
been getting XP
Every
from-
time you do a D10 roll,
Mhm.
XP, you add that
Plus your
plus the
modifier.
modifier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
So-
apologies if you didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
If you want, let me see how much do David have right now?
Is Data not keeping track of it?
I'm keeping track of it.
Because he's on
Yeah.
his computer.
Give yourself like 30 equity. Does that sound good?
I got more than 30.
Okay.
Because I dealt 12 to him. No. I got a 12 roll, dealt damage to both of them. I dealt 8 to you previously, which you reduced by 5 to get 3.
Still, it would be 8.
Yeah, you still get the 8.
So you get
Yeah.
20.
So I then got a 14 for my acrobatics, well, for my stunt to get to the air vent.
Yeah.
I got a 9, we'll go with an 8, to get into the ceiling.
Dope.
And then I got an 8 again to do my get over the breach stuff.
So like 60.
Yeah.
Dope. So then, let's see.
So what kind
Yeah.
of
So that's what I was going to say.
what kind of high exercise, like what is the check that I have to beat in order to get 1 drop of blood out of me?
So that's the shit. It's not what type of blood. Your character wouldn't be aware of this, but you have intuition and awareness, which are based on god level shit. It's a different type of magic.
Yeah, like magic and god stuff are distinctly different. If you don't have grounding, you
So
have
you're
no
trying to
awareness of
exercise
magic.
like a demon.
Something
You're
you
trying
don't
to
understand.
exercise like
Is
a
this thing
religious-
conscious?
Yeah,
This blood drop is conscious.
yeah,
So it is a spirit.
no. It's an
It
imaginary
has to have a spirit
friend.
for it to be conscious.
None
No,
of us can.
not a, yeah. There's no like mechanic that says like it has to be a spirit,
But then it's not conscious.
but it is
It's
conscious.
Spirit is consciousness.
They're not directly connected.
Not in this game.
Okay, then what kind of like 30 points did I have to beat in order to get this out of my body?
That's what I was saying. It's a different type of thing. So So whatever roll you would have done wouldn't have worked.
But you
Okay.
wouldn't know that.
Right.
So you don't know that in the game.
And you
Okay.
still don't.
Yeah. Yeah, you still don't know that.
There's some of the stuff David was trying to do, and that you were trying to do, that I was like, it just wouldn't have worked with the way you were trying to do it.
But I understand that it didn't work.
Yes. You still
Okay.
feel it.
Okay,
You don't know what it is though.
then I'm going to adjust my course to head towards the ambulance.
Ambulance is like dipping.
Like, how much time has passed in the course of me getting over the barricade?
You like ran into the woods, the ambulance is leaving, cops are running after you specifically.
You really need to set up some sort of like time setup here so I understand how much time everything is taking. Because you're describing it like 5 minutes has passed when I've had 2 turns.
I don't
It's
think
not
it's been
5
5 minutes. No, it's definitely been really fast paced.
It is.
I think timing has a lot to do with the actions being taken by each person.
It does. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to describe the event as
Okay.
it happened. Like he's also like driving onto a dirt road, so it's like
How far did the ambulance get in the course of me?
it's just like leave. It's like turning onto the highway,
It's
but it
just
is like a 70-mile-an-hour highway.
Yeah, like it's once it gets on the highway, and you got to keep in mind that you like jumped over a barricade in the woods.
Running like the
and-
other direction.
Yeah, and you're a guy on foot. He's just saying like logistically, if you're like, oh, I'm gonna catch this ambulance, it's like, are you the Flash, nigga? Like it's just a big jump.
I do
Well,
have
and
stuff
there's
I
guys
can
like-
move just really fast.
Well, we can try it. They're also just cops that like as soon as you turn around or like.
Because there were people shooting behind you.
Yeah.
I'm going to stunt and hide in a tree.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
And I'm going to observe and try and see every cop I can.
Can
Well,
he do
total.
both things, or is it?
I'm going to actively be like moving upwards.
I would use that. But, yeah.
Where are you building it? In here?
In my room.
You're just gonna build it in your room? I thought you were doing it out here.
Well, I need to clean out Ricky's cage, so.
Alright.
So you try to stunt to a tree.
Yeah, I got a 12 total.
12 total. You got it. Sweet. Cops are like running past.
Alright,
They didn't see shit.
wait. Before they all get away, I'm gonna like find the one that made it through last,
Okay.
and I'm gonna grab them.
You can't
No.
do it yet. because-
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying.
like a
Before
one
you're like,
action.
they're 30 miles
Right,
away
Yeah, okay, this way.
because like 2 things happened in the time.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Alright, that's the end of my turn.
I'm kind of not really full on it, but going down this dirt road.
Cool.
While I'm going down the dirt road, I kind of examine the cop car, see what's inside of it.
In the back, there's a shotgun.
Okay.
You see there's a radio. You see there's a top uniform in the back. You see there's a bulletproof vest.
Okay.
You see there's like a McDonald's cup in the unit compartment, and like a crumpled up bag in the seat. There's like pins and shit on the back.
How? I also try to look as far in the distance as I can in front of the road, and I see.
Right, like what's going on.
Yeah.
So it looks like for a little bit, there's just kind of woods. You see a little bit farther, there's like a hill that looks like it's kind of going up. You see what looks like another like entrance to a paved road, a smaller paved road on the other side of that. It looks like kind of farmland a little bit. You can't make it out super well, but you can kind of tell there's like some like crop looking shit.
So I start driving to that and kind of start gathering up the things inside the cop car that I can, as of that moment.
Yeah, gotcha. Like reaching into that and
Yeah.
trying to get.
So I can't feel the blood drop connection to Colin anymore. I'm just in an ambulance. I mean, like, are they interacting with me at all?
Yeah, they're like checking your breathing and like your pulse and shit, and they're like starting to like give you fluids and stuff. You feel the ambulance ride is like a little bit bumpy. Like there's like crusty shit over your eyes and stuff. You can see like a little bit. It's not very much. Still like blood. They're like wiping it. They're like doing shit. They're like doing stitches and shit.
I try to just like go to sleep. I know that like cuts off the imaginary friend stuff. At least from previous examples, it has. I'm not sure if that's still the case. But I'd rather just sleep through this part on the ambulance. Since there's not really much I can do, I'm just kind of in the paramedic's hands.
So you fell asleep. Dope. Well, actually, no. Fuck that. Roll for it.
Fuck that roll
Because
for
you're
it.
in a lot of pain.
2.
No.
No, yeah, you're still awake.
Cool.
You're still
Do I get 2?
Oh, well, sure.
Okay, cool.
Alright. So I'm going to stunt roll to pull the last cop that passes me up into this tree as quietly as possible and stick the revolver into his mouth so he can't scream.
Ooh, shit. Okay.
7. I'm gonna call this. Yeah, this is still stunt. So that'd be a 11.
11.
Yeah.
You pull him up. You're getting it. It feels like he's kind of like. How are you holding onto the tree? How are you holding onto the tree? Like wrapping. Okay. You feel like he's kind of heavy. You're getting him. He's not all the way up in the tree, but he's like pretty good ways. He sees you stick the gun in his face. He's like, his eyes just get really wide.
Alright.
He looks like he's trying to like start looking down.
So I'm going to say, now you need to listen. That red-haired Oriental motherfucker is up to something.
He like looks back towards you and he just kind of
Don't do anything. I'm not gonna shoot you. You're one of the good guys.
he's just kind of chilling. He's like,
You and I are gonna get in your cop car, and we're gonna go wherever that ambulance went, and you ain't gonna get hurt.
he just kind of like.
And I ain't gonna hurt anybody but the Asian feller.
He's Officer Harrisman.
Yeah. He's just kind of nodding. He's like up in the tree. The rest of his guys are like walking. Nobody's noticed that he's gone yet.
Okay, so I hit that page around, and I look around and I see.
What's wrong, Jet?
I'm thinking.
Understand what it's like to play with somebody who plays like Jet?
No, you don't play like me.
What are you talking about? I don't care about anybody but me right now.
So I look around and what do I see when I hit the new page road?
Hit the Neil paper is either right or left. It looks like there's kind of a cornfield in front of you. You see cars like passing by. You don't see any top cars or anything. You see there are like some houses in the distance to the left. It looks like more a neighborhood type thing. To the right, it looks like it stretches, and in the distance you see like an on-ramp to the highway.
Okay, I start driving a little bit towards the houses, but then I decide to kind of stash the car, maybe in the cornfield area.
So you're gonna like drive into the cornfield?
A little bit, but like kind of in a way to where it's not like, oh, here's where somebody drove through the cornfield.
How far toward the houses are you gonna drive?
To where it wouldn't take too long to walk, but to where it wouldn't be quite noticeable. So I'd be walking for a little bit, but not too bad.
Okay. So you start to make out like the first few houses.
Wait. Am I still in the cornfield?
You like, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. The cornfield's like pretty thick. You pull up on the side. Are you gonna actually like drive into the corn? You're driving into the corn.
Yep.
Alright, so you like slowly making your way. Corn is falling over, it's making like a pattern, but it looks as small as it can be.
Okay. Then I get out of the cop car, put on the new equipment and start.
I got you for the next one. You're at the hospital.
What? Ooh, how
They
much
were, like,
time
racing.
has passed?
They're like right, they're one
Oh,
hospital far
true.
away. Yeah.
Okay.
They're like unloading you and shit. They're talking to you. This lady's like, my name's Dr. Jessica Mint. I'm here to help. Tell me about your name. Tell me what's going on.
I can't really talk, but it comes out more like fucking.
She's like, oh, sorry. Then she like scoops into your mouth with some shit, and there's like, you feel like a lot of dry blood and like gunk and shit like come kind of out of your mouth. Your mouth feels like it has like a big ass like cut, and there's like some broken shit.
Yeah.
But she's like, I'm sorry, what?
Hello?
It sounds a little better.
Oh, it's clear. Hello, my name is Pepper Caesar.
It hurts hard as fuck.
Hell ow, low ow is my. My name is Pepper Caesar.
Mhm. She's like, are you allergic to any
I have
to
no
any
allergies.
sedative? Awesome. So she like gives you a thing in your cheek. It like feels like it's starting to numb your cheek.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It brings you into the ER, like starting to wheel you into the ER. My boy.
Yes. Alright. Now I'm gonna nod one more third time. Are we on the same page here?
He like nods. He looks. Oh, is it just a gas? Why the fuck did that come
I don't know about the other feller, but I know that Oriental gentleman's messing with me on a spiritual level. I can explain more in the car. Let's go. So I'm going to gently let him back down onto the ground.
What?
I'm gonna follow
What?
after him.
How high are you with this tree? How many hands are you holding him with? How?
One.
What? How do you gently let him down?
That's gonna be a spectacle.
What are you talking about? I got him up in the air.
Right.
I'm letting him down slowly.
Right.
I'm not even that high in the tree.
How heavy is this guy? There are just so many factors.
He's 95 pounds. He just got off the Weight Lossers diet.
Even at 95, imagine
I'm not even
hanging
doing
onto a tree,
Did you do a check?
holding to a knife, and
Why
then
am I doing a
slowly
check? I'm doing the
letting
exact
it
opposite of what a check would do.
Just hear the. There's
Either agility or strength, but I'm gonna go agility.
I'm gonna go stunt
Right.
because this is still
Yeah. Stunts with agility, right?
8.
You got it.
All right,
When
and then I follow after him.
you guys do that, you hear like the noise of you two like both landing or whatever. The guys who are the SWAT guys are like scanning the area. It seems like one of them's kinda like looking around for somebody a little bit. But they're like significantly ahead now, so it doesn't look like they can see you directly.
All right, we need to get a move on. The fewer people that need to be told, the better. This needs to be done quick.
So you're all starting to walk back out of the woods?
Yeah, we're gonna get to his cop car,
So, alright, so y'all are starting to walk back toward the McDonald's.
assuming it's not the one that got stolen. Not that we'll know until we get
Yeah.
there.
Cool. What up, my boy?
So I'm in the cornfield. I start mounting on the new equipment and I start examining everything. Like
Right.
everything from the cop car to like everything.
Gotcha.
Engine, just everything.
Everything, okay. The engine looks good. You don't see anything really wrong with it. It looks like it's well maintained. The guns look like they've been like nicely cleaned and like oiled and shit. Well, the gun.
Make a roll.
For, I guess because you're just examining. Oh, are you gonna try and do something?
Mhm.
Okay, what are you trying to do?
So I'm just kind of looking everything over, seeing
You're
like,
checking
what
out
tech
vehicles, yeah.
I have available, what's going on,
I get
where
you.
I'm at.
Yeah.
So I start looking at the gun, seeing how's it made, and if I can improve it.
Are you checking out everything in the car? Like, are you looking at like glove compartments and
Yes.
shit like that? Okay. You find also like a pistol.
So I start checking those two out and try to see if I could, if they need anything, if I can improve them in any way.
If you can, I mean, well, that's what you think.
So
What are you trying to do? It's just an ordinary pistol and an ordinary shotgun. It's like, I mean, it's a pistol that looks like it has like, 6 or 7 or whatever.
okay, so I take the pistol, I take the shotgun, I have all the armor on, and
You put like a bulletproof vest on it?
Mhm.
Gotcha.
and I put that underneath of my regular clothes, and I rig the car just a little bit.
You rigged it
Yes,
to do what?
to go faster. How do I do that? I get rid of certain things like the back seats, and
So you're like removing like weight off of it.
I'm removing weight off of it, but I'm keeping everything that's important, and I'm like ripping up seeds to make straps and other stuff. Just getting valuable materials. I just start disassembling and reassembling everything pretty much. And this is gonna take some time.
Okay, let me ask you this, how far are you into the point? Like, are you right next to the road, or are you like in the middle of the point?
I'm pretty far
Into the point?
into the cornfield.
So yeah, you're doing that stuff. Roll to see how, like,
How long it takes me?
yeah. 2 plus 4 for your other thing, 6. You're gonna have to skip like 1 year, so we're gonna take it.
Hey, what's up?
So if you wanna like still keep doing, I'm gonna be describing shit.
Okay. So I thinking while in the hospital, yo, my face is scarred and shit, but magic people probably can still track me. Like I'm thinking like I wish I could just be like witness protection program and those niggas don't fuck with me anymore, but they probably have some. But I don't really know. Fuck it. Like that doesn't sound bad. I'm still gonna request that shit. Probably need it. Probably just based on other shit.
You're setting up a life in this place. I don't know. You don't have a family or anything. You're in like a whole new world. You're like witness
protection.
I know what that is for some reason. All right.
What? Why would I not know what witness protection is?
Different world. You don't know that it's relevant here, but all right, let's give it a shot.
Witness protection?
And they're like, what?
I'm requesting witness protection.
There's a nurse. She's like that.
Is there like a cop here?
We have like bandages.
What information do you need? I can describe the perp. I can go into detail on stuff.
She's like, most people can describe purple, but
I can describe the criminal who did the shooting.
she's like, oh, I'll go get a police officer.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
And she
Ow.
like, opens the door. And there's like a cop standing outside your door. You see her like talking, and she like heads off in one direction. He like starts coming in. And he's like, "Hello, I'm Officer Johnson. What's good?" He says, "What's good?" Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. What's good, Officer Johnson? Ow. There was a guy in a metal mask, dressed up like a cowboy, had like a brilliant white pistol, brilliant white shotgun. He started shooting in the McDonald's. He shot me. I'm gonna also assume that when I was shot by SWAT, it was him. I'm not saying that, but I'm gonna say he shot me 3 times, because I would know it was SWAT. He shot me like 3 times.
They're like, and he's like, just 1 second. He like pulls out a little phone thing, and he's like doing some shit on it. And he's like, is this the guy? And you see there's like a security camera footage of like him shooting up the plane, and then like smoke covering the camera, and then like it's another clip of him like a guy falling out of a vent and like taking off.
And it's him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. It was like, cool.
Oh, he's
Taking shit down. What were you doing in the McDonald's? How did you get in with that group?
with that group.
Yeah, you all 3 just seemed to appear. What the fuck was that?
Oh,
Was good.
I don't really know what's up with that. I just kind of appeared.
Are they already
Where are
at
you
like?
from? Are you associated with these criminals? Like what?
No,
Are they still in the ambulance?
I'm from like a gay hospital.
He's in the hospital.
It was apparently nearby. I was also surprised. He was like, it was nearby, and the ambulance rushed straight there. I'm from like a gated apartment community.
Okay, which one?
What was the name of the one? From the other? I see. I don't know.
That's what you should write now.
See, I do write notes. I got gated apartment community.
He gave you a name.
Alright.
It's the one across from Come Across the Street. It's the one. Should come across the
And
street.
he's like, alright, I'm gonna do some research. I'll get back to you. He has nothing. What's up?
Alright. Are we in the police car yet?
He is like pointing to, you're like crouched down at the edge of the woods. There's like 2 cop cars that are like still parked outside of McDonald's. You see like one police officer standing outside of it, kind of like guarding. It looks like there's another one moving around inside. It's starting to get like late afternoon.
How far into the woods was I?
Not super far.
Was it already late afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
So you are like getting near to the. You end up on like the closest edge to the woods to where the top cars are. You guys are crouched down. He points to like a big SWAT van.
Is that
He's, like,
yours?
Sitting next to it, and he's like,
Okay, let's go.
"How do you have him?
I don't have him. I'm just
You're just
next to
chilling?"
him. I don't even have the gun pointed at him. We established trust. Look, it's too late for you to say anything. He followed me just fine.
Ooh, okay.
I even told you I took the gun off him.
Ooh, okay. So.
You can't change it now, bro.
No, you're right.
Well,
Dude's 100% on my side.
That guy could be playing along.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Why would he do that, though? I've already proven that I'm not going to shoot him.
You fucking Spider-Man to into a tree without webs. I don't.
The fact that his neck didn't snap in the process should be proven up. I'm not trying to kill him.
it was surprising to me. No. So, you guys start like walking toward the car. The other like cop guy who's standing in front of it is noticing you. He's like, "Hey, what the fuck? What? Wait."
No time to explain, citizen. Wait, no, not citizen. No time to explain, officer. In fact, if you would like, you can get in the car and we'll explain on the way.
He's like radioing the other guy.
Please don't do that.
He's like, "Drop your weapons. Drop. That's the
Bang.
guy."
What? Drop your.
Bet. All right. So roll.
Goodness.
10?
What are you shooting?
Hmm?
What are you shooting?
The revolver that has longer range.
Okay. Tim. Let me do a check. Oh, wait, I need to modify. Ah, shit. So. You shoot him. You shoot him in his bulletproof vest. He kind of goes, "Ah," and like he falls to his knees.
That
He's
was a
still
warning.
Pulling out his gun.
That was a warning!
The other guy's like coming outside. The dude who's like next to you is bolting.
I'm just gonna get the SWAT car. Drive away.
You're like trying to get in the car.
So, while ripping out all this stuff and making improvements, I upgrade the shotgun. So I have to move on.
You're
If I
still
can.
skipping this, right? Because you're still trying to do the thing.
Am I
Like, release the-
upgrading all that stuff, or am I still?
Yeah, no, you're trying to rip all the shit
Okay.
out. Yeah,
Um,
because that was your last turn, right?
the cop was like, "I'll look into stuff," and he left, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You send him in the hospital room. They like had the TV on. It was like you shit. We're like, dude, this dude, car. We're looking for everybody. You notice you're like handcuffed to the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anyone in the room?
No, there's another cop who's like standing outside the door.
Oh, can I see him?
Yeah. his
Can I
back
like
is,
call to him? Can I be like, "Pardon me"?
No, but you see there is like a little button thing where you can like call for nurses and shit.
Oh, I hit that.
Cool. A nurse like comes and walks in, and she's like, "Your vitals look good. You need some more saline. Got you."
Oh, okay.
She's like hooking you up. What's up?
Can I have some water?
She's like, "We got you on this saline. You busted up ass now."
Oh, okay. So, oh, can I not drink stuff? Would it like, I got him at, oh. That's my turn.
That's all you want?
Have you not asked where the other bullet went?
You know, you're
Why?
Do you not know where the other 2 bullets went?
No.
Like where they hit you?
So far.
You're in a lot of pain.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's
it's
whatever.
not specific.
Oh, I guess
You're like kind of hazy. Was it?
I'm kind of hazy.
Well, you're not like out of it, but you're like shit feels weird. Like not, yeah.
Is there a thing I could be put in to where my presence here is like anonymous? Like if someone tried to look for me,
I
it
imagine
would
you-
not show that I'm here.
I imagine you saying all this shit, but
Ow.
I busted up ass mouth, so you're like, I need to be anonymous. So you, fuck, you're explaining this. The nurse is like, you can't really be anonymous. And she like points to the screen.
If someone asked for the room of the guy they see on the TV,
She's like, that's it just.
but they're
against
not like a
violation.
cop or something.
That's against violation. We wouldn't.
Okay, you just wouldn't do that anyway.
Yeah.
Cool. Is there a way that you can like help me go to sleep? Cause I'd rather just be asleep than be in pain.
They're like, sure, if that's what you really want, we could give you like something to help the pain, but you want to be knocked out. I'll tell the doctor. And
Which would be better?
she's like, I would do pain, but if you want to be knocked out, we can knock you. You just
What are the downsides to being knocked out? You seem really concerned
you
about
go to
the
sleep for an uncertain amount of time.
like death. Like what do you?
No, like, maybe a significant amount of time that externally from the game would mean probably missed turns.
I guess just the pain. I don't really know what I'm gonna do while I'm here.
Like, got you. She like goes, leaves, talks to the doctor.
Okay.
Anything else you want? You just been talking to people.
What's in my room?
There's TV. There's like a little bedside table thing. There's a window. There's like glass panel, door, top.
Is the window like curtains open? I can see out of it.
Yes.
No, you know. Can I hit the nurse button again?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she here?
What's up? Well, they like call over the thing. They're like, what's up?
Oh, could someone close my curtains? I just don't want people to really know where I'm at. I'd prefer, yeah.
Yeah, we got you. And then all of a sudden, like the cop, like the radio thing, he's like, oh, he like opens it. He's like, I got you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you for keeping guard.
He's like, yeah, no problem. Good luck in jail. And then he starts walking out.
Oh, what's my crime?
And he just closes the door.
Alright, I drive away in the SWAT car.
You're driving away. All three of them are like shooting at you.
Okay, I drive away in the SWAT car.
Okay. You're driving away in the SWAT car. One of the tires gets shot.
What kind of fucking SWAT car has tires that will be stopped by getting shot at?
It's not out. It's just shot. You feel it like.
I wouldn't though. SWAT cars don't, like there are cars now that have tires, well tires in general that can get shot and they'll still function perfectly fine. I imagine these SWAT cars are among them. Like I can go at least 40 miles in this thing without it being an issue.
I guess it depends on how they do it. I know that they have those tires that have like the gel refill or whatever.
Like they have Michelin
on the
man
game.
tires that were tested against road spikes to still function for 40 miles.
These have that.
Hmm?
You don't know that these have that.
Keep in mind,
Why would a SWAT car not?
this is a world where he's like, witness protection might not
Doesn't
exist.
exist.
Yeah,
You might
so
not be told
SWAT
what a
cars
crime
might
is.
not have the special
Yeah.
wheels.
Is this the present?
We don't know what this is.
Well, so
We
it
could
says
look at
rules
the
said
news.
it's
The
the
way,
present.
the way that the game works is the present. You don't know where this is. You don't know if this is Earth. You don't know what this is. You know that there are people that look like humans, but you don't know what.
They have a McDonald's.
They have a McDonald's.
They have news.
They have Michelin
They
man.
have TV. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to
You're driving away. So are you driving toward the woods or are you driving toward the
Where are you
highway?
going? Yeah.
the highway, the ambulance.
Okay. So you're driving toward the ambulance.
Not,
What?
yeah.
Like the direction
the ambulance
went.
went.
Yeah. Okay. So you're on the highway. They're coming after you. Cop cars start coming after you.
Okay.
So you, as you
Throughout,
I'm sorry.
all my
One more thing. All the way, like, far up on the left, you see a sign for hospital.
Okay, perfect. I go that way.
throughout all my scrounging and everything else, I upgrade the shotgun.
So that's what you're gonna do now. Cool. Let's roll for that. What are you upgrading to do, actually? That's important. 1 plus what? 4, 5. Okay, what is that?
For durability and like being able to handle it, pretty much being able to maneuver it easier. Better.
So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say, when you have a SWAT shotgun and equipped, you get +1 to what the use of it. Is that what you want? Yes. Cool.
I, after ripping out a whole bunch of other stuff, I use those gathered materials and anything that I find that's useful, like rags and like certain, you know, basically just interesting things like a paper booklet about cop law enforcement.
Yeah.
I just kind of keep on this. I put it in my pockets, kind of like where I stash that black powder crap. So I get back in the cop car, turn on the radio or the police scanner,
Yeah.
and I start driving towards the town, the little.
The subdivision.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You can, it's pretty close to night now. There's still a little bit light out, but you can see like the sun's pretty quickly going down. What you doing?
Okay. I guess I'd want to hit the button again.
Hit the button again. Alright.
Okay. Does a person come or is it the call-in like, hey, like, what's up?
A nurse is like walking by and she comes in.
Okay.
The cop's still like standing outside.
I noticed that I'm like handcuffed and the officer was like, good luck in jail or whatever. I guess my question is, did I commit a crime? I thought I was like a victim to a crime.
And she's like, you are a victim to a crime. You're also a criminal.
What was the crime?
You and a band of supernatural beings showed up and got into a gunfight in a McDonald's with civilians.
How do you get in a gunfight without having a gun or shooting a gun?
So, I'm not a cop. I assume they're linking you by association to the guy that shot up the McDonald's, and before he shot you, aimed at people in line in the McDonald's. So that's probably that.
I mean, but I wasn't cool with that. Like, that wasn't a thing where I was
You
like,
just
yeah.
all showed up. Again, I'm not a cop. I feel like that would look suspicious to the cop. As to why you all showed up together. Also, the other guy like stole a cop car.
But is my only crime that I also happened to be
Association with
there?
criminals.
Yeah, I just like appeared.
Yeah, with them. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how I appear. Also, there are like supernatural based things that people are just aware of.
She's like, I don't know what you mean by supernatural.
You said supernatural.
We're like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what
She's
I'm
like,
asking.
forgetful.
What? Yeah, so my question is like, is
She's
that
like, do you need more saline? You have a full ass bag of
what do you
saline.
do? Is that just a common thing? Is it just something that you happen to know and you didn't mean to say anything? I'm not gonna tattle on you. I'm not gonna be like,
She's
yeah.
like, well, certain things are well known. The thing that you guys flew through, we've only seen that, not even seen, we've only heard of that one time. It was like a crazy occurrence, like 1,000 years ago, where this big demon lord guy showed up and started fucking a whole bunch of stuff. And then you guys used the same thing to show up. So it's again, we don't really have a jurisdiction for that, but it kind of seems like it should be a crime. So.
Is there a way to verify that I'm not a demon lord?
They're like, those are good ass questions.
He's a red-haired demon. He's totally a demon lord. Alright, am I at the hospital yet?
You're like coming up on it. You gonna pull in?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull in. I'm
The
gonna
cop
hop.
car is like right behind you.
Alright. Alright, when I get out, I'm gonna run up to the front desk and I'm gonna say, I'm with SWAT. I need to know where the red-haired Asian man is right now.
So you. Cool. So you jump out.
Like, they see
there
me
are
getting out of the
cops
SWAT car.
screaming, like coming in with guns. You.
They're
rush
not,
into the-
they're still behind me. I'm being
Right.
quick about
So you
this.
get out. They're like starting to stop, like starting to get out of the car, run towards you, run toward the entrance of the hospital. You're like in the ER. You run up to the nurse's station. There's like a locked like door thing that requires like a buzzer. You run up in full like armor and guns and shit.
There's a
And
suspicious
you're like,
red
I'm
Asian man in here.
SWAT. There's a
Suspicious red-haired Asian man in
red-haired
here.
Asian man.
And I have to stop him.
They're like, what the fuck? And they start like hiding under the shit.
I'm not gonna
People in
shoot
the
you.
ER are like,
We have to do this quickly.
He's in the man trap. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like really confused. Cops start coming in.
Alright,
Like, drop your weapon.
alright.
Everybody get out. They're like starting to like direct people out. Like
I'm gonna-
injured people. are,
Wait,
like,
direct people out.
There are
I guess
people, like,
out
in
of
the
a
waiting
different
room.
door, right?
behind them. They're like
What?
they're like going into the entrance to the ER. There's like the waiting room area, like a locked door. He like runs up to the nurse's station. There are other just injured people who are waiting, who are like, ah shit. No,
So he's
shit.
not in a man trap. I thought it was a thing where when you walk in, there's like a locked set of doors. Like you come in through doors, and then there are locked doors in front of you, and there's a buzzer. So he's talking to the people at the desk, but he's not physically at the desk. So I mentally imagined it
No, he's
differently.
like up to
Okay,
the
so
there's,
you
like,
can just
open
run
gas
straight
station.
in. There's just not a. It's not a man trap.
There's
He
like,
actually is
there's
just
like
in the
locked
hospital.
to where the actual full ER is, like where rooms and shit are. There's
Right.
like locked door. Yeah.
That's understandable. But he's just actually in the waiting room with all the guns. This
Yeah.
security's ass. The man trap, I was like, that's a good idea. This is a safe hospital.
So yeah, is there anything you're gonna do?
Alright, when they come in, I don't have my guns on me. Like, I haven't pulled them out. Like, they're still in their holsters. I'm gonna turn to them and say, listen,
So they're on you but not drawn.
yeah, listen, you need to help me deal with the red-haired Asian man. I can attest to the fact that there's something incredibly suspicious going on about it. There's a reason I only shot him and one other person. I am not going to shoot you, and I'm not going to
They're
shoot.
like, get on the ground. Get on the. They're like people still moving by. Like, get on the ground.
You need to work with me here.
Get on the ground.
You need to work with me here.
Taser. They like shoot the taser at you.
Okay, they shoot the taser, it hits my armor, and nothing happens.
Let's see. Let's see where they hit.
They are not going to taser through angel armor.
What the fuck?
He's a pseudo angel. You read that. I showed you that. You didn't say anything. Tasers don't work on angels. That'd be stupid if they
I
did.
don't know
Why
what
not?
taser it is.
I don't understand.
Okay.
This
what
was
kind
a
of
world
other
where they
world-
got attacked by a demon lord. You don't know that.
The taser.
Okay. Alright, when it doesn't work, I'm gonna motion to it and say, are we on the same page here?
Motioning to his nipples.
And they're like, drop your weapon. We will use deadly force.
You don't have to use deadly
Get on
force.
the ground.
I'm not getting
I
on
like
the
that they're
ground
eating
until
chips.
we can have a conversation. I am not after you.
I thought you were about to say, I'm not African.
I'd have to take my helmet off.
The police are like, prove you're not.
So you've gotten 6 extra XP so far? But they're about to try and shoot at you. So now
Alright. You shoot at me, I shoot back. That's what's gonna happen here.
so everybody's
Your
freaking
tasers
out
don't work on me.
besides the cop.
That's a
Everybody
threat.
I'm a lot stronger than you.
That's a threat.
I'm a lot stronger than you.
You threatening the cops.
I've proven to you that I am stronger than you. You want to work with me here?
We don't negotiate with demigods.
Angels aren't demigods.
We got a potential demon lord here in the hospital. Bring guns, tasers don't work on him.
You take 2 damage.
I take 2 damage. They shot.
One of the cops shot at you.
Okay. I'm going to pull my gun out, shoot at him, put it back.
Well, you only get one act. Like, has he taken?
I
He's
haven't
like,
rolled yet.
You could pull it out and shoot at him, but in the time it take you like shooting him, I think other shit would start happening.
Agility. Pull it out real quick. Put
Still
it
would
back.
probably have to be like a check or something.
Yeah,
even
that's
then.
what I'm getting at.
Okay,
I
let's
have
do
not
it.
rolled a check yet.
Let's give it a shot.
Now, was the check just for
10.
one thing or the whole thing?
Hmm?
Because you're
Bang.
like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are you trying to check for psh and put it away, or are you checking just for psh?
Yeah, it's one. It's an agility.
So,
Bang. Put
I'll
it away.
do that if you're gonna do the whole move. I'm gonna give you a minus modifier to like aim it, cause that's like a
That's a very quick,
Yeah.
psh, like no thought really kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Agility. 10.
Okay.
So 8.
You rolled. Wait, hold up. Rolled 10. So. Wait, you rolled your modifier and everything gave you 10.
Yes.
Yeah, that's with everything added.
Okay, so minus 2. That's fair. 8. All right. So they take. I guess they need to roll different. Ooh, fuck. Okay. It didn't hurt him at all. You hit him.
Perfect.
It didn't hurt him at all.
Perfect. It hits him. I say that was a warning shot.
I could fire. Well, it won't happen this turn, but they're gonna fire now.
How many times do they have to shoot at me before they realize it's not working?
There's just more cops that you. Listen, so.
Okay, so I'm in the neighborhood, and I'm going by a few houses, and then I just randomly kind of just pick a house. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try this out. So I stop in their driveway and go up to the front door and knock, and what happens?
You wanna knock, this little old lady opens the door, and she's like, "Wow, mister, that's a nice costume, but Halloween, not here yet."
I say, I'm sorry to disturb you, man, but there has been a large number of disturbances in the area, and we have suspicion to believe that there is some crazed man wearing a metal mask that is lurking about, and I would like to come in and talk to you about any suspicious activity.
She's like, "You got some identitration on you?"
Identitration.
And then I
He
pull-
pulls out the police pamphlet.
Yes, that I got from the cop car.
It says, "You drug-addled kid and you," and she's like, This seems concerning. She's upstairs, but I don't know what this has to do with proving who you are."
And then I reach into, grab it back, and then
She's like, "Yeah, I don't think he's on drugs."
then I get down on one knee. I say,
Will you marry me?
"Are you sure Timmy's not on drugs? This is the boy's future. This is the boy's livelihood. And you don't ever want to see him turn into a crazed man that shoots at a McDonald's like what happened earlier this evening.
But
I am bound to help you and Timmy live a peaceful livelihood."
And overcome this heroin addiction.
so
Yeah.
let's do. Okay. Fuck, let me see your character sheet.
The energy you give off to me, or something like that, like
The energy. All right.
Like-
I'm gonna get.
you're so full of youth. Please do not let such.
You're so full of youth. Like Timmy should be, but he's on that heroin. He's on that
Please do
hard
not let these
cocaine.
drug addictions affect our schools. Do not let them affect our.
The causes
just-
just keep shifting.
Just keeps going, and I just keep going on and on and on, just trying to
So-
persuade her.
I'm gonna need you to roll. You're gonna get a +1 because you have intelligence.
Okay.
The persuasion intent here. 10. 6. You got her. She's like, "God, Timmy!" She's like crying. She's like, "I always suspected him in his crib. I knew there was something wrong when he was screaming last night. I'll go get him." She like wheels a baby crib out to the door, and she's like, "You tell him to get off the smack."
And I was like, "Ma'am, I think this calls for something else.
He's
Can we come in?
crying.
May I come in and have some tea with you and tell you about our nice very helpful programs that help with these problems.
Baby drug rehabilitation.
That's absolutely right.
She's like, please come in, and she's like wheeling him with her, and she's like going down the hall. He's just screaming. There's
Yeah.
like picture frames and shit on the wall.
I have a very, very delightful talk with this lady until she gets so taken aback that she has to take a nap because she's just so emotionally swayed.
Yes. Well, you can't do that yet. Y'all are having that conversation.
That's right.
Okay. Am I still talking to the nurse about the demon lord shit and everything?
Yeah, she's like,
Yeah, how did you guys stop that? Like the demon lord who came.
it's a myth.
Oh. Well then,
She's like, look at this book, and she opens it up, and there's a big purple like.
where did she get the book from?
It looks like a big weird old book. She's
Oh.
like, yeah.
Is that written in English?
You don't see any words on it. You just see a big purple light coming out of it.
It's just a light. Hold up, a
light.
real light?
Yes.
So not like a picture of a
No.
light.
There's like a big blinding purple light shooting out of the book. She's like, look at it.
Oh, is that a light?
She's like, yep.
A magical light?
New Tim Tams LED flashlight books.
Oh, so it's just a flashlight.
Comes included with every copy of the Dictorama.
Dictorama?
Yeah.
What is the dictorama?
She like closes it and like in weird like language shit. She's like, that's what it is. Religious book.
Oh, okay. Is there any talk of like another coming of something?
There's a cop that like, not a cop, a doctor that like opens the door and is like, hey, you don't get to spread your religion in here, Dictoramist. And she
Dictorama.
yeah, like, close the door. And she's like, he doesn't know what he's talking
That was a man?
about. She goes, that was a man, and she goes, I forget, you're shot in the face, you can't see shit. Yes.
And then you said she says.
The
You know,
nurse says the doctor was a man.
But
I
what?
thought she was trans.
What?
What?
Thought she-
So the doctor's a man?
The doctor like swung the door open. With
Right.
The Dictoramus, the man. She's a girl.
Okay. I understand that the doctor's a man. Now I'm on the same page. Hello, doctor.
No, he like that. He just came in to tell her. He like swung the door open, said that shit, and then closed the
left.
door.
Is she still here?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
He was holding the book protected.
Also, is the news still playing in the background? And has it said anything about what crime
The news
me
has still
specifically
been
am
playing in
charged
the
with?
background, but it's still playing in the background. You can't hear anything because she was talking. You now start to like listen in more, and it's like the other two suspects are still at large. One is being held at something hospital. Breaking news, there's a man shooting up the hospital. It's the same man. What the fuck? We got Channel 10's Tootie Tompkins here reporting, and Tootie
Nurse,
Tompkins is
nurse, can you get the cop that's outside the door? The guy from before is shooting up this hospital. It's on the news. I would like to be hidden if possible.
She's like, you're in the safest place you could be at right now. I don't know.
Get the cop! The police officer. I would like to.
She's like, saline?
Cop.
Oh, and then she like goes and walks out the door toward the cop, and she guy walks back. Like, yep.
I'm like, TV. the guy who shot up the McDonald's is
He's
here.
like, yeah, that's why I'm like outside your door.
Yeah, I don't feel safe. No offense.
He's
I
like,
just-
what else do you want me to do?
More cops? More
They're
cops?
coming. I don't.
Oh, maybe like hidden? Like, is my room like hard to find or anything?
He's like, I got you.
Wait, is the room easier to find because you're outside of it? Like, could you be in here?
He's like, but then how do we see down the hall?
I guess we don't. Like, I don't. Could you? Ooh, how about this? Is there a room across the hall from mine? Could you stand in front of that door you'd still see someone coming. The nurses would still be able to get, yeah, but he may believe that you're guarding. No, we're playing the
Okay.
4D
So
chess.
he comes out and he doesn't fully close the door. Like he's walking in, he's walking out. The nurse is like trying to come back in.
Okay.
And you just hear, yeah, he's got some bullshit plan. And he closes the door, and he goes like standing. He's like standing across the hall. He's just looking in straight, making eye contact with you, like from across the hall. Cool.
Perfect.
What are you up to, man?
What is happening?
Oh yeah, you're getting shot at. Sweet. So let's see.
How many cops are in a shootout with Colin?
So originally one just shot him. One tried to taser him, and then it didn't work. One tried to shoot him. He took 2 damage.
Yeah.
So now you're about to have significantly more cops shoot. There's like 5 cops in there,
Mhm.
all about to shoot him. Let's see.
I'm going to perform a miracle. Because that's one of my skills. My skill includes miracles.
Skill, yeah, and the concentrations are things you can do.
The
I thought I could roll
concentrations
on
are
skills.
It'll like, oh, that's true.
That is
help.
true. It'll
It'll
just be a
help,
smaller
but
modifier
it's
than
like-
a yeah. You're not
it's
gonna get like a
necessarily-
+5 or +4 or
It'll
anything.
be +2.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to roll.
First,
To-
try and roll against this shooting. So,
Oh, the defense.
yeah.
True.
Ready?
7.
So 11.
Wait, was that 7 modified? That's what he's
That's
asking
with the
about.
modifier.
Oh,
7
okay.
total.
7. Oh shit. Okay, so you take 6 damage.
Alright.
Multiple bullets have grazed you.
Let's see. So I take how much?
6 damage. So
Okay.
13.
Alright. So I'm going to perform a miracle
Let's do
and
it.
create beautiful white glowing wings behind me. That's a 7 plus 2.
Sorry to interrupt, but when
9.
you first said that, I thought of Naruto. It's like, I'm going to create a
Yeah, I
miracle.
thought you were about to be beautiful white bitches. Like,
That's, I don't know, I was just like,
That is a 9.
9. Let me put
That's-
a modifier on
I'm
there.
curious, yeah, like how big the neg is against doing something so huge.
What's huge about wings?
Nigga, what?
I am skilled in making miracles. How am I going to lose because I'm trying to make a miracle?
Yeah,
Please explain your logic.
the
I am skilled in
modifier-
doing this. How do I get a negative against something that I'm skilled in doing? With-
Because to create a thing, like you didn't like,
I'm just making light, essentially.
you're making
What?
wings.
Yeah,
It's a
you
miracle.
said wings.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're,
you
like,
weren't
trying
like
to
an
create
illusion of
wings.
wings. You were like, I get
Okay.
wings.
Like,
So-
I'm trying to use a god because you don't have any like magic stuff. You're like,
I'm
I'm trying to
using
use
intuition.
a god.
I am making angelic wings. Are we on the same page here?
You're making them.
That's really hard to do in this game. Like I have abilities
Okay,
that
so
are.
that's a high check, not a negative.
The modifier for the roll against you is 28.
It's really hard to like. I have a ability that like allows me to manifest imaginary friends. If I don't have a thing to like make the imaginary friend, it's really hard.
Yeah.
This
Like,
is
when he
actually
was, like,
pretty
air, and
consistent.
it's like, it
Yeah.
fucks you.
It's really not that you're combining a high check with negative modifiers.
No.
It's not that it. No, the check
modifier
itself
is, yeah,
is like everything's a D10.
right.
He's saying the
modifier
roll against
additionally-
you has a big plus to it.
Right.
He's saying the smallest that could have been
What is
was
rolling
29.
against me? What is rolling? What am I fighting against?
It's
Like
like
the
the
ability to do
difficulty
it.
of your thing.
Yes.
You have to be.
decide the difficulty on a die roll.
Yes. Additionally, plus a modifier.
Keep in mind, this is a game where even if you didn't have a skill in miracles, you could have attempted to do a miracle,
Yeah.
and it still has to be a system
That's the whole
that
thing,
can, yeah, attend for that.
So
It's
not
just a really
like-
high check, but you have a better chance than if one of us did it.
Right.
We wouldn't get plus shit.
Not with a 28 modifier in a first time I'm playing a game.
Well, that's because it's just
You're
too
not
early.
like the
You're like a
zombies.
level 1 person using not an ability to try to make angelic wings.
It'd be kind of like
Okay, then let's say that was my concentration instead. I would have
You
gotten
would've
plus
gotten-
4 instead.
Right.
yes.
But you're
Which the
still
most
just
I could've got
level
was a
1.
14.
Right,
But
you're still just level 1.
Because you're not trying to do a thing where you're like, I want to like make a big flash or something. You're like, I want to like build, like construct live like wings off of me.
Because you didn't before go like, it's just light. You were like, I just get wings. I'm like making
I'm not
wings.
arguing with you there.
Yeah.
I'm arguing that this is bullshit.
I think it
It's
makes
just hard.
sense. Yeah, you're just asking for a hard thing.
You're like a dude.
If
who's
you
like,
had
I
have
want wings.
successfully done it, he would have just been like, you have wings now. You just would have like, yeah, it wouldn't have been like, and then they go away or anything. Like, you just would have had wings.
And you can create life out of a drop of blood.
Well, that drop of blood just kind of like was conscious. I don't think it was
What
gonna
was his
do much.
What was the modifier on that against him? It better have been at least 20 for him to make life out of a drop of dead blood.
It's not like he's making. So that's the weird thing about the way his power was. It was like a +5 plus whatever the roll was against him. The reason being,
Does it apply consciousness to it?
so blood cells are already like alive, but that's not even the thing.
No,
What
if
he's
they're
trying
out of your blood, they're dead.
disagree.
Like, if
Certain
they are
amounts
out
of-
of your body and like lacking oxygen.
Have you
No.
ever looked at like blood cells
Like under a microscope?
They're alive. They move.
It's not like an instant like thing.
Yeah, but also, so that's not even the thing that caused it. His whole power is like, I take part of my like energy, like what I am, and like extend it to this thing. It's hard, like if he tries to do it to like gas or anything that's like stupid, if he's like a car, it's a whole car, I'd be like, nah, you're fine.
Literally
Yeah, which I've like
everything-
tried to do that before.
Literally everything and literally whatever I've encountered has just been, no, that's stupid.
It's not.
Not really.
it's
You've done a
hard.
lot of crazy shit, Colin, for you
You
to
were
be
like-
like, oh, I can't. Why am I?
You like
like,
escaped a whole SWAT team, like
Right.
convinced them to like follow
It
you.
level
So why was
one.
that so low? Why were those
You're
checks low?
making wings. They're just really different.
Why were
things.
those checks low?
'Cause
Like,
you
you-
have
you
you
keep-
designed your
because
thing
Because you
with
We're
your-
have a
talking about
stunt
these modifiers
concentration.
being, like supposedly superhuman, and so far, like I haven't done anything superhuman until just now.
You have been doing super. You jumped into a ceiling and then you went
escaped
out
the
of.
SWAT team,
You
and then
yeah. You
the
pulled a
guy up
nigga into a
tree.
tree while you were in it,
And
and then
you
you
convinced
very
him to
slowly
follow
put him down.
Very little of that is superhuman.
That's crazy.
There are people I can introduce you to right now who can do that.
Ooh,
That's-
That's
they're
like
not
a whole SWAT
superhuman.
team that's surrounded him.
He's, that's actually you're describing a god.
They're not superhuman. You can pull up a fucking video of a naked man surviving being tased, like not even being affected.
You weren't affected by it.
You weren't at all.
You were barely affected by
He was
it.
wearing armor.
You've been able to do
That's
a
a very
lot,
different
is
brain.
what we're saying, and this is the first big thing you haven't been able to do, and it's just crazy. You tried to do a really crazy thing.
You tried to pull a literal miracle, which
Like-
is fine.
Yeah,
Right.
I got a skill at making miracles.
But a
It's not
skill
that
isn't a concentrate.
good
Like
of
it's
a-
just really different.
It's not. You're not that level
Of-
of making a miracle.
The skill
Right.
is like you're naturally better at this than
Other
but
people.
it's not like I've done it.
And that's
before.
true. Like
Clearly not.
statistically, you are. If I tried to do a miracle, I'd probably get the same neg, no plus.
So what would a low-level miracle be?
I
Probably
like
something a lot smaller.
made, like, well, it really depends on what you're considering. Because miracle is so general. You could be like, and then they like felt me and they kind of gave up or whatever. That'd be like still high. It'd be like that's probably like a 14.
But that would be more
But
doable.
it'd be,
That'd be a lot more doable than I have
Yeah.
wings now,
Yeah.
like forever.
Or like you said, oh, I used my voice and I used the power of.
But yeah, if you were like, I want to like. If you were like, I want like a light to just kind of like flash real quick, or like lights that are already in the room to like go out or something, it'd be a lot lower.
That'd be a lot lower.
That's not even a miracle.
It is.
What
You
is,
think-
what is miraculous about lights flickering?
Not
Because
different
it was
if they just-
unnatural.
If you were like, I want these.
Jet,
to
you're
go out,
acting like me right now. Quit it.
I'm not like getting mad as much as I'm just surprised. It's like
Look,
I don't
There's
see what
nothing
you don't
miraculous about lights
I
flickering.
thought we were holding this till the end.
Like, I've been holding it, and this is the tipping point. But whatever. I've got like 8 minutes left before I need to go anyways.
Cool.
So nothing happens. I just keep standing there and they're continuing to shoot at me. How much damage do I take?
That's a good ass question. He has 5 armor.
What's the difference between an armor and a defense roll? When do I make defense rolls as opposed to just using
No, you
armor?
can make your defense roll. I'm just trying to think of what it would be.
7.
What you need. You actually got it. It's perfectly 0. It was 12, and then you got 12. So
Okay.
nothing happened.
They just missed, I guess. That or the armor just was
The
like,
armor
bitch.
just, like, yeah, it just, the bullet like fell off. It
Okay.
didn't work.
It's gonna take more than 6 minutes to get between me and both of these guys.
Listen.
Okay. So, I'm talking to the old lady. I'm telling her about how horrible methamphetamine and all this stuff, and
Crazy
how-
as fuck. She's like, yeah, she's good.
how this crack candy and all these razor blade things, and how this weird pervert in a mask is going around it.
Crazy, absolutely crazy.
Shut up, I'm done.
If my character ever runs into you again, I'm snapping his neck.
So what are you,
You wouldn't know.
so what are you trying to do now? Like,
So-
what's your action?
I reach into my robe and we're having tea, and I just kind of nonchalantly put something in her tea. And it doesn't matter if she tastes it or not, but she doesn't see it.
I don't think you have some, you're like an engineer guy. You
Yes.
have,
Are you putting like oil in
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
what you do. Like, just shitty tasting stuff is what you put in there?
Yes.
Well, I was thinking you were like motor oil.
Just, it doesn't matter, just something to make
Just something. He's like something you think he'd have,
Dude,
in her
you
tea.
got- Okay.
but he's trying to do it stealthily.
Cool. Oh, stealthily?
Yes. If I'm correct.
Or actually, I asked if I could go to the restroom.
You
He just
have to-
changes the whole thing.
Yeah,
He
so
did-
you get, she's like, yeah, he's right here.
Okay. So I get in the restroom and I look to see if there's a medicine cabinet.
There it is.
Oh, I see.
And then I use that,
So you like are stealing her best.
yes, to put in her tea.
I'm gonna make you do a check to see if you actually like take her. Well, like if you should have hear you like rifling around and shit. Oh, I'm sorry. So go ahead. So you have any modifiers on sleep. 2, she hears you.
Okay.
She's like, is everything alright in there? She's like knocking on the door, cause you like medicine like is moving and shit. Something fell.
Okay. I'm like, yeah, I just, I bumped into the cabinet and I think your medicine fell on the floor and I'm just picking it up.
She's like, oh goodness. All right. Do you need any help in there?
I'm like, oh no, but I just dropped a big one.
She's like, all right. I understand.
I bumped into the cabinet and I'm picking up medicine.
I took a
I'm
big
not on the
shit.
toilet. I just took a big shit.
Alright, so what do you have to?
So my guard guy
Yeah,
is across the way,
right.
and I'm thinking to myself, I can see this nigga through the window.
Yeah.
If mask guy just comes down the hall, he can just see me in the window. Nurse is in the room, right?
Yes.
Could I have curtains that go around my bed, please? I'm just afraid that if the mask guy gets in the hall and just looks through the window,
She's like, yeah, I
Would you
got you.
see?
She like reaches from behind you, cause you're like laying down. You can't like see shit. And she just like, pulls it.
oh, thank
She's
you.
like, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
So you see guy like disappear behind curtains.
What's on the news? I know I
The
can't
curtains
see it,
cover up.
but I can hear,
You
right?
hear like standoff in some hospital. Summit Hospital. So that would have been interesting. A cool miracle would have been if you were like the doors unlocked. I don't know. It would have been easier. What are you up to? You got 3 minutes.
I'm fucking sick of this, so I'm just gonna give them the bird, turn around, and I'm gonna walk through those doors.
You're just gonna like walk past them.
No, I'm gonna walk through a miracle roll again.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I'm counting that one. That's a 10.
You got it. Sweet. So the door's unlocked, then you like open it, and you're like, oh fuck. And you just walk in. They're like still trying to shoot
There's
you.
no
but the door's
fuck about
open.
this. I understand I can do this.
nurses are like tripping. Is there anything else you want to do?
Bring me to the fucking agent so I can shoot him in the head.
She's like, she's like,
I'm sick of dealing with all of you. Bring me to the agent or I'll shoot you.
okay. So they're like walking, going to an elevator.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
So I was in the trench.
I was enthralled.
It was intense.
So we're back at the table,
Yeah.
and I tried putting that in our drink.
Yes.
Did you break anything down at all? Is it like liquid medicine?
It could be whatever you want it to be.
You drop like a whole tablet in this bitch's
Yes.
tea, and she's like, oh.
I don't even know what it is.
So you're just like breaking it up in your hand, or what? Cause you're still in the bathroom.
Yes,
Cool.
breaking it up, and as I sit down, I do this, and I put my hand over the
So did
top
you
of it,
actually
and
like pick up her medicine, or is it still just like all shitty in the bathroom?
it's all smelly in the bathroom, and we cleaned
Did you
it up.
actually shit?
Okay.
Did you sit on a
As it
toilet?
comes.
Oh.
Yes.
Alright. So, alright, so you
I was
take
in
a
the
shit,
cornfield, so
you
I
like clean up the medicine with dirty shit hands. You like,
Did you not wash your hands? That's what's gonna kill it.
you like use the bathroom. You like go to sit back down with her, she's like coming out of the kitchen, she's like, oh, I'm glad you're right. And you do your stupid thing. Let's do a check for that.
and yes, I did wash my hands, but
Um,
after,
Can you roll?
Doing them. Oh, medicine?
Just like a step thing. You do a roll.
yeah.
7. You got it. Sweet. So you pour that in with tea. She like goes, that was it? She like goes and drinks and she like tastes delicious. And then she like drinks a whole bunch of it. She's like, I'm gonna make some more tea. You see there's like residue and shit all inside of her. She like go and make more tea. Hobbling back in the kitchen.
And I
That
keep on,
baby's like crying.
I keep on my spiel about like, tea is the best cure
For drugs.
for drugs. Tea is one of the most full-heartedly heartwarming drinks you could ever have when you're depressed, especially when it's warm with honey.
She's like, yeah. She's good. She's into it.
What do I hear on the news?
So, they're like, standoff, it seems like we can't see him anymore. The police are like rushing, they can't get the door open. It's crazy. It's crazy as fuck. He's not there anymore. The hospital staff seems frenzied. Oh no. And then, you hear like, there's like intercom shit being said, but you can't fully hear it because it's out in the hall.
Okay. And the nurse is in the room with me, right?
She like covered you don't know if she's in there or not anymore. She just like closed the thing.
Nurse?
You don't hear anything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear people like walking back and forth in the hall and shit.
Imaginary friend attempt the door.
Imaginary friend attempt the door. So, fuck. Okay, give it a shot. Wait, but you, okay.
With cause I do normally give it like a skill or something. I normally don't just go
Yes.
like, yeah. The goal of the door, like it's like thing it's good at, like defending me and mainly being able to lock and unlock itself. Let's make it simple. Fuck defending me. Just being able to control its locking mechanism. Nothing crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. 9 plus 5.
Can you do that from the other side of the room? That's not like a +20 modifier when he's inebriated on saline and drugs?
It's a higher amount. You got it. It feels super weak. Like it feels like not super strong.
Okay. Lock.
Also, you feel like it's making you more tired.
Understandable. That's kind of expected. Lock, please.
You hear,
Awesome. Columns.
Yo, this,
Are we at the door yet? Like the door that I told her.
you're
to
only
leave?
getting up to it. You see there's like a cop banging on one of the doors and like trying to jimmy the handle and shit. And you know, guess what? I can't get in.
I'm going to walk up. I am going to motion to the officer. Stand back, officer. I'm going to walk through the door again. Miracle check. 10.
Tim? Fuck, you got it.
I walk through the door. His door. The
Wait,
one
you
that
got
the cop was
You
banging.
got a +2, right? So it was an 8 for you.
I rolled an 8. Got a +2.
Were you at the door with the cop at it? Or-
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you open the door.
I didn't open the door. I just walked through it, and I see him.
Mm,
No, I see the
You
curtain.
see the curtain.
that's
Yeah, what I
probably
was
a
gonna say.
higher check if you're just phasing through the door.
That's
That's true. I
literally
thought you
what I
meant
just did earlier, and it was a 10.
I thought it was like an
Unlock
you said like
thing.
walk through. I thought you meant like it unlocked and you got it. Because that'd be a significant easy check.
Okay, there you go.
So you like open the door and you got it.
I mean, you already said I got it when I intended to walk through.
I just did
So
that. You got it.
at this point, if you're gonna like change the goalpost, I'm gonna change what I did.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You got it.
All right. I guess that's the end of my turn. I did my action.
You gonna say anything? Something?
No, I guess I'm just gonna start walking to the curtain and open it up, gun drawn.
Okay. You hear somebody walking like towards you in the room.
Okay. So, and you have this talk with this wonderful old lady.
She's like drinking more of this tea hella hard. She's so excited.
Mhm. And then I ask her, like, may I use, like, your computer?
She's like, for drug investigations.
And I'm like, absolutely, man. I just want to show you a few more articles.
She's like, what? You can show me it, but this tea's got me horny as fuck. Oh my god. I
And
don't
I'm
know
like,
what it is. Tea normally doesn't get me wired.
That's not how people use the word wired.
Jacksburg pussy.
I
She's
know.
like, it's over there. She's like rubbing her nipples.
I'm like,
It's a weird, yeah, it's a weird situation.
I'm like, well then, man, what will really get you wired is what I can show you all this amazing, amazing fine piece of plastic. May I use your computer and show you a really good time?
Oh my fucking gosh. She's like, yeah, go ahead.
So it'll be just a minute, and I get to the computer and I start typing in research notes on if there are any magical artifacts or any historical references, while also trying to persuade her that yes, it'll be just a minute.
Okay. Roll.
When you Google
Are you
drug
using that thing?
Yes, I'm using
the research ability.
The,
magical systems.
in weapons.
Yes.
In weapons. It's not
Oh, that's true.
yeah.
Then I guess I'm using.
And you can use one of these, or just be minus one. Or you can use, I guess, this. Let me see. Yeah, because you didn't really do much with magical artifacts. Yeah. So it'd be +2 if you were to do something specifically with magical artifacts.
Yeah, I'm just researching like if there are any magical artifacts. Like primarily, like is there a demon in this? Like what realm am I in? What is all of this?
So you're just in general doing it, or are you looking for artifacts specifically?
Specifically artifacts.
Okay. Cool. So.
But I'm also trying to finagle this lady and keep her in the other room while she's stroking her titties.
I get you.
And I thought I
Okay,
gave her some
titties.
type of sleeping draft, but in all my hustle and bustle to like clean up the medicine and not look like I was doing anything suspicious, I must have gave her like female Viagra or something.
Famagra?
I don't know. You get +2 to whatever. 6 and this is. Oh, what the fuck? 10? It had 0 modifier. Cool. So, no, you didn't get it.
So I didn't
Nothing
find
shows it. It's like
anything.
Google 0 results. There's for some reason nothing.
So I'm all like, just a minute.
Yeah.
And I see it, I'm like, shit.
So you're freaking out. What's going on, Jet? You're like, hear this guy walking up. He's like right outside your curtain. Getting crazy. You see a shadow. You barely see shit, but somehow you kind of see a shadow.
Did I hear anything beforehand?
You heard what sounded like someone talking outside the door.
Did I hear the banging thing that you
Yeah.
described to Colin? So I heard the banging.
And then you heard like unlock, and then you heard somebody like walking.
Wait, so the door's unlocked?
Yes, we moved to the goalpost, remember?
So the officer could also just come in. Like, my brain's like, if I talk, I give away that I'm here.
Oh.
But the officer knows I'm here and knows he's fucking crazy. Is the nurse button within the curtain area that I'm in? Bitch. I just hit the button. I'm just like.
The nerd, you hear like.
So the door, the way he did the door unlock was somehow I'm in, it's locked again. Like I don't remember him
You
doing
asked
all
the
that.
word a lot.
So it just was like, oh, I don't know how he did that, and then locked himself back. I'm like, throw a nigga up, unlock, please.
You hear, oh, I guess roll for it.
Ooh.
Because I want to see about.
Do I get the modifier for the command ability I get? Because I was just going to talk to it. Now that it's like a roll, I feel more like, oh shit, I kind of would want the plus.
Well, my thing is. Okay. You don't need to roll anything. My bad. You can do it. I want Colin to roll to see if he can hear the door unlock.
Why is the door unlocking?
He's trying to like command it and he's trying to
Alright.
Like a perception thing. There's no
9.
bonus. 9? Okay, you heard it. So he hears the door unlock. The like top dude's coming in and the nurse is coming in. She's like, oh my god!
Don't care. Walk up, pull curtain, put gun to head. Shotgun to head. Fire.
Cool. Alright, so you have
How is this gonna have
one-
any modifier?
because he has one arm. Plus 1.
That's like
Yeah.
Or that's gonna be 8.
Plus 4, 8, yeah. I don't
If-
know how.
If he takes 7 damage, like 7 damage at maximum, regardless, he's taking a shotgun blast to the
68.
fucking brain. He's dead. There's no dancing around this.
This is gonna be crazier than you think.
How does he survive? Please
The
describe to me
roll,
how he
like
survives.
just the random probability of it. He had a plus 1 modifier.
He got
is
6.
9 plus 1. He got 10.
What? What? Did I point blank
Oh, did you?
not
Did
get
you?
shot? I
Wait,
decreased
why?
my health.
Oh,
Oh,
wait.
because I thought I'd already taken the hit.
Wait, fuck.
Why
That's
did-
my bad. My bad.
Why is
What
he
happened?
rolling for defense?
You
Did
need to roll.
I need to roll?
Yeah, you need to roll. I was rolling. My
Oh,
bad.
you rolled
You get plus 1, whatever it is.
3.
3.
Total.
So 7. Yeah, you take 7 damage.
I take 7.
'Cause you got
Okay.
10, right?
Yeah.
5 down 6. Oh, well, yeah, that's
He's
pretty
still
much what I
alive.
had before.
Yeah.
With a shotgun shell going through his head.
Yeah.
You have a
not
thick head.
super strong.
Oh, thank
Like,
you.
it's just not leveled up or anything. It's like not. He also is like
What
a
does-
magical being.
Okay. In response to that, my character finds the nearest window, opens it up, falls out, breaks his neck on impact.
Chooses to look up.
No, like he just breaks his neck on impact. I can give you my critiques later, or I can do it now.
As long as you guys are still out.
I'm still down to play.
Okay.
I wanna see
A
this
fucking
other
shotgun
guy.
blast to the head doesn't kill him.
Magical creature.
Oh wait, it'd be White David's
Oh, yeah,
turn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Are you watching Coco again?
I'm at this computer screen, and this crazy old lady.
Alright, 1 second. When you guys are done, just put your dice right there.
Thank you.
All right.
And this crazy old lady, for all I know, is like stripping in the other room. And there's a baby present,
It's crazy.
and all I can think is like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I was just trying to get this lady to go to sleep, and I have just totally backfired. I gotta get the heck out of here. I gotta get the heck out of here. So, I look at the computer, zooming into my sweater. I just grab the computer and don't even think, and I just start booking it towards the door. But
You don't get a modifier because you're trying to do an agility thing. Just, nope,
Legos.
you get a -2 because you use a perception. Sweet. 4, 3. Somehow you got it. Cool.
so I get out the door and I get in my car and I start.
She's like, She's like trying to look.
These are
She has no bra on. She's just out on the door like, going like,
Yeah, she's very confused.
This isn't like sometime at night, and I'm driving away, and
There's
I start driving away.
You see right there is basically.
At some point or another, I stop and I start doing more searches.
Well, it's
And,
damaged.
maybe search like incidents of the day.
That's I can just do that.
So, you search incidents of the wait. I'm gonna hold that for Justin. You driving away, you're typing on a laptop.
So what's happening?
See.
Apparently, he shot you in the head, and then jumped out of the window and killed himself.
How do I feel?
Shot in the head.
Right.
Hurt.
Right. How hurt? Like how hurt do I feel?
What's your level?
What's my? I'm at 68.
You're like, it was pretty serious, but like, still hanging in.
Are any nurses messing with me or anything? Now I got like a fresh headshot.
Everybody's kind of still surprised that he like jumped out the window and shit.
Understandable. Can I hit the nurse button?
Yeah.
I hit the nurse button.
The nurse was like, I'm already in here. And she's like hiding.
I got shot in the face, but I probably can't say that.
She's like, yeah, dude jumped out of the fucking window. She can kind of hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, am I dying?
And she's like, no, you look pretty fucked up though.
Understandable.
She's like getting like bandages and shit, and like hitting like another button for like more nurses to come there.
Thank you.
And like doing shit. What are you gonna do like in the action?
Well, I imagine I need surgery. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to.
I mean, you can just try it. Right? You just be like, I'm gonna try to heal everything.
I mean, true, but the check against that would be really hard. I'd be like, door. I don't know how he got through. But you tried, and I appreciate that.
I get you. I'm just surprised you're not like trying to gain any experience.
If it's colliding.
Well, it's just more
Oh,
like.
first off, what was your roll last one?
4.
This one's just totally fine on both
I
ends.
had 9 out of this shit, honestly. 28 plus 3.
Yeah, just leave it, just put it in.
No, 28 plus 3.
Yeah, it's literally just that one end works and when it doesn't.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, crowbars,
so-
there we could bend it. Like that is not enough space, that is
So you
no
drive in,
space. It's like barely
do your
enough
shit.
space.
if the guy that tried to kill us all at the
Just give me like a
McDonald's is in
fancy
the area, trying to figure out where I have to go, because I was originally gonna just stash out in that house with the pervy old granny that I was having a lovely conversation about anti-drugs, just trying to get her to go to sleep so I could like, hide out there, but you know, didn't work out.
Okay, so we do that. My bad. What are you typing? Are you typing anything?
Every shot
Because
I
you were
take.
like typing something.
The Daily News.
Daily News, yeah.
Yeah.
So you type in the Daily News, it like explains all the shit that happened. The hospital, and the dude jumped out of the window, everybody like swarmed him, crazy. Dude's been shooting for his injuries. There's also like puppy pictures. Not in that article, different.
In that article, I think so.
Yeah,
I get attracted to that, and I click on the puppy pictures,
yeah, it's really interesting.
because it is really interesting.
It is.
From puppy pictures, I see another article. I get it, I just keep clicking through all these
While
clickbait
you're driving?
articles. Yes.
Ooh, this is about to get fucked up. Okay.
Like, I keep going back and forth, because it's like,
Roll a perception check.
4.
60. You get in a head-on collision, my boy. You're in a head-on collision.
Well, be careful. Wait, are you purposely trying to go to the
You didn't need
hospital?
all that.
You could just go.
Yeah,
You could just
drive.
drive to the
It's not as
hospital.
interesting, otherwise.
Okay. So you get hit in a head-on collision because you're in the other lane. Take, roll for defense. You get 5 for whatever you're doing.
I'm curious how strong getting hit by a car is.
I'm wearing armor now,
Oh,
Plus
true.
5 for whatever you're doing.
Or at least it should.
Take
It is. Cubers at least.
9. He's at the most health. He's killing it.
Did he take like 2 damage?
3.
Oh, 3. Okay, yeah.
He got shot twice.
I've been shot 4 times?
In the face.
You also 60 health. My man's been shot in a head-on collision. He's still at 90 health. Crazy. Yeah, so you got it. You got hit. Pretty badly injured. Your car seems fine.
Just shave it down ever
Your
so
car
slightly.
seems absolutely fine.
What
You
about
also
the
have
other
a
person's
stolen cop car. The other person, it is dead.
How's the car?
It's fucked.
I pulled the
What?
dead guy out of that car and put it in the cop car.
Okay.
And then I switch clothes with them.
Ooh.
Wait, your armored clothes with the?
Yes.
That's true. That's gonna.
Yeah,
take
you're
a
gonna
modifier.
you're gonna get like a +1
I
now.
don't care.
Okay. Okay.
And then are you gonna get in the
Yes.
other person's car? Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. So you do that. Let's. Cause I guess that what the fuck would that be? I guess that's an intelligence check. You get +1 to it because you're trying to be like convincing. I'm gonna say there's like a.
Like it's two edges colliding against each other.
Like a -2 to that.
Like see there?
Alright,
That's
let's
supposed to
roll
be
for it.
locked.
See how convincing it is.
So it's gonna damage in the process, but
I got me.
8, 12. I'm gonna give you the +8.
now the problem is
It's
you-
pretty hecka convincing, just saying.
It's not really. Like, the dude's head basically exploded, so there's like, when you take the shit off and you put it on him,
That one's like
Your-
actually touching it.
your clothes are like kinda bloody, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
His clothes are like drenched, and you're not that damaged.
Oh, I keep smearing my clothes and cleaning up the blood out of his car On the old cop clothes.
I don't think we're good.
Okay, so now you're wearing bloody clothes, and he's also wearing really bloody clothes.
Yes.
Cool. 36.
And I've been bleeding on myself because, you know, like, I still got blood.
From when you were shot in the shoulder. Wait a minute, that might be your call out. If you go to the hospital, it'll be like, it looks like you got shot in the shoulder. And the guy who's dressed as you, who in the footage got shot in the shoulder, doesn't have a shoulder shot.
I believe in helping people.
Almost like.
We'll have to see.
So, yeah, so you're late. Do you just stay there? What do you do?
For the time.
So you're sitting in this guy's car. His car is also pretty fucked.
Oh,
You're
I
gonna try-
actually, I used my shotgun and shoot him in the shoulder. Twice.
Twice?
Because I got
Holy
shot twice.
shit. Oh. But it's gonna look like there's 4 shots. Okay. Cool.
Because I got hit once and then boom, boom.
Oh, but that's interesting. Because now it has a +5 modifier. Because it has your armor. Okay, roll for it. See if this dude got hit in the shoulder. 3
It doesn't matter because if I'm
plus
at like
4, 7.
if I'm at really close range,
The game mechanics are just made like it's similar to when Colin was like it's just point blank. It's like the way the game works. It's just the real logic doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9. So you shoot the thing. There's like a dent in the armor, but it didn't actually like pierce through. Like where you tried to shoot it, just had metal, so it didn't like
That's
hit
fine.
all the way.
that's fine. They just need to see that.
Can you get those
He was shot.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You got it. Cool. Anything else you trying to do?
While I'm there, I'll use the rags and stuff that I had, and I'll just kind of get rid of that, and I will basically just wait.
So you get rid of the rags and stuff that you have. You're just laying in this dude's car. All your cop shit was in the other car. I'm guessing. Are you keeping your shotgun?
No.
Okay, so everything's in your other car, including all your best shit. So you're just in this dude's clothes. Cool.
With the handgun though.
You're keeping the police issue handgun.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm taking the time while I'm waiting to modify.
What?
If you do,
So he's keeping.
So if the
police-
ambulance comes, it'll be like I have a modified police issue
But they
handgun.
won't know because what I'm doing is I'm just
How are you trying to modify it?
taking off.
Oh, the modification is
Just remove the police.
Is actually
stuff.
dumbing it down.
you're making it seem like a not police issued gun.
Yes.
It's not an upgrade as much as it's a disguise.
This is gonna be interesting. Okay,
This is a total downgrade.
let's do it. You get +4 for that. So you ready?
Yeah.
Oh wait, did you just do a move? You
Yes.
did. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
just-
Wait. So yeah, excuse me. My bad.
I think I've done like
Surgery? Like I don't I'm just
Yeah,
not in a
so
position
you
to be
can-
doing stuff.
You didn't take it into surgery. You could just try shit.
I know, but it's like
Yeah.
the whole point of the game is like when you use your power, you get like more tired.
Unless you
Oh,
just
are you
try
like
other
shot
shit.
in the face? Oh, you
Um,
probably just pass out. Oh, cool that I don't get to do anything anyway.
Going into surgery, doing stuff.
it's like
I just figured you'd be trying to rack up XP or like spend it or whatever. Cool.
I mean, I want it. It's just I'm not in a position really.
Because like Colin was like, you could just try whatever. You could just on every turn be like,
I'm
bullshit.
gonna try to do
Yeah.
bullshit.
it's not going all the way.
You get the XP
Understandable.
for it.
Jinx.
What?
We
So,
we
I was-
simul
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you should
What do the doctors look like?
I got an idea.
Uh,
People destroy.
Maybe just do surgical shit. You going into surgery?
It's literally just straight.
I mean-
like a pigman. Sorry.
No, you're
No,
good.
it's all good.
I don't know. I just don't want to risk anything right now. I'm just in a weird situation. I'm probably just gonna pass it. I'm like in surgery.
Cool.
You just want to hear where this is going.
I mean, I am curious about like your story.
Yeah. Alright. So Andrew's been picked up. I'm gonna say we got like one turn left each. Midnight. Do you care if I like fast forward? Or you try to go to the hospital? At the hospital. And they're like,
But where do they?
you're also like handcuffed to the bed because they're like, you shot in the shoulder, not shot, police gun on you, with video of like your face in the pit, handcuffed to the bed. You incidentally are across the hall from Jeff. You can
We're putting
see
it
like,
together normally. That's
his room
all I know
isn't
for
there,
sure.
like he's in surgery somewhere,
Like
you
the-
can see like his room. There's like a top up at
Hang on.
the
What we need to do is we need to.
Well, outside of
the
yours,
other
yours is
other
outside.
sides, all the short sides.
I say,
We'll take. Might not even.
I asked the cop, sir, what would be the history of this land?
Wasn't this one the harder one to put on?
All like Middle Earthian style.
I'm interested as fuck. Okay.
I just completely dropped the whole thing and just come out with a super weird accent.
Awesome. So this cop like hears you and he comes in the room and he like pulls up a stool and like puts his elbow on his knee. He's like, let me tell you the tale of Winterlandia. This place is a place where it's never winter, not ever, and that's why we're called Winterlandia.
We got
And there was
both
once a big
sides,
demon
both
king
long
who
sides.
came here
At
and
once.
projected his essence into the universe and into this land, which makes crazy crops and shit grow, and makes the weird, the land rush with terrible plagues and bugs and things. But now with our modern technology, we've been able to overcome this and take back the land that's ours. He's telling me all this story.
Slats are slats.
Then I asked the cop, I said, what do you know about ancient artifacts?
He's like, well, there's one. The ancient relic of the demon king's eye.
And I said to him, how would you want to get rich? And I do an intelligence perception,
Intelligence perception.
or just an intelligence.
Dope.
Are you trying to see how smart he is?
You trying to
Yes.
like, convince him? Okay.
Yes, both.
Okay. So you get a +1 to that, and then
Ow.
there's that, and you can add it on by another shot. What? It just did two. You're right.
It's actually.
It didn't work at all. He's like, I'd love to get rich. I'm a cop. I
Mm.
can't. You can't convince me to let you out.
So he's like pure soul. I'm like, that's very, very good. That is absolutely wonderful. You know, I was a cop too once.
Wow. He's like, oh yeah. That's interesting. Well, how'd you end up here then?
I say, well, I was shot, and well, you know how it goes. The internet is very, very interesting.
He's like, yeah, I'll teleport.
I was shot. You know how it goes.
Well, he
The
just
internet
knows who
is
he is.
very, very interesting.
Yeah.
And the internet can be very, very interesting.
So you're getting out of surgery. You're like feeling good. You're like, gave me a whole bunch of shit. Your face feels like a lot better. There's like stitches and shit in it. But you're feeling a lot better. You get like top 5. You're like, ooh, feel good. You can reel back to your room. You're still handcuffed to the bed. You
Thank
see
you.
David.
What do I look like?
Still Asian, still red hair.
Do I just have like stitches in my face?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a lot of stitches? Am I looking like Child's Play
Kinda.
Chucky in this
Kinda,
bitch? Like,
yeah.
I have no
They're
idea.
like thin though.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's one side. Holy
Are
crap.
you gonna
this is
do
big.
anything with your last turn? You see, they,
I
you see,
I'm not gonna communicate the Davis character only because I know that the circumstances are weird. So I don't know if it's a thing where he's trying to be stealthy. I don't know, like, yeah, like I'm not trying to like fuck him over. So it's just, yeah, I'm just gonna like just cruise by. I guess I'm going to a. I'm curious if insurance is gonna pay for it. Does the city pay for it? Do
last
I go to
turn of the
jail?
game,
I know.
you want to do anything.
I mean, the story's just going. Like right now, I'm just more along for the ride because I'm just at a hospital.
Game's over.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Anticlimactic ending.
So where does like let's say, we played a session, and it wasn't a group thing. Do I start back off in this hospital?
Hold me on that.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is like a thing where it's like, oh, if people like want to play together, they just get teleported to a place that's not related to any other stories.
But then when I play on my own, do I go back to my
Yes.
place? Do I still have the fucked up stitches? Do I still have the experience I earned?
Oh,
Wait.
experience you earned? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If
Do I still have the health that I'm at?
No.
Okay, so I will refill,
Yes.
but I won't go back to the amount I was at last time I played.
Right.
Interesting.
It like incentivizes you or yeah.
Okay.
if I weren't handcuffed to the bed, that would have been much more interesting.
How would you have like tried to fight your
Maybe not, but I wouldn't have saved.
you would have tried to like pull?
Maybe.
I would have been thrown if you tried to convince the cops to like find them.
I was going to, but then again, I couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean,
Good game.
I was throughout the end game. I was trying to find an artifact to maybe go with.
Use like that.
Yeah.
I get you. That would have been cool. I didn't initially intend for this to go that way at all. I thought you guys would all like meet up, maybe like a tavern style thing, but it's not. It's McDonald's. You guys would meet up and be like, "What the fuck are we doing here? Who the fuck are these people? Who are y'all?" And then y'all would like talk and like go on an adventure.
Do you have
Maybe
that
it would be an
Thomas?
artifact. That didn't happen at all. They're in a shootout with McDonald's.
It's hard to call it a
McDonald's killed
shootout.
themselves.
Only one person shot, and the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One suicide.
I had an interesting time with a very nice
Yeah.
lady.
Yeah. You could have fucked that old lady with the baby.
I couldn't scar a young mind.
You're right, it is.
Just saying.
It's crazy.
It just didn't come.
That old lady's gonna miss you.
It just
now,
didn't
huh?
come with a lid.
I
You
know.
got an attachment.
So let's see what all the live chat we missed. Beth said A, then a bunch of letters. Then she put like an evil smiley face. Then she said, "Will the purple glow transport me away from this world and school into heaven?" Referring to when we teleported at the beginning of the game. I then said, "Hello everyone. To avoid interrupting the flow of gameplay, I'll wait until the end to read the live chat." Then Beth said, "Boo, I won't even be up by then." And then Beth said, "Colin, no." Then Dad said, "Your game sounds demented." Then Beth said, "Sorry about booing. You know how I
When
can
did he
make..."
say that? I imagine he like comes on right as I'm like, she's like horny.
No, this is like really early on. This is like 9:13 p.m. My dad's like, "Your game sounds demented."
Listen to the beginning of the game. That's demented.
It might have been when Colin was pointing guns at people, because remember, right before that, Beth said, "Colin, no."
Yeah.
Yeah, so then Beth said, "Sorry about booing. You know how I can make it more demented? Write my own death in there." Then Kevin said, "Sup, Jed and chat."
Is your dad never like?
Kevin said, "Just finished watching Godzilla. I liked it a lot." Beth said, "Have we met? I'm Beth." And then put a bunch of ha's in it, I think to Kevin. Then Beth said, "Will you please tell Colin to stop the racist stuff? It's making me uncomfortable." Then Kel said, "Hola." Dad said, I don't understand what kind of game this is. Are there any real rules? And then Beth said, hey. Then she said, no, you do whatever. At my dad.
My heart.
Then
Nobody gets my rules.
Beth said, oh, and hi, Mr. Benson. Uh, she's met my dad
Is
before.
the rest of it just you, her and your dad talking?
Tangent says, oof. He said, hey, kids, want to hear about divorce? And then Beth says, please no. Then Tangent said, oof, please yes. Then it's just kind of like a face. Then Beth said, he has another video about divorce. You can watch that. Gosh. Then Beth said, people are always offended in 2019. This was in response to when I was like, I'm offended about Colin's like redhead Asian thing or whatever. Then Tangent said, yeah, fucking no, mate. Then Beth said, meep. Tangent
Somebody
said,
was
wait,
offended by
who's
my little
offended?
joke?
Well, Beth, when I said I was offended, said people are always offended in 2019. And then Tangent's like, yeah, I fucking know, mate. Beth said, meep. Tangent said, wait, who's offended? Then Beth said, meep. Tangent said, meep. There's a whole bunch of meeps. I'm gonna skip past all the meeps. Rachel comes in, says, hi, Beth. Like, crying, laughing emoji. Tangent said, well, adios, Jet. And then Tangent said, who the fuck is yous? I think in reaction to Rachel. Beth said, hi, let's talk about random stuff. Then Tangent said, JK, mate. Beth said, a ghost. Tangent said, adios, random people, talk to you later. Beth said, I'm not a random person, I'm his girlfriend. Tangent said, wrong phrasing then. Anyway, see you later, peeps. Beth said, Rachel, do my homework for me. Rachel said, I wish, I'm done with my math. Blah, 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 blah. Rachel's like, how do you make tags work? Beth's like, I have no idea. Kevin's like, I have no idea either. Rachel said, I subscribe to your channel, to Beth. Beth's like, thanks, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she does. She's like, thanks, all it is random videos. Rachel said, which is cool. And then Beth's like, I might make more. Then Rachel said, maybe so. Matt said, well then. Kakarot. He said, love when we have dumb names for games. Then he said, E3, question mark? Beth said, meep. Y'all, this live chat is dead. And then Matt said, because they won't notice us. Hence, no reason to put in effort. Then he said, I can't talk about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot at the vlog time because Jet does them too late. Yet he won't actually pay attention to this chat. To which then I said, Aiden doesn't want us reading the chat until the end to maintain immersion. Then Matt said, but when is the end? This is already an hour. Also, immersion would be not streaming the session. Beth then said, okay, I disagree with Aiden and feel it detracts from the live stream because I like the idea of you interacting with everyone. Just a tip. Smiley face emoji. Sasuke then was like, hey Nick, sorry I wasn't on your live stream last week. My dad got home last week. I also had a cold last week, but it's gone now. I'm glad to hear that your dog's better. Not your dog, fuck. Sorry, misspoke. I'm glad to hear that your dad's better, and that you're feeling better. And I'm sorry to hear that you had a cold. His dad was like in the hospital.
Oh, you're still streaming while you're reading the questions.
Yes.
Okay. You're about to knock over the little tray that has the die in it.
My bad, my bad. Matt said, immersion is fine, but go full on then.
We're done
With the die. Let's see, Matt said immersion is fine, but go full on then. Don't go halfway and stream it without us actually being able to interact. Beth said, Matt, I agree. My friend and I got bored because they weren't interacting with us whatsoever. Like, maybe interact with us in the comments, but don't respond aloud if Aiden still wants immersion. I'm glad it isn't just me. And then Matt said, or just not stream it. That would be true immersion. Then I was like, I also feel weird about zero interaction during the stream, especially if it's a group session. Because I suddenly realized, like, during the periods where I'm, like, not doing anything, I'm still listening, but then I'm just seeing people being like, why aren't they talking to, and I'm like, I could just probably type. That did happen in D&D too. I guess for D&D, we had the camera, like, away as well, so we were all, true, but you don't want to be in the shot. You know what I mean? So then I was like, I think for group sessions, talking to the chat probably shouldn't be too bad if it's like typing, because it's not taking away from like the immersion, and I can just not do it like on my turns kind of thing. I can still listen to what's going on.
Yeah, that can work. I would think.
I just felt weird about it because I know Colin was on his phone and I was like, ooh.
Well, it wasn't like I was like out of it. and it's people reacting to stuff that we're doing. So it's not like a full on like totally different thing. You know what I mean?
Give me a second.
Or the chat could be its own entity.
Like within the game. That's what I do for
Like
jank
A, B,
heroes.
C, or D.
Oh, like they could like pick things?
Yes.
That'd be interesting. Beth said better, smiley face emoji. Not better as in like you better, but like that sounds better. And then I was like, I think it's kind of silly not to be able to while others are playing, which is what I just explained. Like when you guys are like doing stuff, it's just like my character technically shouldn't know, but I can still listen. But it's
Well,
not
some
as
things that should, 'cause
well, yeah, if I'm just right there. But by this period, we had already been playing for like over an hour. I was like already in the hospital, and it was just a thing where like I'm not in direct line of anything really going on. And then I was like, "How's everyone's day?" It does get a little off topic here, cause Matt's trying to talk about the Dragon Ball Kakarot game. Long story short, it's like a RPG. We don't know anything. It's a lot of pretty trailers. We don't know shit about how it actually plays. Matt shits on like the name of your game, and I'm like, it's you named it what you wanted, you know, kind of thing. And he's like, literally whatever's not great, but I don't really have a care to comment too hard on it, as we said. I think he's referring to the name specifically. True, he did. And then Beth was like, hey, don't be like too blunt, Matt. You don't have to be like overly blunt about it. And then she's like, I do that side sometimes as well. But she's like, but still, it's like not like the best thing. They're talking about the blunt thing. Beth is like, if I was to play the game, I would make my character worship a character from like Undertale, from like a video game. And because there's a whole thing based on worship in your game, I think that actually would kind of be interesting. I don't know how that would work. Like, if you were to worship a fictional character, does that do anything in your game?
so if you had, it'd be interesting, cause if you had just,
All that work.
All that work and I can't even keep
Intuition would be like, I can figure out whether or not it is the thing that I'm trying to worship. Wait, let me get to that thing.
Also, did he get close to leveling up at all?
I guess I gotta go with the
Uh,
tip after all.
No?
I also fucked up one part of that, cause like I didn't give him some points that he could have had. But, intuition, Colin got closer, but, intuition would like give you the ability to interact with it, but unless you have really good awareness, you wouldn't know what it is that you're interacting with. If you did have really good awareness and good intuition, you could probably figure out what you're interacting with, it just might not be the thing that you wanted.
So she could try and worship the character from the game, only to realize that it's not actually the character from the game.
Okay. The stream's been going for what, 2 hours?
3 hours and like 8 minutes. Right now I'm like going
realize.
through like live chat and stuff.
I wish I could sleep for 2 weeks. Who
Yeah.
said that?
Beth.
Beth?
Yeah, she's tired. Let's see.
Sleeping for 2 weeks sounds awful.
She talks about, I asked her what abilities would she want in the game, and she's like, my character would be a whale shark based character that can drown people in cities and waterbend. And I mentioned that like waterbending sounds dope, but your powers would probably start like really weak. Like you'd probably like manipulate like water droplets at the beginning and then like scale up kind of thing. Matt comes in and goes, darkness. Because he loves doing like shit like that for like his abilities.
Yep, edgelords, always.
More stuff about Dragon Ball. More stuff about how we don't know shit about Dragon Ball. Phantasy Star Online 2 got announced for the US.
Yep.
There's a new Lego Star Wars game. It's gonna be all the old ones, but it's not like a remake or no, it is a remake. It's not a remaster. So instead of the old Lego Star Wars games coming back, it's like we're doing all the shit again, fresh, all Lego.
Like new levels, or are they using like the old architecture?
I think it's just gonna be like it's based on all the movies we've already done before, put together into one big game, but we're gonna do it different.
It's called Skywalker Legacy or something.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, I'd buy it again. I loved that game growing up.
I like that game growing up. I just don't know what they would do to
do
make it
different.
different.
Well, now
They
Lego
don't really
games
have
are
to.
so different.
Yeah,
like,
Lego
from
games are
the
like
older
open
games,
world.
I think they could do a lot of cool stuff with it.
But like, would they have to make a different open world for every movie?
Probably. Well, not for every movie necessarily.
Anyways,
they
are
could
we-
have time progress.
Are we gonna have like 15 minutes or something to critique the game, or did you guys already do that when I wasn't here?
Oh, we can still totally critique the game. I'm catching up on live chat. Feel free to like.
Like, it sounded
Do
like you
that.
really didn't have any critiques of it, though. You were totally fine with everything going on.
So, I'm fine with like the mechanics as they are. Even Jank Heroes had weird stuff where it was like you threw somebody in the sun, but they're not dead. But sometimes games just don't account for that, and I mean I understand that.
Yeah, so the solution is to start accounting for it.
Hmm.
That's what playtesting is for.
I kind of like.
If this is the final version of the game, why are we playtesting it?
Well, we are playtesting it. I just feel like I don't mind that shooting someone in the face doesn't
At point blank
necessarily
range.
kill them. Well, it's
With
just.
buckshot.
Well, it's because it's a thing where it's like, if it was like that, I feel like it's just a thing where it's like, well, I guess you can just easily just fuck over, and it's a game that's not even like combat based. Like it's a thing where you can have a character and you could be like, I like bugs. I can recognize different bugs, and you go on adventures where you're straight up like, this ladybug breed, this is really cool, you know. And then someone else could be like, I am the greatest swordsman of all time. And you could cross over in the McDonald's, and they could just be like, bitch, I slashed him straight in the jugular. Oh, they're just gonna die. And they have like no combat-based
'Cause they're
abilities.
bugs, yeah.
Because, yeah, they like bugs. And it would just be like, I guess you lose everything that you did, and nothing matters.
So,
Uh,
this is not the alpha of the game. This is the final version of the game.
Not
no,
necessarily.
you can still make changes. It's just a.
I just like that mechanic. I think the big thing for me is like Jet was saying, because you have so much diversity in how you can create a character, I don't think things like that should be immediate kills. As well, I like the idea of you having to take a long time to level anything up, including weapons. So if a shotgun is your main thing that you want to use, or a gun, or a sword, or whatever is the main thing you want to use, even if logically that's a pretty powerful thing in the real world, like you could throw grenades, and those grenades, if they're not leveled up, would be weak.
Yeah,
Which
but
wouldn't necessarily kill people.
David looks like he really has something to say.
I like to think of it kind of like Naruto or something like that, where it's like, when you start off, no matter how old you are or whatever, it's almost like you're a little kid. I'm gonna kill you and throw this grenade. You throw it and it flies backwards. That's what I kind of think of. It's like,
Okay, but a shotgun and a pistol scaling off the same damage,
it's kind of like,
and then
I'm
the guy
gonna
who
shoot
took
you.
the shotgun took less damage.
and that's just where it comes down to like how you manipulate your bullet sponge effect. And this is something that video games have to work at really hard. It's like, if you make a game that's not very good at mitigating that effect with scaling, you get something kind of like Fallout, where you shoot a person, and it just keeps shooting the person, or Borderlands, and it's like forever, and it's not fun anymore. But if you do it with hardly any bullet sponging effect, you guys get what you were talking about earlier, where it's one-shot kills, and then it just instantly ends really fast and abruptly.
Yeah, but Jet also talked about dying immediately being like part of the attraction of the game, where it's just like, hey, you don't have to worry about combat at all, but you'll get totally fucked over in combat.
Well, I'm not saying that's an attraction.
Also-
I'm saying I'd prefer that to not be the case.
I think there needs to be a mechanic implemented to where you can do instant deaths, except there will be a mechanic implemented where like you can come back, but you get a definite negative.
So there are mechanics for coming back to life, but the whole idea of the game, to me, and why it's designed with these like this, is all about leveling. So leveling in this game is a fairly difficult thing. It's about how much you play the game, and people who are at different levels can do significantly different things. So there may be a guy who's like, I fuck with bugs, I threw a ladybug on you, but if it's like, I specifically leveled my ladybug to where if it touches you, it has like a plus 300 modifier on it, it'll just kill like anything.
Okay, but let's put it like this. I got 100 EXP the entire time I played.
You
That's
got
true,
100.
could've
Yeah,
leveled
you
up.
could have leveled up.
I
That's
could have
not
leveled
bad.
up
A
one
concentration.
time. A
Yeah.
concentration one time.
Yes,
Or gotten a new concentration.
we got no concentration.
That's piddly.
That's not that
Agreed.
bad.
That's like not doing anything.
What?
Well,
I
it
disagree.
gives you, it either levels you up one thing to give you a little bit more, or
Like if it's gonna be that slow, you need to either start players off more powerful or make it faster.
well,
As
your
someone
shit
who's-
carries.
Cause
As-
it carries in D&D. You still get stronger in D&D
But
faster.
I mean, if you like stop playing D&D with a group of people, your like shit resets. You do a different campaign. In this, you carry it like forever. So like as long as you want to keep playing that character, you just will have the same. Like you'll have, if you were like, I want to play a session with you, Aiden, like another day. I'd be like, all right, you still have the same 100. Do you want to like level within that?
See, the thing is again, multiplayer games, they have a rubber banding effect where if you get into a match with a 10,000 level character and you're one,
It's not quite fair. Agreed.
yeah. So that's where group sessions in D&D reset because they want to make sure no one knows how to use a map. No one knows how to do this. Like your specialty is this, but you're not there.
Okay, well let's go a little bit further. Why did you have a plus 24 modifier when it was literally impossible for me to beat that instead of just saying you can't do that?
You still get
Because
experience from the
You get experience from the role, and also I don't want to tell you you can't try. Like,
You
you
basically
can always
did
try
though.
stuff.
yeah, I
You
made it so
basically
you
did
can't.
tell me no.
I was like,
still,
it won't work.
you
Yeah.
still build from it though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
still build
like you
from it.
still get the experience.
Oh boy, I got 8 XP.
From someone who's played the game for hours in the single player, I think the progression is actually like pretty rampant.
I appreciate
It's a game where when you're playing with multiple people, you're not able to constantly act. But when it is just you, you're
just doing
always
back and
just
forth.
doing shit. Yeah, and upgrading, like leveling up is actually like pretty quick.
Okay, well in order to maintain that experience, you need to do something different in multiplayer.
I don't know. I think the
Mm.
thing that I like about multiplayer is that you can level up in it, and it's good if you want to play long games to level up in it. But that's not what the primary thing is. The primary thing would be to either like just be interacting with people and fighting or doing whatever, or to be like seeing the design and the traits of other characters, to learn how you can like modify your person to be better if you really like something on St. Cross.
Question. Multiplayer needs to be handled one of two ways, either PvP or group quests. It can be
Gesundheit.
both at the same time, however, it has to be structured a bit differently. To where you don't have the rubber banding effect, therefore you don't have the bullet sponging effect, and you can just get rid of all that and not worry about that. Because after to implement that, you're gonna have to start doing some fractional stuff, and that's just a lot of.
Did you feel like anyone was really overpowered?
No, actually. However, it can, due to the speed of how everything is, technically, any one of us could be overly powered. It's just the circumstance that we were placed in, it geared to how we reacted to one another, it geared to who can shoot best. Whereas
I
the
get it.
circumstance in another situation where if it was like, not a McDonald's, but let's say, you know,
Like
a
string,
godly
a
utopia
rope,
or
honestly.
something, it might gear more to whomever has the highest magic. Or if, you know, and that's where it becomes kind of problematic because the setting.
Yeah. Agreed. I tried to put it in a way.
I mean, there's plenty of stuff like that, it's just like construction wire,
And
but
that's what I'm saying, it's hard to
there's a
actually find the
possibility that
setting.
he could cut himself
And
on
that's
it.
why I'm saying, take the pressure off of you and implement a mechanic that can help you do that without it being rule breaking.
I like the openness of it, and that it wasn't like you have to fight each other or you have to work together. We could have all very easily just been like, we each want to do different
We
things
would have eventually.
and just gone separate ways. But with the one action per like person thing, still had like a pretty fast pace and kept going.
You could also.
We could have also done timed turns, which could have potentially allowed for like faster leveling and allowing for more actions, and still allowed for everyone to have the same amount of time. If it was like each person gets like 3 minutes and you like bounce, We could also potentially do a lot there. The only issue with that is if someone went hard like PvP. Like if someone was like, I hit him and I hit him and I hit him and I still got like 2 minutes left and I hit him. You know, you could just pretty much kill someone that way. So the one action really helps prevent that.
Okay, well, of the issues that you and I discussed the last time I played, the only thing you addressed was adding modifiers to your lower level stuff.
Mhm.
Which, as minimal as that is, I still felt fairly useless unless I was doing something that I had a concentration in.
Well, concentration is the best thing. I think that's by design.
Yes.
Yeah. But that also comes with the fact that your only modifier outside of your hard numbers is a D10.
Right.
But that's fine. That everything
That's
has to
because
do
a
with that.
D10 is just essentially like circumstance.
So your idea is eventually somebody's going to have like a level 50 concentration.
Sure.
And then at that point, what is the meaning of a D10?
Well, it depends what they're trying to do, because they could be up against somebody who has a level 50 whatever's against them.
Or higher.
Right.
Or
and
you
so
could
then
be
it's
just
like a
trying to
D10
do
may
something
matter.
really hard.
Yeah.
Which
Right.
also.
If you just want role play, then there's no reason to throw in dice and stats. But if you want to have like hard mechanics that you have to follow, you basically don't have any right now. You have dice and modifiers and nothing else.
I feel like it has a decent mix.
I mean, not really when everything I did either felt like it wasn't superhuman or it felt like you should be dead right now and they're not.
Well, because
What?
it wasn't.
Like this
super-
still goes back to the shotgun in the face thing. That meant nothing.
What? I took damage.
You
Yeah,
took
but this is
how
what
much
I was
damage?
talking about with
It's
the
a
rubber
thing
band
where
effect.
like
You
if
took less than 10 points of damage. Let's start there.
if you
Second
didn't
of
kill
all-
yourself.
Second of all,
The enemies in Dragon Ball,
there's
the original.
literally no reason that your character should be alive right now. You took buckshot to the brain.
It's
Like-
a thing where it's not an unfair thing.
Like
Because
nobody.
everyone's still on the same playing field. Like you would get the same if you got shot in the head. It would be a similar thing, except you'd be better off because you have armor. Like you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's unfair because he didn't die. Because like you wouldn't have died either. You
And
know
I
what
think
mean?
that's dumb.
I don't think it's dumb.
Like,
though. It
you
just
need to-
lets people enjoy the game.
You're either way too
Still talking
overpowered
about
or
the-
you're way too underpowered. And by the metric of who is and is not underpowered and overpowered, you feel like you're not doing anything.
But I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like if anything, you
Mhm.
did like the most stuff. I'm very surprised that you feel the most underpowered.
But this is where I was saying the rubber band effect. What you're feeling is you had a character like in Dragon Ball Z that would have been like Frieza, but you were playing in a position that is like in Dragon Ball. In other words,
The first series.
yes. See, we were all in Dragon Ball, but you were playing a character in Dragon Ball Z, and it's trying to bring those two together is hard.
I mean, I wouldn't even go that far. I would say,
You can
Other-
create sentience.
yeah.
But it's also really hard for him to do, and he did it
Right.
like twice, and it was very minimal.
That's where I was saying a way how to get rid of that weird rubber banding effect is to make it like, oh, when you throw a grenade, it's like it flies back behind you,
well,
or
that's all based on how you like describe stuff.
And also, you were pretty powerful. Like in his
Insane.
original session, because you have like God power shit, which is a different type of magic. On his session,
Not that I would know
normal-
anything about those god powers.
Right, because you don't have the thing.
He has awareness.
No.
You have intuition and awareness, right?
Intuition, agility, and what was the other one? It's like
You had determination, right?
determination.
He has determination.
I had determination
You
They
too.
both have determination.
So he didn't have awareness?
No.
He went just for the intuition?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, so that's what I was gonna say. For a normal person, he one time in a solo campaign made like a tin can into a guy that could like dance and stuff, and he like connected it to a girl because she was like, "Oh wow, that's really cool. I want it. Like, can you make me one of those?" And he's like, "I'll just give it to you." So he like made it to where oh, if it attaches to her, it's fine. It like sucked her life force and killed her.
Like normal people aren't supposed to be able to handle it.
Yeah,
you
and
estab-
it hurt you once. and
Did you
really-
establish
It
that
did
as a
only
mechanic?
hurt you once. Yeah.
It's just like a drain thing over time, but it just hurts you once.
So the thing is, when I do it, it's like my life force is like being connected to it, and I get
Okay.
like tired and shit.
Okay.
So when I
Did you
connected
establish
to
that
the
as a
blood
mechanic?
drop,
Yes.
You have that written down somewhere.
No.
Then
Well,
there was
for
no
each
way for me to
individual
know about
power.
it unless I asked.
Well, you're also
well,
not
if you
supposed to know
had
about it.
grounding,
Yeah.
you would know about it.
But that just sounds like a mechanic that anybody would be able to take advantage of.
I have a very specific power.
A mechanic that anybody's ever
Here's
seen
another
before.
thing. I see what you're trying to say, and I see what you guys are both trying to say. You need a third party to validate both player mechanics before the session.
Alright. I don't think we're gonna see eye to eye on this anytime soon. So I'll put it to you this way. In the game's current state, it's just not for me.
Okay.
Alright. Alright. Have a good night, guys.
Have a great night. What did you think, White David?
I thought it was good.
I appreciate it.
Like I said, it just trying to scale everything is very important on how to scale everything, because it's kind of like if I just wanted to play as a character that bred chickens, or like like what you're talking about, how do we make a character like that in a multiplayer session work with the
I think it still is fair
It's
that like
fair.
Colin's like strong because I just didn't make stuff for combat.
Right.
Like that's fine.
But it's just how do you justify it?
Well, my thing was, I think I'll be pretty good if I just let the authorities handle it. I was like, yeah, and
Yeah,
like
situational stuff is a big deal.
true. Like in the other session when I was like playing on my own, I was like, I know at least in the world that I'm from, there's like a different world.
Yeah.
But in the world that I'm from, doing stuff like magic, like on like camera, and people like seeing you doing crazy stuff, is enough to draw like big people's attention. And I'm like, oh, like if he like comes after me and he's just doing crazy stuff, someone will probably goop. So I'm following the last campaign. I didn't follow orders and shit, and I got the shit beat out of me. Like I've learned my lesson. The police will they are my friends here. This is entirely fine.
Yeah, well, and especially because you were in the position of like, they were like, well, what the fuck, we see these guys show up, and we don't know why they're there, and one dude starts like shooting people, specifically you two that he shows up with. I think it was weird, but they were like, you just kind of got shot in the face. We're still concerned, we don't know like what you are or whatever, so there has to be some way for us to like arrest you and like detain you, but at the same time you just died.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do some help. You're like just cowering. It's not a thing where you're like, I'm destroying everything.
I also think it's interesting that they're like, you showed up with him,
Yeah.
therefore you were also bad. Because my thought process is like, he shot me
Yeah.
multiple times.
It
I
just
don't
takes
know.
some modification and you'll get it.
I just don't think it's a thing where
Really
like
looking up there.
you would look at it and be like, oh, they're definitely friends. Oh, this was a coordinated attack.
These things all pop up at the same time, and it looks like the same thing that's in like this weird like
Like,
religion
yeah.
thing that's like it was like a demon.
Maybe he's the devil. Like,
Yeah, I think that is a difficult mechanic for me to try and figure out. Is like I want to put more detail into things like how in general things like draining effects and stuff like that work. But I don't want to have to tell people what specifically that can be used
well,
on.
based on how the rules as written are,
Yeah.
I think it's fine that he doesn't know about it. It's
Well, not
something
that he
I
knows
had to
about
learn about it. You
I
know what
just-
I mean? Like in the game.
I just mean like for a beacon, for like a game master to be
Oh,
like,
for the game master to know.
to
Because that's
design
true.
things like that.
If
Yeah.
you were to pass it to White David and be like, you're the game master, he wouldn't know that my imaginary friend thing has any draining effect on like other people.
Right. Well, and that's also a thing where I feel like keeping notes as the player is important. Because if there wasn't a game master and you played, you'd be like, my thing does this. This is the way that it works. there'd be a mechanic written that says some people can have draining shit and it's based on having this type of characteristic or whatever, but it wouldn't be based on any particular trait. Like David's whole thing is he can like, on some guns, he can like modify, on some things, he can modify them and it'll give him like a small bonus to like whatever he specifically, like one thing he wants to do with it, as it stands right now. So he could be like, I want to make like a poison bullet gun or whatever, and could do that, and then it'd be like, it'll drain you for like however long it's in you, because it's poison, and that could be a thing that's like a similar effect to what you have. But I don't want to write in, it's specifically magic shit that does draining, because it doesn't have to.
I feel like you could have a section on like penalties, and you could be like, these are different penalties that like concentrations can have.
Yeah.
And it's up to like Beacon discretion
Yeah.
on like when they feel like certain concentrations should have certain penalties, unless a Beacon has already said this concentration has this specific penalty, and you could outline how those penalties work, and then Beacons could be like, based on your thing, it seems like you probably have this penalty, and you could have where at different levels the effects of penalties can like be decreased and like stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, also with the way that this world works, or with the way that the game works, and talking about multiplayer mechanics, like he was talking about the rubber banding effect, is really strong.
Ryan mentioned said that your voice has negative sound. He's like,
No.
Aiden needs like a microphone. He's like,
No.
yeah.
So having having really strong players go up against really weak players, I think the thing that's important about that is like how you design your player. So someone could be like, my whole thing is like a sword, and I have like a really strong sword, and I have like a 300 modifier. So if I hit something, it's just done. It's like disappears from the universe type thing. And it's like, oh, that's crazy. But if you're like, I'm fast as fuck, and I put all my shit into agility, and I'm a level 1, but all my thing is like dodging, like instantaneous dodging. You can just be like, and I left.
See, that's good. That's where I'm saying, like, make it, if everyone's on level 1, like what we're doing,
Right.
like, if all your stuff is in agility, that just means that,
That's like your build.
like what you were saying, if you say you dodged it, you dodged it. Unless if it's something like crazy.
It definitely does have to do with modifiers, but like, if
Like, comparing against someone else with the
Right.
agility,
That doesn't
not
have-
like
yeah.
a bullet or something like that, but
Yeah.
like, making it to where, like, if you had a super OP sword in your realm, when you got into the new realm, oh, the side effects just, they don't work in this realm or something.
It's not necessarily that they shouldn't work,
Well,
but I understand scaling things in this
it
new world
scales.
to be like, you may be like this badass angel cowboy, but this is a world that has crazy counter thing that does exist but may not necessarily come for you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, yeah, just have things in the world that are sufficient obstacles potentially, but doesn't have to be like, oh, we're after you from the jump.
Yes.
I get you. Well, I also feel like that can be done, and if it needs to end up being a thing where I like power scale people or stuff, I will.
Well, it needs to be, so,
That's
Yeah.
fine. But what I've seen so far is that like someone who's like a big bad and they've designed their character to be like, I'm gonna try to fuck people. If I like see a campaign where that's going on, I'll like learn about who the big person is, and I feel like I'd write that into Beacon like rules and stuff. See who the big person is, and then design shit that doesn't nerf them inherently, but that's like if they do shit, the people in that realm are just not gonna like fuck with it. Like if like with Colin's thing, he's like a gunslinger guy, and it's cool, but in a world where they're just like a police force, that's not okay. Like you can't just like draw guns and start shooting people. So even though you guys didn't specifically have like great counters to his stuff, you had a pretty good one with dodging. But the whole dynamic of it is, well, if he's just gonna pull out his shit in this environment, he's gonna get a hard reaction from the world. It just
that can be.
And I feel like that is kind of what happened. The
Yeah.
people in the McDonald's left, the
And it's just
police
kind
were
of like a
called, and the
natural
SWAT
thing.
came. Yeah, and it made sense. And I'm sorry that I didn't do as much. It was mainly I was just in the hospital. I didn't really know what I was supposed to
Well,
do.
that's what I felt like as well. I felt bad because I thought your guy would have been like one of the more, just because you had leveled up a little bit. And I think it was a thing where this is definitely like, I guess, kind of metagaming. I would have loved to see, it would have drained your like energy really quick, but I would have loved to see if you would have done a thing where you're like, I like got this like McDonald's wrapper or some shit, and I like, or the door or whatever, and I did that, and then I like combine it with another thing, and I like tried to make them alive together or whatever. Doing it on Colin, I feel like was weird, because it's two different types of magic.
Well, I was
Like,
trying to do
what
it to
the
like his
fuck?
guns.
But
Yeah,
he's
and they
like, all
have
my shit is magic.
right.
And the rubber banding issue, and that was the only other issue that I would have, is if you have different types of ideology of how things work, they're both right,
Yeah.
but which one is right for the setting? And that's what I was talking about, the setting can be really hard. And it might be really fun to have an interesting overpowered setting actually, where, oh, your magic doesn't work in this world.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
That could fuck a whole character.
It would.
It would, but it would be interesting, because then they could find out, oh, some of my magic does.
Or
Just
like,
not in the way
I need to
expect.
get this thing in order to make it work or whatever. I definitely like that. I feel like the thing I was surprised by was, I thought it was gonna work really, really well, because Colin's whole thing is that one type of magic, the like god level stuff.
And
yours
my
is
whole
magic.
thing is the
Right.
normal magic.
So I thought y'all would be really hyped, because it would just be a strong difference. I was hyped for it because I'd never seen them interact before like that. But I didn't understand why Colin didn't see, like, because it was defined as like, these two things are very different. And then he was like, why when I shoot you with the stuff, does it not work, even though it's point blank? It's like, it's different types of magic. Your whole gun is magic, a different type of magic than what Jet just is made of.
But even if he had used like normal guns, it would have been a similar thing. Even if I was a normal guy
It
and
would've
he was
been a
using
similar
normal
thing,
guns,
but
I
put
would have been like
different
hit.
modifiers on it.
True.
Yeah, it wasn't a big difference in a modifier. I mean, he still had a gun against you, but
Right.
it was like,
But I feel like the concept of players being able to survive like potentially like 10 or more shots from like the gun,
Mm.
it just gives players a chance to
To, like,
maybe not
yeah,
die,
yeah.
and I think that's fair.
well, because I feel like, what if the campaign had gone alternatively? If he was like, don't move, and then you guys move, and it's like, he just killed both of you. You're just both dead, one shot. Okay, Colin, now what do we?
Yeah,
What
this
do you
is
do?
you just do whatever you want, I guess. Literally whatever.
I don't know. I feel like it would have been as fun.
And it would have been fine if he was higher like level,
Well, if
because
was
he
like,
would have
yeah.
just been like boom. It would have been like, yeah, your thing just
It
does
makes
that
sense.
much damage. Yeah. And I understand where David's coming from, and I think you could very easily implement what he's talking about, where it's like you just describe it a certain way. Colin will be like, in my action, I'm describing everything about it, and you could just be like, well, you're level 1, so you're like point blank, but in reality, it's more like yeah.
Where, let's say we were playing with Colin, but he's level 23, and we're both level 1s. I have no problem with him instant kill.
Right.
Well,
He's
right.
if he's so
Big
far above.
difference.
But I feel like sometimes when he's like, I do exactly this, you could be like, no, you don't, because you're not high
Well,
enough
that's just
to
what I
it.
did. Because
Yeah.
originally when he designed his character, he was like perception stuff, but then he tried to use it as if it was like a strength or agility thing. And then now he was like, I'm doing it as agility, but agility, the whole point of like all these things being different is that everything else, when you focus on one thing, everything else is a weakness. So he's like agility, but that doesn't necessarily make you good at aiming.
Right.
So that's why I was like, he got shot in the shoulder and the arm and the leg.
One thing I really did like is the versatility.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It allows, like what we were talking about, is basically like foster home for imaginary friends,
Yeah.
and then something like Power Scrolls to kind of
But that's
butt heads and be interesting. But it could also allow for something like the Magic School Bus and Game of Thrones to become the same thing, and it could add for very interesting interactions.
And you had like the Middle Earth thing, and you had like the imaginary friend thing, and Colin had like the cool gunslinger guy. That's what I thought was interesting as well. So Colin's like into anime and into Colin's into anime, right?
He is. The live chat's freaking out. There's a bunch of people being like, read,
Yeah.
read. Oh my god.
And into he's into Mortal Kombat, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Mortal Kombat, they're just characters. I can't
Who
say
just
they're
shoot.
Other, yeah.
And you
it's like
don't
a little
immediately
bit of
die.
damage. Yeah.
Jax, Cassie Cage, Sonya,
Could you just be right in front of and in like
Aaron Black.
and in like
That's 4 in Mortal Kombat alone.
and in like
In Street Fighter,
Super-
you have
super
niggas who
smash.
legitimately are like, I'm there's like a
Energy
ball,
ball.
and I'm like, I guess I got punched twice, maybe like the
Yeah.
equivalent.
well, that was one thing that we were talking about the last time that I talked to Colin about it, was he was like, there's a difference between video games and RPGs. And I agree with that, but I don't think you should like just die. Like, but the other thing was, I thought he'd be hype because it's like, I'm big, like in anime that shit just gets hyped up all the time. Like, I'm a big strong dude and nobody could fuck with me. Oh, my shit didn't work, what?
True.
Why didn't that work?
That's
Yeah.
what I would talk about in Jank Heroes all the time. Like when you guys would be like, why is it that this guy is like a direct counter to me? Why is it that this guy's a direct counter to me? And I'm like, that's what comic books are. That's what this is all the time. Because people are like, I don't like Superman because he gets to do everything. It's like, you guys don't read Superman comics. The whole thing is everybody he fights is like a counter to him. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. It's like a similar vibe. From the perspective of you having kind of been there before, do you feel like you can relate a little bit more to him where you're like, I think people would like it. And then they're like, in that scenario, they're like, I don't fuck with it.
I definitely have more appreciation for it. I think part of it is the idea of, one, just somebody like wanting to win and wanting to feel like I set my shit up perfectly so that there's no around it, like I got it. And also the idea of when you're making something, I of course have like things that are flaws in the game, which is why I'm excited to see other people's like interaction with it.
Something that I kind of want. We've been playing for like 3 hours, but I wish I wanted to go off a little bit more and like find more
Like,
stuff.
do other
You
shit,
want
yeah.
it to like do
And then
more of the
come
game.
back
Yeah.
to like the hospital, and it felt very.
I agree. And I feel like right at the end I kind of wanted to rush it, because I was like, it's already midnight, and I'm going to do it through. I would like to do that. I also feel like that would be a cool thing with one-on-one campaign, or one-player campaigns. If you care to play this again in the future, doing even just 2-player campaigns or 1-player campaigns would be better, because if people were like all like if you guys had all teamed up, I feel like it would have been a quicker thing per turn.
This is a normal thing.
Kel said, Jet, I will sacrifice my lambs for you to read this chat.
I don't think Kels has a list.
There's a lot of chat.
Did they want to check in the chat?
A bunch of stuff about the Lego Star Wars game.
What the fuck? That has nothing to do
Matt bitching about E EA.
But this seems like something that, like, if you expand upon it more, and you and Jet and I really worked on it, if that's okay with you.
Please do.
You could put it on something like Alexa, and be like, Alexa, very special edition
Oh, that's cool.
type thing, but with this.
It would be cool. I feel like the thing that would give, I would like that. I know you work on shit like that.
Yeah.
With the AI.
Where you can just say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be interesting if it could be the beacon.
Yes, that's
See,
what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Right, but
that's
how
what the
would you,
Alexa
like-
thing does with the Skyrim very special edition thing.
Oh, that's
It's
just a thing.
because you're the one who's like, I want to like do the thing, and then Alexa reacts and like does that. Like, yeah, I'm making like the reverse where like it's the player,
Right.
but you can make up whatever you want, and it can make choices and has inventory and stats and shit.
That's cool.
And by making, I mean that's made. Like you could just play. I made my thing already. It just doesn't have the save load stuff yet.
The only bad thing about Alexa very special edition. It's kind of, it's a lot of the same thing over and over and over and over. And there's only so many tens of thousands of lines of whatever you could do. The fun thing about that is that you can make Alexa that we can do it by yourself for so long, and then you could do a random generator thing and do multiple beacons, have completely different worlds, and then bring people together and record that session, and then have it learn off of live session and multiple.
Absolutely. I like. I don't know.
That's far enough.
No, it's cool. I like the idea of developing it into something like that, where you have like a wider ability to gain data on it, as far as like learning how people play it, and what the kinks that need to be worked out on. A big thing that I'm interested in is seeing people level and develop further, because you were like, I really want to find like new artifact and shit. I feel like if you leveled up your guy enough, you would probably eventually do a thing that, I don't know how you want to level your character, but you'd be like, I just want to have a thing that like is like a GPS for artifacts that just like helps me to go and track down artifacts.
Maybe. I didn't think about that,
Yeah. No,
but
well, and also it's
Like a
level
dragon
one super-
radar.
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
So even if it was like, even if you did that, and that's how you design
Could-
your characters, it'd be like level 1, so it's not great, just like Colin's gun thing. So I think it's not a bad thing that you didn't design a character like that. It's something you can do.
Right. I'm going to skip to the part where I hadn't been reacting to stuff, because clearly I'd already hit a part where I was reacting in chat. Here's shit that I didn't see. Kels is like, Jet, you're only now reading the chat. Ryan's like, Jet is mega lame. Don't knock over the tray. Referring to what Colin said earlier. Now we know reference of how far back this is. Kels said, yeah, Jet is lame. Legendarily amazing, moving the hearts of everyone in America. Then Ryan.
Lema?
What?
Lema.
Lame.
Everyone in America.
Oh, it was a acronym?
I guess.
Didn't think about it until you said it. Winslow's going the extra mile, and he did capitalize letters. He only capitalized legendary, amazing, moving, and everyone. He didn't capitalize America.
Right, but still.
Right.
It's weird.
Then Ryan said, Jet, you hyped the collapse of the Empire. Kels is like, are you talking about Star Wars? Actually, Jet, we do know how it plays. They released gameplay trailers while you were streaming. Oh, for the Dragon Ball thing? Ryan said they do. They seem fine with it though. Kels is like, whoa. Nani said, I'm here. Who's Nick with? Winslow and White Tape. Colin was also here earlier. Kels is like, Nani, shouldn't we all be here with Jesus? Then Nani said, true. Kels said, lol. Nani is like, it's like and then Ryan said, but Jesus is dead. They executed him. How could he be with us? Then Kels said, but he can come back on command. Nani said, yes. Kels said, because I guess death doesn't matter in the Bible, just like in Dragon Ball Z. Nani said, Ryan is an atheist, so he doesn't know. Kel said, oof. Then Ryan said, doesn't know what? Nani said, Ryan, why aren't you writing S circle around you with a star and blood? Pentagram. There's a word for it. Nani said, A. Then Ryan said, where would I get the blood at this time of night?
The wings.
Kel said, Nani, what are you saying? Nani said, some demon shit. Then Kel said, lol. Nani said, your period blood. Then Ryan said, demons aren't real though. It's not that time of month. Then Kel said, the demons in my head are real. Nani said, the gay demons that Ryan thrives on. Kel said, lol. Nani said, what if Nick is a lesbian cosplayer? Kel said, isn't the real gay demon the friends we made along the way? To which then Ryan says, yes. Nani said, maybe. Then Kel said, yes. Ryan's like, why would it be Nani? Kel said, because we were all Nani all along. Ryan said, does that make us gay for Rukia? Then Kel said, I suppose. Nani said, lol. Blah, blah, blah. Took shot to the head. Blah, blah, blah. Frozen. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Kel said, that was like when Sasuke betrayed the Leaf Village. Blah, blah, blah. Top 10 manga betrayals. Anime betrayal tier list. Blah, blah, blah. Ryan talking about you needing a microphone. Them being like, please read stuff. Something, something, something. Stuff about how the shelves are nice. Can we reveal what's on the shelves? They capitalize shelves. There are individual lines going, "Do it now, Jet, before it's too late, Jet, please, Jet, our God, save us, Jet, the shelves," all caps. Stuff about the sacrificing limbs and shit, talking about sacrificing their son Isaac, adopting children to sacrifice them in order to have people to sacrifice. Kevin said, "You seeing chat, I'm guessing you didn't see my chats from before." Kel said, "I will sacrifice Ryan to look at those shelves." Ryan then said, "Same." Caught up, I skipped a lot.
Yeah. I noticed how none of that was about the game.
Well, they wanted to hear you better. That was what Ryan. And also, I think the anime betrayals thing was in reference to stuff we were discussing, but out of context because we didn't look at it while it was happening.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, and a black guy was talking about trying to fuck me earlier. And
Yeah.
Beth popped in and was like, "We're happily together."
Oh no, no, no. I thought Beth would have made jokes.
About the black guy trying to fuck
Well,
me.
'cause she's like
Well,
giving you windows.
Well, it's more like someone else is stepping on her turf. I think if you ever hit me up and you were like, "Yeah, I'm trying to suck Jet's dick," I think Beth would be like, that is not your dick to suck." I like the game.
Thank you.
I think this is a good game, like, but this is just kind of something that I want to do with it. It's very easy for me to make my own story.
Absolutely.
And then, that's what makes it very hard about doing the whole Skyrim Very Special Edition beacon thing, because that's not easy to make my own story.
Yeah.
But, this does make it very easy to make your own story with, and that's something that Dungeons and Dragons is not good at. Dungeons and Dragons is very good at telling you that you are a part of a certain world, and that it's very hard for you to carve out what the world
What
is.
you want to do.
Yeah. Whereas this, it's more the opposite way. The world's whatever you
Yeah.
kind of go. It's like, yeah, we're at McDonald's, yeah, we're this, but then you added in just a few things, and it'd be like,
Things are even weirder.
yeah,
Because I mean, it needs to like have logical steps that are taken, but as long as like something's not quite fully known or whatever, you can just kind of input whatever you want. Well, and so that was the thing with like the gunpowder stuff that I wrote. Like, cause you like have these pockets that have stuff in them, and you would describe like your history and a little bit about yourself. So if you were like with the poison thing or whatever, if you were like, yeah, I have a sedative, I'd be like, I don't know that your character necessarily would, but with you, like I have some like engineering or like mechanical stuff. I'd be like, that makes sense.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I didn't want to like say, oh, I can just pull anything I want out of my pockets. But that's where, I think, when it comes to multiplayer games, getting rid of all the road banging, all the other stuff, it's just saying, here's my story so far. And you give that to the other players,
Absolutely.
and then they can read the history of your story.
I feel like you kind of have to do it in game. You'd kind of have to be like, "I want to share." You
Right.
could be like, "All I do is study bugs, but I'm very secretive about my research, and I don't want people knowing about my life. I'm a private person."
That's
You
just
could also,
where it depends on
you can also like hide secret weapons too. So like, there hasn't been a ton of this because the game hasn't been played a ton yet. But if you had like a thing, you're like, I secretly have this like bomb that can detonate and it does a lot of damage or whatever. And it's not something that I have, but it's something I picked up on one of my journeys, and I can like bring. It's like an equipable item. That would be a thing that you may not necessarily want to show to somebody, but that if you have like notes kept about like different adventures you've been on, you would just have ready. And you'd be like, I use this.
then the notes for the beacon. So everyone's like, here are my notes, and then they give that to the beacon every
Agreed, yeah.
however many hours, days, whatever, weeks, depends on what is going on, and then people kind of sort of, okay.
Yeah. Well, and so I think it'd be a thing where the one interesting thing that I could see being about the game, I could see somebody, if it got like into a big enough thing with a group of people, somebody could just like change shit on their thing, or like make a character and be like, yeah, I've already played a whole bunch of like campaigns or whatever, like I'm a really high level and this is all my shit, and like here's all the stuff that I've come up with, or like that I have equipped from like previous games or whatever, can make themselves really overpowered, But I also feel like that would come in the job of the beacon if somebody like hands you a thing and is like, hey, this is all the shit I can do, and it's like, well, some of this just doesn't make sense by the rules of the game. Then you can kind of pick out either one, whoever the beacons were that like let them play before just kind of didn't give a shit about the rules, so that could be tweaked, or two, it just would seem like they kind of made up their character. Just be like, if a lot of this just doesn't make sense with the rules of the game.
One thing that I'd be really interested in seeing is a group session where you're like, everyone makes new characters. This was kind of like that, except I had someone that I've been like actively playing as. But you're like, make them at like level 15 or something.
Huh?
And it's like, because I feel like that's really interesting,
Mm-hmm.
because you could have a lot of different builds. I think it's really hard in this game in particular to tell what level people are,
Yeah.
because you could be like, I'm level 15, but I don't have like a shit ton of stuff. Maybe I put all of that into like building up a concentration, like one concentration, so it
But that would
barely
be,
is
like,
built.
pretty strong. Right, or, but at the same time, you could have it as the opposite effect, where you're like, which is why I like people being able to come in with their previous character from a campaign. Because if you've been doing an individual thing, you may be like, I'm playing for the long game. So I have like my shit I've unlocked all the traits, and like, you may be a high level, but you're like, I've unlocked all the traits, and like, I have a whole bunch of skills. I have like, just the original like few concentrations that I have, and maybe like a couple of them upgraded a little bit. But I could still be at like level 30 or something, and have that setup. It'd just be a thing where it's like, I was playing for the long game, so then when I'm thrown into this, it's essentially like I'm a level like 10 or 11 player or whatever, because I just didn't upgrade my ship to be super effective right away. I gave myself a lot of potential for growth in the long run.
See, and that, again, kind of like what Joe was saying, maybe when everyone gets in,
Yeah.
it's the duty of the beacon to figure out, okay, this person is at a level 15, this person at a level 27, this person's at a level 4. Where can I find a medium to get everyone? Or, but this is how it depends. Oh, I want my level 4 in there, I want my level 15, I want my level 27 in there, I want them to stay exactly that. That's where it just depends. That's what I was saying. Like PvP, non-PvP, it's kind of like, you have game modes. Capture the flag, oddball, team deathmatch, free-for-all, you have that.
I do like the idea of that. I don't think I necessarily do it like that, but I know one more that I would like to add. So, I mean, it may evolve into something very similar to that, but like, if you had like this normal game, I would consider this like an unscaled match. If it's like the 3 people or however many, and they just like all start off kind of together, or they're all like on even footing. There'd be another one if there was somebody who's like really high level and there's like a lot of differences between players. I might do a thing where I'd like self-examine who I think to be like stronger or weaker and what, and then I'd be like, you guys want to play a scaled match. So the idea would be, I wouldn't necessarily change anybody else's, like, I get to add points to other shit, but I'd be like, you started off in just a parking lot. You started off in like a gun cache. They're just like different shit based on how, because you're already strong and you just have a lot of shit. He doesn't have like much, so he needs to like be able to like find stuff pretty quickly.
I think it really depends, because you could be like, wow, that nigga's been playing this game for 7 years, and he's like, there's not a butterfly in this bitch I can identify.
Yeah.
And I feel like that person, if the other person is like, I'm level 1, I am a weapons expert,
Right.
and I have 9 guns I carry with me,
Right.
all in just different
I
pouches.
can shoot any butterfly.
Yeah, I feel like the butterfly guy, even though he's level 50, probably just gets fucked if all his stuff is like, I've leveled up my concentration to butterfly. That's all I've ever done in 3 years.
Yeah,
I'm really
identify.
good at it. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's what I was talking about earlier. The way how we get around that puts a lot of pressure on the beacon to make a very good world, which is
Fair.
that's what I was saying. But it's doable, and the way how you're describing it, it's very doable. In fact, the best way how I could think about how doing it is saying, if they were in their own world and they rolled this, this is the outcome they would get. And then pair it off like that. But then, in the world that you have all these characters in, you have to do a translation skill.
Yeah. Well, so that's what I think I was interested in what you said about like the butterfly hunter guy or whatever who doesn't have any like offense or defense shit. I feel like I'd scale the world. Like it's a similar type of thing. Instead of it just being like a landing zone thing, like you landed in a place that's not super advantageous. If you're a lot stronger, he landed in a place that's not that advantageous. I'd also take into account what your character is. Like if one person's like, I can like insta kill somebody. Like what if you two are at the same level? One guy's like, I'm just martial artist, and the other one's like, butterfly guy. Butterfly guy. I feel like, all right, the world you two land in, and you guys are trying to kill each other. The world you two land, or I imagine you'd be trying to kill him. The world you two land in.
An enchanted forest with thousands of butterflies.
Well, I was like, he lands in a place that's like giant, like man-eating butterflies are like around, and they really fuck with like people who understand, like, and can figure them out. So
That
you're
would
like,
be
I'm
really
riding
interesting.
dragon butterflies.
But the other guy has instant kills, but there might be like 7 butterflies or something.
Yeah.
Or he's just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
That seems like it'd be really colorful when their like wings blow. It'd be like confetti.
Well, also you could be high as fuck in the air. It's just like, I'm butterfly guy, and you come down with your net, like dive bombing.
See, doing it like that, that works.
Yeah.
That works and that's fun. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want to do it.
Where do you think, if you were like to redo it, would you have started us all off?
I feel like, fuck. Well, because I think you and David might have teamed, maybe not, but I feel like I would have put you and David not too far from each other. I feel like I would have put Colin in a place that like,
I would have role played things differently. I don't know. I would have asked Colin
like you would have like hit him up with more stuff.
yeah, but it turned like it just the way how things happened was one thing led to another, and then I felt compelled to keep going down.
Yeah.
Now that
He
you say that-
escalated the situation hella hard.
Yeah.
It really didn't have to go that way.
Right. I was gonna say, I really don't like this because I feel like D&D does this a lot, but I might have done some weird shit like this. Like, so D&D sometimes will be like, this dude's over here doing this, and this dude's over here doing this, and this dude's over here doing this. Y'all are all in the same place, and then this person's trying to get y'all to interact.
Yeah,
He's
there's
like NPC, like do it, like an inciting incident.
The reason why I like the inciting thing is
Yeah.
because in this kind of game you don't have to actually follow it.
Right.
You would just have to opt in if you wanted to, and you could just easily be like, no.
Well, so that's the thing. If I felt like there was like in this campaign, because of the idea of like there's one character who can like really escalate things and make it turn potentially hostile like at a really early point. I feel like if that's what that person's wanting to do, they can just do it regardless.
That's
But
all.
you could give like an incentive. If it was something like this, I feel like I might try to do something where it's like Colin's sitting at a table, and you're like behind the counter. You're like trying to sneak into the McDonald's to like steal some like cool shit. Jet's guy is like sitting at another table, like messing with like a cup or whatever, trying to like make a creature or whatever. And then this like lady comes up to Colin and is like, those two guys are like about to be like, the guy Jet is like about to be on like a crazy quest or whatever, and it's gonna like make you guys rich. And then and then your guys like, you see like, Colin has like some really cool like tech and shit that you'd wanna fuck with. So it just like gives y'all reasons to fuck with each other.
See, that
And not like immediately trying to kill each other. You
Yeah.
could be like, I wanna get his shit, so I'm gonna try and kill him.
I like that because that's kind of giving a quest without giving a quest. Because if you give a quest, then you feel compelled to only follow that quest.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's so like what you described, then we can be like, you're doing this.
You could try it a bit with it, see what happens.
Yeah. I also think it would have been interesting if we all had like different people approach us about the other people, but they all said different shit. Like the lady who comes up to Colin might be like, what he's doing, that could like make you guys rich. And then someone comes up to me and is like, that nigga has a gun.
Well,
Well, but then that may make you go, ooh,
Ooh.
believe it.
I think something that could help beginning starts would be like 4 turns don't get to interact with each other.
I'm
I feel like it
curious what
might
we would
divide
do.
people, especially if you started.
Well, maybe not 4, maybe like 2 turns.
I put the gun not to his head, but to the guy who's sitting next to him, so that if it goes through, yeah, it
still
would
gets
kill
him.
him. And I don't talk to him, but I talk to the guy sitting next to him,
And
and
I
I
say,
say,
"Tell
tell
him."
him that he's a redhead Asian and it's unnatural.
Then doing it like that doesn't work either. I guess it would just have to be a judgment call of like, it's hard
I
to
feel like one thing that's interesting. I do like the idea of like telling different people, because you'd be like, that guy, like he'll make you rich or whatever, and then a guy goes up to you and he's like, no way that gun's real. Look at that cosplay looking. Go talk to him about how fake he looks.
I'd be like, that's your prerogative.
He's like, I'll give you 1,000,000 rupees if you go.
I'd be like, what's a rupee?
Indian currency.
Why not? What does that translate to, like, USD?
And he like walks away. He has like a briefcase. And up to you and is like, there's like a McDonald's worker comes up and is like, we would have the best fries in the world if only we could get his pistol started. If only we could get the chamber from his gun. We'd have the best fries in the. We could put them in the chamber and superheat them. Crispy
The gun
individual
makes
fries.
perfect fries. I feel like I'd be like, you should talk to him about it.
see. This would be good, yeah.
Either that or what if it was a thing that like combined all of your interests? There's a magic guy who shows up and is like, whoever can catch me gets the coolest demonic weapon that
Wait,
allows.
a person who's like, come and get me,
Wait.
bitches.
Yeah.
There's a reward.
But a reward that interests all of you.
Instead of doing it like turns that go wait 2 turns or something, or everyone does 2 turns, instead you do it like, what are your thoughts on what just happened? Like, you know, the pearl comes down. What are your thoughts? What do you think?
That'd be interesting.
And
If
then
there's like a paralysis turn
you
to like
have-
kind of get where all.
Well, like, sorry, like, but it has to bring in their backstory a little bit, but not enough to where the other characters know too much. It'd be like, well, I want to try to figure out like if some artifact I was just working on got me here, or if someone's going to be trying to kill me, or and I tell everyone a little bit about what's going on back here without fully giving away. And then you could do the NPC things.
I just, when you said that, I imagined your guy like Alo showed up in the McDonald's and be like, I wonder if the ball of magic seeing brought me here, and I wonder if anyone's gonna kill me. And there's just like a gun to your head, and you're like, I guess so.
But then Jet would be all like, what the fuck? Did I just make this world?
I'd be surprised because of the fact that I was like in a like, I guess a school. I really haven't seen it, but it's like I've been kidnapped and forced to learn more about my powers. And I was in a building looking at books, and now I'm here. And I'm like, is this a test?
Yeah.
And
that could be a quest within your bigger quest.
You got shot in the face. You go. So if you ever get a chance and you care to watch it, Jet has his like first one. On
It's
on
hours
YouTube. It's a
long.
long.
It's a long thing.
But
Can you text me your channel again?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I can't text during the thing, but yeah, definitely after.
I got you.
Oh, you're gonna hit him up? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
But yeah, so it was just a thing where he was like, I'm gonna try and use my power, and then he like gives the little like hand thing to the girl, and then it makes her like start having seizures and like a heart attack and dying, and then like
I guess
paramedics
she's
and shit.
confirmed dead. I
Well,
didn't get
Yeah.
yeah
And so
confirmation.
Yeah, and so she, well, I didn't say she died.
Well, you just said that.
Paramedics died.
Well, you were like, you said died. Like, I mean to David.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess she's dead.
We'll find out in the next. That ends up happening, and then he like posted himself like doing the magic shit on YouTube, like in the game, and so then, um, people were like in the comments of it like, hey, don't do that. You shouldn't do that. There's bad shit's gonna happen. Like, take the videos down. And he's like, no, it's fine. And so then he like is questioned by the police, and then he's like trying to meet up with friends in the game, like other people that he knows from his like life or whatever in the game, and then one of them isn't like a real person that he knows, but he's not sure about it, so he ends up like trying to meet them out in a parking lot, but he ends up getting like thrown into a van, and the guys end up beating him up. He ends up like getting out of the van, trying to run away, ends up like losing, getting knocked out. Like magic dudes are like, you shouldn't be doing that, or they're gonna have to kill you.
Well, hold on. Before that, it was normal dudes who
Yeah,
were
it was
like, you
normal
shouldn't be
dudes who,
doing
like,
that.
ruined the
Like,
band.
well, after I like failed getting kidnapped, and then I was like, I'm gonna like try and escape from them and like use my power. Then they got me again. Then it was magic dudes.
It was like a long fight.
It was a long fight.
Like, but just imagine, like you said, you were in school, and then you get transported here, and that makes like a sub quest plot. And then imagine me, I was messing with Fenor, sub quest plot. And imagine Colin, well, he was vanquishing some evil demon thing, and then he gets instantly transported some quest plot. And that makes it totally genuine why each of us do what we do, no matter what we do.
Right. I think
Then
You're
also
really
brings
right.
up why we do what we do a little bit with it. Therefore validates everything.
Right.
And then even if it's multiple sessions, you'd be like, it could expand the quest plots, whatever you decide it to be on your solo main. You're like, I'm gonna keep going to this strange place.
I don't know. I think one of the biggest things I'd like to figure out is how, when people like start to, kind of like you were talking about, how when people first start the game, to not necessarily try and like force a story, but to be like, I want to kind of know what everyone's thinking, so that unless everyone's like hell bent on killing each other right away, it's not a thing where everyone just feels kind of pushed into it. Like, I feel like the circumstances, Colin's character's whole thing was like, I like want to control the situation, but I feel like if things were set up differently, he might not have. Like, if it was like, y'all show up in the McDonald's and there's like a dude robbing the McDonald's, or there's like some other like thing that y'all
he
all
could have been like, my attention is more
somewhere else,
focused.
yeah. And then y'all could help him and be like, oh, like it's a team.
I feel like this is one thing that me and Colin don't necessarily agree on a lot, but I feel like characters who have goals is like a pretty big thing. Because I feel like when you know what everybody's goal is, it's easier for people to like play out like what they're like trying to do instead of just like being in some shit. Because my character right now isn't really that goal oriented as much as they're like, I'm trying to live my life, but because of the decisions I make, I keep ending up in bullshit.
But that's a goal-oriented thing. Cause like,
Well, yeah, the
Saitama
goal is just to
in-
live.
Yeah, Saitama
like, the way I
in,
want.
In One Punch Man is like, I want to be a hero, but most of the time I don't like look for it. I'm just like walking. Someone's like, you're a big ass dude. I'm like, those
He's
together.
trying to kill me for it.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry.
No, I like that analogy. But yeah, so similar thing. Like I feel like that is your goal. You're like, I just want to get back to doing my shit, but in order for me to do that, there's just like a million steps. I don't know. I was surprised when Colin said that you were acting like him. I didn't know what he meant.
Well, I think because of the way I was like I don't understand. Dun-dun-dun. I was like more active. That he was comparing that to when he gets active about game stuff. Because he'll be like, oh, the game's not doing what it is. Oh, it's the game. But I was more just kind of
Like, it
in
makes sense.
disbelief. Because I was like, you do superhuman. You've been doing superhuman stuff the whole time.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the thing that was interesting is in D&D, if maybe so, in D&D, if you get like a magic guy, they're just able to do like magic shit.
What?
Like,
I mean,
if I start off like level 1 and I'm like, I'm a magic guy, then it's like, oh, you just got it.
well, in
Magic
D&D, it depends on like what you're doing, and there are still checks, and there are still things that are like based on damage. Because I don't think I've ever seen someone in D&D go like, I have a level 1 Eldritch Blast. It's like a cantrip, so it means I can just do it, which you can just do it, but there's like, it's still a roll, and there's still damage. I put my hand right next to his head. I put it on his, boom. You know, like, I don't think, because it's still, you still roll for damage.
Yes.
And there's still like, you know, even in other games, things still deal damage, and it doesn't mean that they just
Are there
die.
like summoning things in D&D? Like, can you be like a level 1 like summoner or like
At
like,
level 1,
illusionist or
well,
whatever?
illusions, minor illusions a cantrip,
Okay.
but that's
So could you
a
be like
minor illusion.
level 1 guy wings?
Wings?
Yeah,
Like
like
you can
Colin's thing was
fly?
like, I want to make wings.
Oh, just the
Which is why
illusion
I was
of
like-
wings.
Yeah, which is why because
Probably, but they're small. They're gonna be like in a cube, maybe like a foot cube, and just you can see them. Like he'd have to be like not facing.
he'd be like, look at me.
Yeah, look at my wing, and it just wouldn't be that impressive. And they purposely in stuff like minor illusion go, and it can't hurt anybody, and it's and it's just kind of there, and it doesn't necessarily move with you or move at all. You know.
Because my shit's like, I want you to be able to do cool and crazy stuff if that's what you want to do. It's just gonna take a minute to do it, or you gotta find like a creative way to work with the level that you're at. Because he was like twice, which was primarily based off of rolls, because it still had a negative modifier to it. But he was like, and I unlocked the door. I just do it. I don't have like normal magic. I have like God magic, but this thing was just letting me open doors. He did it twice, and I was like, ooh, I didn't expect it.
I think it's interesting because Colin will be like, what I mean is that I literally phase through the thing, but it won't necessarily be what he said.
Well, because he said like, I go through the door.
But you can just say that
Right.
in real life, it just
I can
be like, I
I'm gonna
went.
go through the door and yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
no, nobody expects you to like.
And
Yeah.
normally that would be explicitly stated.
Right.
So it's very interesting when he's like, no,
It's
well,
not
how
like-
would you not have known
and then he
what
was
I
like,
meant?
if you change the
Goalpost, and it's like, it's not that I changed the goal.
I just
it's
did
that
what I
you
thought you meant.
Right, but it's also a thing where I feel like by saying it vaguely and then being like, no, what I actually did was this bigger thing,
Right.
it's kind of tricking the game master. Because it's like, oh, I just think he's unlocking the door, so his check's smaller. And then it's like, oh, but I passed? I really,
phased through the door.
I'm Kitty Pryde from the X-Men. I can just phase through doors.
So that's why I was like, it's a higher thing, because I didn't want it to be like, I phased through a door and it's like, alright, that just had like like the thing against you was just like a +4 or whatever. Because phasing through some shit would be a lot higher than that. But like the unlock would be a +4, but if he's like, I phased through it and it's just a +4, oh, I can phase through anything. It's just a +4, because it's just phasing through shit.
Right. But I think it would really suck if every time we describe something to you and then it passed, we go,
Change the shit.
actually, my description was vague. What I really did was godly.
Well, wouldn't that be a problem? And I guess that's the way that I also know you have to think this is or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I think the thing that I like about this game, and I feel like people who will end up appreciating the game appreciate it because it allows you creativity and says there are certain parameters in which you can work. There's still some rules, some like goalposts, some like boundaries, but they're not things that constrain you to a hard rule set. Whereas like, because I was like in D&D, it's a harder rule set, so you can't just make something vague and it work. You have to go by the specific mechanics of like what powers are, like what different things are. And if you do make a thing, it has to really go by like the numbers. The thing here is you have more creativity and more openness, but at the same time, I don't want it to be a thing where someone's like, I can just take advantage of that by being really vague and just trying to get away with it because I said it's really vague.
See, something that I was dealing with is like I was ripping out the cop card and I wanted to modify the shotgun.
Yeah.
Maybe even want to modify the armor, but then I was like, I don't have any tools to do this.
Yeah.
So I didn't really know how far,
You could get over it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I want to make the ever enchanted shotgun or something that deals fire damage or something. But I can't do that. But what I could have done would be like, oh yes, I modified the bullets of the shotgun with, car oil in it.
Yeah.
Those are my mechanics that I choose to say, this is where I stop, this is where I don't stop. But it's just making those apparent versus one world and another world.
And that's what I thought would have been crazy cool about you guys all being on a team, if you guys had. So David's character, Avo, his whole thing is like, I can like modify weapons and like I understand how, not only that, he's also like, I have a power that lets me understand how magic works in a system. So if it's like a magic gun, he like knows how the energy works in the magic gun or whatever and can like tell you. So it'd be a thing where he could be like, hey, I built this gun and it has like these bullets or whatever that have like the oil on. I'm gonna give it to you, and then if you use magic on it, I can tell you what you need to do to use magic on it to make it have this crazy cool effect. And then it could be like, and I'm gonna give one to
Calm.
Colin's character, and like when he's doing that, it'll also have like a really big critical thing because he's like preying on the shit that'll do like a big miracle effect.
That's where like me at the beginning of the game, like the game kind of went down rails.
Yeah.
But in the beginning game, I kind of wanted to almost be like, I am the key maker,
Yeah.
or I am like,
Yeah.
I am the gun maker.
And it would have been really fun, which was why when we were building the character, I was like, this is gonna come in handy.
Yeah.
Cool.
But it's just that's why I was like maybe having everyone's intentions a little bit, or having like everyone's thoughts about their surroundings, would tell other players without directly having to tell the players their stuff. Like, oh, I was in my lab and I was working on a new project.
I am kind of interested to see if the game had continued, and for whatever reason you and Colin got like into a fight. I would kind of be curious when you like started getting weapons and stuff, how it would have turned out. Because he did have agility, but agility would work for the ability to like shoot you quicker. But in one-turn things, that would just mean essentially you'd have a harder time dodging it. But it still wouldn't be like a perception thing. So
Me, I could perceive his guns,
you could.
but I couldn't perceive him.
Oh, with like the right. Well, they're not like magic. They're like heaven shit. Yeah.
Well, then maybe not.
But you still like could see there's a bunch of them.
But if Jet's stuff was still on his one gun,
That's one thing I never did. Fuck me. Your character the entire time would have been able to sense. You never like asked for it, I guess, either. So I guess that was part of why I didn't do it. But you would have been able to tell what Jet had a lot. You saw like the strand thing, but if you would have like seen the blood thing, you would have seen like the spot of blood and like a line going up to him.
See, that's something like Jet and I weren't really for them. He went to the hospital and then I was way over here, and it was just we were too far apart.
Yeah. If y'all did combine, I think I could have killed Colin. Colin killed himself. That was interesting.
That was interesting. I mean,
I just felt bad because it was a frustration thing. He was like, I don't like the game. Fuck it.
well, I think it's a thing where it's like, if you really want to help improve the game, then don't kill yourself. Just keep your guy.
Right.
Because then as the game gets better, you'll still have your guy
Right.
and your experience and the powers you want and the setup you want. Because otherwise, you could have been like, everything you said is right, and I fixed everything about the game
But
just
your
the way you
guy's
want.
dead.
But your guy's dead. You killed he's just not coming. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
And it just would have been like, oh, well, then I could.
Oh, is permadeath a thing in this?
No.
So no, he has a system for. How does the system work? You've mentioned it before. I
'Cause
don't know
would
that had
actually
like
be
the
kind of
mechanics.
Interesting if it was like really hard to bring someone back.
It is more difficult. So in a one player thing, it wouldn't be that difficult. So the idea would be like, in a one player, like just the beacon and the person, the way that it would work is, like if Colin like killed his character in this, but he hasn't even like played his like one-on-one thing. So if he was like, I want to do a one-on-one, I'd be like, all right, cool. You like wake up in your world or whatever. There are like people who have been like trying to like put you back alive, and like some crazy shit happened. You like fell out of the sky or whatever, and like it just crazy shit happened. You were dead when we found you. We had to like revive you.
That chicken was pounding.
Yeah, it's crazy. But if it was a group thing, and like if for whatever reason Jeff had been killed, and then it was like, fuck, you really need him. You're now all a team, but Jet's dead. Y'all would have to find a way to revive him.
What is
Because
your thought on vampires and stuff?
you can make a vampire game.
What if your person's already dead? And then somebody else has an ability that brings you back to life. But that can kill you because you're already dead.
The thing that would make you bring you back to life, or it can kill you. I'm sorry.
Because you're already dead.
It can't kill you because you're already dead?
No, it can kill you. Let's say like you're a skeleton. And then they bring you back to life, but you're a skeleton. And then that kills you because you're a skeleton.
And then they could still, like,
No, I'm not saying like it would hurt your mechanic. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that would be like
that'd be interesting. It's
something.
like now you're a shittier skeleton.
You can't move or nothing because you have no more muscles and you're just like.
But that is a thing that I feel like I really like. If it was a case where you guys needed to revive Jet, it would have had to be a thing where you work together to figure out what you could use to bring him back. And then that would, there's something like underneath him, and I don't know what it is. There's like a, oh, it's just in the couch. I really appreciate it, man. I'm glad you like it. It means a lot to find someone who's like hype about it. Jet's like fairly hype about it.
I do take it.
Yeah. That's the one thing I was worried about with it, was because I made an original version, literally whatever, that was even less structured than this. And the problem came in where like most people, Jet still kind of vibe with it, but most other people were like, I just don't get it, and I like don't, because it was like you can kind of just do whatever, and there are no modifiers or anything. Checks are just like rolling, and then like as you get better with shit, I'll just tell you that.
See, what I think about your game is like, let's say you take a video game, take Skyrim, because it's the most, but you don't know that it's Skyrim, and you just plop, and you're just in that main starting area. Go. Everything else you look out, it's white. As you start walking, it starts filling in. But the only reason why you need rules is for when you hit and you keep walking, and then you find that other character, and you're like, the world is completely different. Or you run across the ocean, and you're like, on this continent, the world is completely different.
It have like slight consistency, so that you know how to
Yeah.
do some stuff.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think one of the big reasons that I like it is because I've always wanted a video game that has a similar idea in mind, at least, to where like, even if it's not a thing that they pre-designed in the game for you to be able to do, like even in Skyrim, you can only use certain spells and certain shit. You can't really build all that much. You can do some stuff, but it's very limited.
Well, this is a true create your own.
Right, you can be like, I want to be able to make guns or cars or whatever, and even if you're in like a caveman type, you can just do it if you found the right shit.
See, that's what I like about this, because then you kind of sound, I'm a bard,
Yeah.
but I know how to make the best mead in the history of ever.
Yeah.
And then they go into someone else's game, and that's not a weapon.
Right.
But then they get the person stinking drunk to where they can't do like anything.
And it's really effective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also it could be a thing where it's like, if you had like a high enough intelligence or whatever, you were like, my thing is like psychology or whatever. I could just be like, hey, before you're actually able to shoot, you know, like you see that, like you can tell he's like mad and he's probably gonna try to shoot you. There's just a little advantage to that. So you have like preparedness or whatever. But the big thing about it to me is I want people to be able to kind of do anything, but that's why I like the leveling system being kind of hard once, like in the start, because if you're dropped into a world that's really weird for the way that your character's designed, you shouldn't be able to do things super easily because it's not put for your character to work. If you're in caveman times and you're like, I want to build computers, it's like, well, that's hard. Nobody builds computers here. It's just not a thing.
That's something I did like because Colin's character was like the most standoutish.
Yeah.
And then,
Jets was like the most normal.
yeah, and they didn't do anything to Jet. They were just kind of, oh, he's in regular clothes. I don't know what they would have done to my character. I'd probably look like some weird thinking fable or some such.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate that it's a thing where, I don't know, because I think the reason they were surprised by Colin is it would have been weird if everybody showed up and then we did things, but I think, like, when y'all first showed up, everybody was just kind of, like, weirded out. They were like, what the fuck was that? And they could have easily just been like, that was a crazy entrance for those cosplayers. It was really weird. But then Colin like drew his guns and they're like, no, this is a problem now. This is like a big thing. So I don't know.
See, I don't fully understand how all of Jet's abilities works, but it would have been hilarious if you would have been like, yep, your guns are now like toys.
I kind of wanted to make them pacifist, where they themselves would be like, I don't want to hurt anyone, and like try and refrain from like hurting people.
But like, what if your ability was also like, they could talk?
Oh, well, that was part of the whole thing. When he was like, why do some things like not work for me or whatever? Your things never worked for Colin because it just was a different type of thing.
Right.
Also, it would have been interesting. It's like, I didn't go into like the full description of my guy, really. But like, my world, imagine you got that cozy village on top of the mountain, that's a mining village. Think about Fable 2 look. Have you played Fable 2?
I played through 3. I fucking loved 3.
Is
Fable
Fable 2
2
the one that was like an Xbox 360?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I played it that day.
Think about that type of character. That's how my guy looks. Or like a dwemer
Yeah,
type.
super cool. Dude, do they have like description? Do they have like show, like visuals of what Dwemer looks like? Because the Dwemer were like the
Not the look of the Fable characters, but the
like technology
Yeah.
stuff. Is like that. Pretty cool. No, I like that. I
So-
feel like that could just become really fucking I wanted to see how that developed, especially from the sense of if you would have found something magical.
so like imagine this for oh, I found an enchanted hat that just talks.
Yeah.
And then I put it on and it never shuts up and it's stuck in my head. For like a whole quest line.
Yeah. That would be really interesting too, because if you and Jet were tied up, I wonder, because you would be able to see, you know what's making it like magic and what's, especially because you have life force. He is just a really well-rounded character. His character's whole thing, like if you care to read his sheet, his character's whole thing is like, I can modify like weapons. I know a lot about like both regular weapons and magical weapons. I also know about like the light, like I can see the life energy of shit. I can know whether something's conscious or not. And there was another one.
But I guess my character would go out and like just take these weird objects and like put them away so people don't like F with them until I can find a way to like whatever them.
Yeah, so David has construction of abstract weapon materials. So he can be like, there's like shit, like I know how if these, I know there's like a concept of how something should work. I may not have the material, or it may not be a material that I know exists, but I know that theoretically if this material was here, I would know how to like work with it. He also has magical systems perception in weapons. So like I know how like energy and shit in weapons works. Perception of living magical entities. So you can just be like, that thing's alive. I know it's alive. Weapons engineering studies. So you can be like,
That's
I just
actually
know.
really cool that I know things are a live thing. I know that was the whole point of what you wanted, but it works really well with my thing.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And also like weapons engineering studies. So you can be like, I just know how to like build weapons and shit. And then his fifth one, and then his fifth one was advanced weapon manufacturing for customization. So that was his whole thing. Where he was like, I want to modify weapons and like do stuff, which I felt like was cool because the whole design of it, which I feel like nobody else who's played the game has asked about yet, which I was really impressed. Oh, and you still have your shotgun. Well, no, because you got rid of it. Yeah, you got rid of it. Fine. But yeah, so nobody's ever tried to design powers yet that like give bonuses for the things that they make. Like nobody's ever like you've never been like, oh wait, yeah you did, didn't you? Did you?
What?
No, you did.
What was the thing? Say it again. I was typing a
Maybe
thing.
you did. Nobody's ever tried to like design a power that gives bonuses for things they make. Did you try and do a thing where you, cause you were like, I want my things to be good at a specific task.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah, you kind of did.
I have my powers. Make an imaginary friend in reality that's good at like a specific skill. Make an imaginary friend, like command it like mentally as like a separate power. Increase an already manifested imaginary friend's ability to complete a specific task. So to make the thing it's good at, make it better at doing the thing it's already good at doing.
See, you and I would get well really well because let's say you got that tin can thing, and I'm like, I found this magical crystal, I can't use it, but you could use it instead of it sucking your life force. While it's still alive, you put your life force in this crystal and then bring it to life when you want to put the crystal in it, so it's not sucking your life force, and it's coming out of the crystal that you saved your life force in. Kind of like Skyrim
Like
or
a
something.
kind of like a battery.
Yes.
That's interesting.
And then I could be like, well, now I'm gonna take your talking tin can thing, I'm gonna upgrade it.
Yeah.
But then let's say like we lose it or something, some bad guy gets it, and I'll be like, we go into like a shop and there's thousands of tin cans, and I'll be like, this is the one. This is the bad tin can.
Well, also you could like shut it off. You'd be like, that, I don't want it. It's dead.
True.
Well, but yeah, so that's what I felt like I really fucked with Davis' character is he's like, I can build a thing, and then if I'm like, I want to design this thing to buff like whatever my weaknesses are, I can do that. So like, even though I'm not like that quick, this gun has like a really quick like reload or whatever, so it just gives me like a +2 agility when I'm using it, or something like that, or like buff it to be like a stronger gun or whatever. But that would level based on like how good you are at the thing. So it'd be like it starts off at like a +1, so it's not that great a modifier, but as you go up, it gets better. The thing, and I guess the downside is if you lose the thing, you're just like, but you can build another one. Which
See,
is cool.
that's where like, it feels like my character is built for very slow progression, like agility, I'd have to run really, I'd have to run a lot, but I could get it up.
Agreed.
But it'd be easier for me to just make a gun that could
Yeah.
compensate.
Agreed. And I think that's what's interesting about both of your characters. Both of your characters in the game felt like they had the longest like attempts at progression. Like it was hard for you guys to do stuff, but at the same time you designed your characters like they were supposed to be designed. Your concentrations are like really like well like written out. I know I wrote your stuff, but like you like talked about like what you wanted and like how you wanted it to go, and I felt like you tried to understand like mechanics of the game. Colin was like, I want to make everything as general as I can. Like his concentration for things like, what was it? It wasn't feet, but it was something like that.
feet?
something like that. Like I can do a thing. It was like an agility based thing. He was like,
Oh, stunt.
stunt. Yeah.
Stunt was very general. He
There
could,
was a lot
at
of-
any
and he was,
point, he
like,
could just be like,
exorcism
it's a
and all
stunt.
Right.
Right.
Or for me, it would have been better if it was like, I can do multiple backflips. How many? Well, in between like 20 and 50.
Well, yeah, like that's like a more specific thing. Absolutely. Well, and so also his thing was like
Between
exorcism.
20 and 50. How many backflips do you need?
Or I don't know, like maybe I can like be like ultra like what is it?
Maybe they
So,
can be better
Yeah.
back.
like I'm super flexible, so like, I can put my like leg over my head and like lick my
During
butt
the
or
backflip
something.
and landed on my tongue.
I feel like that would be a crazy power though. Because if you did like 50 backflips, if you're like, my power is to do 50 backflips, you could be like, cool, I jump and I'm trying to kick you in the face, but I do 50 of those.
But it could also be like
So I'm hitting you 50 times regardless.
You're just, oh shit, I got an action
You're like-
figure.
yeah, like 50 times. And that person's like, I can't dodge. It's so quick.
yeah. But that's what would make it really good because it's like I can do 50 backflips and the person I do a roll to dodge, they dodge, but then they're like I can just
Still
keep back.
50 back.
And they're like I do another roll dodge and they have to.
Either that or it would kind of suck because it's like, I do 50 backflips. I dodge. I'm in the air doing 50
Backflips.
Oh, I didn't think about it like that. They're just in the air.
You're just kind of spinning, yeah. But yeah, so that was one thing too. Colin was like, exorcism is a power, and I specifically asked because I was just curious about it. I was like, are you trying to like, you're trying to exorcise demons, like? What do you, and he's like, exorcism used to just like get evil out of something. And I'm like, well, that's not necessarily. And he's like, yeah, to get like demons. The only difference between angels and demons being like their side of good or bad or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so like religious like that, yeah, okay, cool. And then he was like, why can't I exercise?
You said, why can't I exercise?
Hey.
Hey Google, stop.
Yeah. So he was trying to figure that out, and I had to make sure I didn't say it again. And that's why I was really trying to clarify with him, because stuff like that is rough. I tried to explain the differences between stuff. And no, I got my hair. But what about you? No, I got my hair. Right? Okay.
Imagine this character, not female character. That's Ghost, Valkyrie. That sole power is to sense demons and non-demons and magical stuff, and to bring people back to life.
That's cool. Demons. So you could be like, I'm good at like detecting biological stuff, and you could do a really cool combination. Because if your thing was like, I want to really be good at like detecting shit, you could be like, I have like the transparent ability where I'm like, I don't know how you would set that up with this. It may be like a super agility thing, but well, magic, you could do it with magic.
The con is that she would have to give off like a radiant amount of like
Energy.
energy or something. Like you couldn't see her, you couldn't tell, but like if you had
But if
any
you're
type
like
of
a magic
sense.
user, you can like get it. Yeah. But it'd be like magic for like the being translucent. You could be like, I'm good at, I have like intelligence for detecting biological stuff. I have grounding for detecting magical stuff. I have what is it, intuition? Is it intuition?
See, this is why I asked you this earlier, like, I wanna be an engineer, because frankly, I'm into that type of stuff, but also, before I ever wanted to be an engineer, I had a thing when I was in high school, it's like, I either wanna make video games, or I wanna be an engineer, and it's like, I've never actually tried and got probably the same.
think I'm sure it'll progress throughout your life, because like, I really like writing. Jet really likes writing.
I'm writing right now.
Yeah.
I,
Oh, you ended the live stream?
No, I'm still doing the live show. We're still talking about the game.
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
I'm not a very
Okay,
good
just
writer.
that
I'm more
start.
of like, I can visualize how things will work. I can visualize where to angle. I'm more of a visual.
No, I feel you. I just think it's a thing where, like, the things that you do professionally and the things you do out of interest, I'm sure throughout your life will, like, change and like, kind of become different. So, like, if you start down a path where you're like, I'm becoming really successful at this, and you start moving toward it, and then you're like, wow, I have a lot of downtime because of how successful I am. I'm going to start, like, working on this hobby. Oh, wow, this hobby's starting to make me money. I can just move more toward that side of me.
Yeah, 'cause as you were saying, sorry for
That was the other thing I was saying. It'd be cool to have a character that's whole thing was like, I can sense everything. Like, I can sense God shit, I can sense magic shit, I can sense, like, normal human shit. And you had, like, 2 of those, which I thought was really cool. Because I think a lot of people's cockiness will be there, like, I want to focus on just, like, human level shit, and I want to have a lot of, like, physical ability. Or they're like, I want to do, like, magic shit.
or then break them up. Like, I'm a sorcerer. Oh no, I'm a warrior with shields and
Yeah.
stuff.
It's like, you can have a well-rounded character that kind of does multiple things.
My character rides goats.
Ryan's goats.
Yes.
I think it would have been pretty ballin' if you arrived in McDonald's on goat.
And the goat screams and the people just
Oh yeah. That'd be fun. I'm gonna hit you with this one more time. So you're good.
Is everything okay?
Well, it's a thing where I know David was like, it takes me 2 hours to get home. I'm like, it's 2 a.m. Like, or is he good to drive? So you're not even more than welcome to stay for the night and head out in the morning if you used to.
you forget that I work second shift. So somewhat used.
Look at you. Because I was gonna say, I think I'm about ready for that. So we'll probably call it. But I just wanted to make sure I extend my time. Also, we just need to hang out. I know you've got like, it's 2 hours, but at some point we need to hang out.
Thank you all for watching. If you like this video, make sure to smash the like button, favorite, comment, subscribe, and ding ding ding. Ring that notification bell to be notified whenever we do these live streams. They show us from your boy, Jet Black, the one only here with.
Not Jet Black, the one and only.
And